Hello dear chess friends, welcome to the live broadcast of the European Women's Individual Chess Championship. This is the second round. I myself, Can Erdoğan, together Mr. Grandmaster Yanis Papaioannou will try to comment the games, and we also will have some guests as you saw them yesterday. Mr. Grandmaster Ivan Sokolov will be one of our guests. And also today, I hope Mr. Adrian Miachishin also will join us together. Also, Mr. Kaido Kulaos, Grandmaster Kaido Kulaos is here. As you can remember that he was the winner of the Aeroflot Open. It's last year, yes? Last year.
To me, it was not such a big surprise. He's a very good player. I know him for many years. And if the games go your way, then of course you can have great results. It was not such a big surprise.
Everybody was surprised because he is a very good player, but after 40 years old, he became a little bit famous with this.
Yes, it doesn't matter. Us at the age of 40 or 40 something, we are still very young.
Yes,
we can perform miracles.
Yes, with this result, actually, why Kramnik quit playing chess? This is also another question, because as we can see, Anand performing perfectly well in all the tournaments.
I was really very sorry when I heard that Kramnik decided to stop playing. I almost cried, you know, I couldn't believe. Yes, I was so sorry. I mean, the chess world still wants to see so many of his great masterpieces. He had so many things to offer in chess. You know what I say? I say that in today's top players, we have many of them, of course, yes. There are many super strong grandmasters, but Kramnik is the god of chess, the father of chess in our days. That's how I would call him, or the Zeus of chess. This is Kramnik. Yes, there are other players who are maybe practically stronger at this moment. For example, Magnus Carlsen. I think there is no doubt about that. Yes. But still, for the moment, the Zeus of chess, you know, the father of chess, I call Vladimir Kramnik.
Well, I hope he is listening to you.
Yes, he retired.
He will be very happy, I'm sure. Well, I totally agree with you. Once I was watching him playing in Switzerland. By chance, I was there in a tournament. He was playing against Korchnoi, Viktor Korchnoi, and at the opening he lost a pawn with a mistake. You know, then he really managed to save the game with a good resistance. And after the game, they asked him, I mean, before the game, when the game starts, is your opponent important for you, with whom you are playing? The answer was actually very interesting. He said, for me, the position is important. Well, I look at the board, not the opponent.
This is another of his very high qualities, which made him world champion.
And I do, every time I seek for the best move in every situation. Whatever my position is I am worse, I am not worse, I look for the best move. So it's important the way he plays. Actually, as you said, he was the Zeus of chess.
You know, I had the pleasure and the honor of playing against him in the Olympiad here in Turkey in 2012. And I managed to make a draw, yes, and I was very proud and happy. And it was a rather fast draw. And at some moment we could reach a technical position. I was seriously intending to ask him if it is possible to play for both of us. yes, so that I will learn something during the play. Yes.
Very nice.
Yes, it never happened.
Well, yes, it's been said and done, and now we are going to start with the first board. Actually, before we start the analysis of the games, I forgot to mention yesterday about the time control of this European Championship. It's 90 minutes plus 30 seconds in every move. And after the 40th move, there is an additional time of 30 minutes. But after this 30 minutes added to your clock, you have to finish the game until there is no limitation. You have to play until the end of the game. So this is the time control of this tournament. After the first round, actually there are some surprises, but let's not speak about them now. We have around 47 players with full point So we start with the first board, Nana Zagnitze versus Sabrina Vega Gutierrez from Spain. Nana Zagnitze, as you all know, the famous player from Georgia, very strong player from Georgia. She's playing against Vega Gutierrez, Sabrina.
Nana Zagnidze just a few years ago had an even higher rating of 2550 or maybe even more. He's an extremely strong player.
Yes. Yes. So okay, let's see the
game. Yes. So
yeah.
E4 C5 was played. Yes. Let's check.
E4,
Knight
C5.
F3 and Knight C6, which is gaining in popularity more and more. This Knight C6 move because of the efforts of the world's champion Magnus Carlsen, who started playing this almost exclusively in the last games, almost exclusively, nothing else, and with great results in the open Sicilian after D4, or even in the Bishop B5 variation.
Yeah,
I generally would suggest to play the open Sicilian against any other move, to amateur players now I'm referring. I would suggest after Knight F3, if black goes E6, to play D4. If black goes D6, second move, to play again D4. But if black goes Knight C6, I think Bishop B5, the move that was actually played in the game, is a much better practical decision, because after if you play D4 and the open Sicilian after Knight C6, black has many respectable systems, just like the Sveshnikov or the Dragon or the Taimanov, so too many things to learn, and all of them are really very strong.
Now the weapon of Carlsen.
Of Magnus Carlsen,
He
yes,
uses
Knight
with
B5, yes,
success.
Sveshnikov. So even the Kalashnikov opening, which is Sveshnikov without the inclusion of Knight F6 and Knight C3 moves, even this is a playable option. Yes, E5, yes, directly without including Knight F6, Knight C3.
Good, huh?
Yes, it is playable. Maybe not the best opening, but but in amateur level, this is 100% playable.
No,
yes.
Okay, so it's interesting.
Instead, Bishop B5 is a very good choice.
Which is also called the
I rarely play E4 first move, but when I reach this position, I always play Bishop B5 here with good results.
Good results.
So G6 is supposed to be the best move, but of course D6, E6, all of these moves are playable.
Yes, E6, I remember Rajabov's.
Exactly, Rajabov plays the system with black perfectly. Well, yes, as best as it can be played. Yeah. So G6 castle, Bishop G7, and now White took on C6, I think. Yes.
Oh yes, they played
White took on C6. This is a popular idea. It has always been the most popular idea, to break the pawn structure and have long-term compensation because of this bad pawn structure. But black, on the other hand, has a good control of the central squares, and he has the pair of bishops. Instead of bishop takes C6, another very good move for white is the move C3. This is what I generally recommend, C3, and not give the bishop on C6. Knight F6 they play, Rook E1, and castle short. And now, generally, the idea is D4, but at this particular position, the best move is H3. This is an important waiting move, which controls G4 square, because black always wants to play bishop G4. So this is a very complex position, and with chances for both sides. Sometimes after some D6 and E5 for black, it resembles the lines of the Spanish of the Ruy Lopez. And this is also, with all the pieces are left in play for many moves, and this is also a very fighting position. Yes, and I really like this for white. So instead, white took on C6.
Yes, D takes C6.
Yes, and D3.
Probably the best, instead of B6.
Yes. No, B takes is also fashionable. Yes, it's
but
also
you prefer
D
takes, huh?
Probably yes. It's maybe.
Lately, I see everybody plays B takes.
No. I think let's say
both of them playable.
About 50-50. Maybe
both of them playable.
Yes. So Knight C3 was played,
Bishop
and
G4.
Bishop G4. Black gives the advantage of the
Two
two
bishops.
bishops. Yes, she.
Is it
When we
necessary?
say he, sometimes we mean she. Yes, it's not a matter of.
Yes.
So someday, because we got used to saying he and he, we say
Yes.
he gives the bishop, whatever. So h3,
Okay.
black will she will give the bishop on f3, but then she will gain good control. She will move eventually the knight from f6 to d7 and gain good control of the central squares.
Yes.
Let's say h3. Let's give a possible variation. Bishop takes, queen takes, knight d7. Maybe black is not in a hurry to castle. If white plays a passive move here, black can even play knight f8 next move.
Knight
For example,
F8
if
is
bishop d2, which is not clearly not the best move, bishop d2, knight f8 could also be one possibility to reach d4 square very fast with knight e6 and knight d4. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
So this is one of the most important squares in this
yes,
line. Yes.
of course, d4 square.
Yes.
So
Once the knight gets there, probably
black has good play.
black
Of
has
course,
good
yes,
play.
very
Yes.
good, but it's not so easy.
Yeah, not so easy. No one will allow you.
Of
Yes.
course, yes.
Okay. So she played, as you said, h3 and knight takes, bishop takes, queen takes f3. Now
I
Vega
suppose black
Gutierrez
will
Sabina.
play knight d7. I suppose black will play
Knight d7, which
Yes.
is very normal.
Yes.
She will
Yes.
play, and then she
And-
will continue with the
Yes.
maneuver. Yes.
White may probably play bishop e3 or something, and black then will castle.
Uh-huh.
Will
And
castle
without
short.
knight f8.
Yes,
Maybe
without-
bishop
yes, because it's
b6,
not-
maybe not so good, huh?
Yes.
A4 or something.
b6, yes, might be possible. A4, just like Alpha Zero's way of thinking. When he sees b6, he plays a4. He has some
Immediately.
very difficult ideas in its mind.
You want
Yes.
to speak about Alpha Zero?
You know, to be honest, I'm not a great expert in computer chess. This has to be said, but I'm really amazed about how it plays and about how, for the moment, let's just say this: it brought a new era in chess,
Yes.
as we all know. I'm really looking forward to see more games of Alpha Zero, and I would like to see it playing against the top grandmasters. Because it will be,
Why
you know,
don't you offer to play?
I don't know if
It will
if
be
I have the
interesting.
opportunity.
From here,
yes.
for example, we can make some kind of deal with the Alpha Zero.
Okay, we can ask Alpha Zero
creators,
personally.
let's say.
Okay, maybe, I don't know. But okay, I would like to see the best players in the world and how they will face this computer. I mean, can you imagine somebody crashing Carlsen or Mamedyarov? This would be, I mean, unbelievable, completely inhuman, yes?
Yes.
So I believe the whole chess world will be very curious to see it playing a match against
He
some
crashed
super top
in the
grandmasters.
first match, but then they played again. You know, at that time it was not so crushing. Stockfish also won some games.
Yes, but Stockfish is a different story. It's not as strong as Alpha Zero.
Not,
Yes,
of course not. But
Yes.
still, Stockfish also won some. I mean, not like the first match.
We will see what the future has for the chess world with all these monstrous computers.
Yeah, the Alpha Zero style actually surprised everyone because it sacrificed pawns, you know, in order to get compensation,
Yes.
which was very surprising for a computer.
Or it is, you know, the way of thinking. It's so incredibly inhumanly deep that we cannot understand it.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Yes, we can understand it after it happens.
Yeah.
Yes.
So maybe we move to the second
Sure.
board. Okay, second board is Olga Badelka from Belarus against Bela Kotenashvili. Olga Badelka, I have to point it out that she played in Konya in the World Team Championship under 16, and she had a very good result. She's very talented. She's, I don't know, probably 15 years old, something like that, and really she has a actually future ahead of her.
Yes, if you're telling me she's only
yeah.
15 or 16 and
Yes.
she has such a high rating, this
Yes,
means a lot.
exactly. She has 23, 81. Actually, she was higher, maybe. I'm not sure, but so you can expect everything from her. She's really very good, strong player. Now she's against Bela Kotenashvili, as we said yesterday. Bela Kotenashvili is also one of the strongest players of Georgia from the national team. and she has 24, 79 elo. So let's see this game. Okay. Is this Maroxy? With transposes from English opening, yes. Yeah.
Okay, so let's comment on this game. So the Maroczy bind has, for black, has two fundamentally different ways to play, for black to play. The one is when black forces white to take with a queen on d4, and the other one is when black forces white to take with a bishop on d4. Because eventually black will exchange on d4 because he is lacking space and he needs to exchange pieces. So a different line is here knight takes d4, and a different line is bishop g7, bishop e3, and now knight takes d4. I consider the best idea for black. G7. Yes. I consider the best idea for black to be forcing white to take with a bishop on d4. Yes, this early knight takes d4. Personally, I don't like it.
Don't like bishop e3. Now then
bishop e3. Yes, now they play knight g4. Knight g4 is a very common move. Yes, queen takes g4, knight takes d4. And queen d1 back they play. This is again slightly better for white. They play now knight c6 or knight e6 or even e5. Yes, even e5 is one possibility. Yes, or instead black can play the most reliable, in my knowledge, the most reliable system for black if he wishes to play the Maroczy is d6 here. And now h3 is possible, bishop e2 is possible, and f3 is possible. Let's say white plays f3. Castle short, queen d2. Normally in the Maroczy, white develops the queen side first, and then he goes to castle. And now some ideas with knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, and a5, or maybe a5, intending a4 and queen a5. This is a reliable system, intending a4, queen a5. Yes, again white, I have the feeling, of course, white is slightly better. If you want to see in our days by far the best player with the black pieces, if you want to study this system, if somebody wants to study this system, he should study the games of famous grandmaster from Azerbaijan, Rauf Mamedov. He plays this system with black incredibly well. So with all sorts of tricks, he's a very tricky player, all sorts of tricks and intermediate moves and surprises and everything. So if black wants to learn how to play actively this system and not end up in a passive position, because this is, if you just play random moves, black will end up much worse without any clear plan. So we should study his games, how he handles the opening with the black pieces.
Yes. So let's go back.
Yes.
In the game.
Let's check what happened in the
she
game.
She played early d6.
Yes. Bishop e2 and f3 is also possible. Knight takes d4.
Knight takes d4.
Yes. Bishop g7, and we are in this position where white is forced to take with the queen on d4.
Yes.
But I think this is this is preferable for white.
For white.
Yes. Now white can play bishop e3 or bishop g5. Both moves are identical. They are first cousins, let's say. They look a lot like each other, very much. So they have very similar ideas. Bishop g5 was played, castle short, and queen d2. Let's explain why white has to play queen d2 right away. Because if he plays short castle, for example, then we see that there is no good discovery threat with a knight on f6 yet. But black will play h6. This is a very nice move. And now, if bishop e3, black will play, of course, knight g4 to eliminate this bishop. And then the very strong, monstrous bishop on g7 has no counterpart, has no one to attack him, to oppose it perfectly.
Yes.
So after h6, white may want to play bishop to h4. Then black will continue with g5, bishop g3, knight h5, queen d2, let's say, knight takes g3, h takes g3, and black still has a very good game, although he would rather have his pawn not on g5 but on g6 a million times, because this in the long run, his king side will be weakened. So this is a playable position, but black stands more or less okay.
Okay.
So white had to play queen to d6, and now bishop e6 was played. Okay, rook c1, as we said in the Maroczy.
First queen side.
The queen side is developed in order to remove all the pieces and the pawns from the long diagonal, from the diagonal of the bishop on g7. So rook c1 was played, queen a5, f3, yes, rook fc8, and b3.
Probably this is all theory.
Yes, of course, it has been played many times. And now after a6, whenever we see a6, this is a very typical position. White is thinking about two moves. Either it's going to be either knight a4 or either knight d5. This is the same if the bishop is on g5 or if the bishop is on e3. It's exactly the same. Let's check about knight d5 for a while.
Why do we see? Because of the weakness of b6.
Exactly,
yes?
exactly. So knight d5, and then we reach some typical positions. Queen takes d2, otherwise black is going to be very passive. King takes d2, of course. Now we have endgame. Now there is no other choice, but black should take on d5. But how should he take? If he takes with the bishop, he is always permanently much worse. Let's check bishop takes d5, c takes d5. This is a very important endgame in the Maroczy. The bishop could have been also on e3. Let's say black plays king to f8. White will be happy to exchange both rooks. Rook takes c8, rook takes c8, and then offer another exchange with rook c1, rook takes c1, king takes c1. And actually in this endgame that has been played many times in the history of chess, White has a huge advantage. There are some very important games in this line. I promised that tomorrow I will bring a list with all these games in this endgame, to show somebody who wants to study all these endgames. Let's give an example. Knight d7. White will play bishop e3, controlling d4 square, and I want to push f4 in the long run, and not to worry about my bishop standing on g5. So, and if black goes f5, this is a rule in the Maroczy. Whenever you see f5 in every position, 99% with rooks on the board, with queens or without queens, you take on f5 in every position in the Maroczy.
You take.
Yes, always. So take, and now white is much better. Maybe bishop d3 is winning by force, or if let's suppose that bishop d3 is not winning, yes, f4 is a move that is good enough. F4 in the long run. Let's say knight f6, bishop f3. White has a huge advantage. In the long run, he will play h3, g4, and he will create a distant passed pawn in the long run. Such endgames have been played several times, and this is why the Maroczy has a rumor of being a passive opening for black. You have to know it really very well. If you just play simple moves, you will end up in an endgame like this, and you will suffer.
Yes.
Black, I mean, yes. So, but if we go back, this knight d5 may actually not be working, because black should take with a knight on d5. Then c takes d5 and bishop d7. The problem for white is now that he cannot take on e7 in this particular position, because bishop h6 check is winning for black. And it will be very bad also if white, instead of taking on e7, if white plays, if we go just a move back, yes, thank you. If he takes on c8 first, rook takes c8, rook takes c8, and then bishop takes e7. But again, black has a lot of activity with bishop h6 check. He's not winning by force, king e1, but black has a lot of activity as good compensation for the material.
Rook c2 maybe.
Yes, yes, or even rook c1 or rook c2,
yeah,
yes.
Rook c1
so if we move just a few moves back, here, instead of take here, yes, take on c8, rook takes c8, rook takes c8, and rook c1. But the difference is that now white doesn't have the advantage of the two bishops, of course. So rook takes c1, king takes c1. I would say that again here white surprisingly slightly better. Yes, and if you can believe, he would like to exchange any of these bishops, a dark bishop, dark square bishop for a dark square bishop, not opposite color, or a light square bishop for a light square bishop. In both cases, he will be better. He has chances to win. Let's suppose that black plays bishop h6 here, which is not possible, but it's black bishop c3, let's say, yes. No, king f8, king f8, yes. King f8, let's say we play bishop e3, yes, bishop e3, bishop c3, bishop d2, bishop takes d2, king takes d2. Surprisingly, even this endgame is better for white.
Incredible.
Yes, normally we would say that white has more pawns on the same color of his bishop, so black should not have a problem. Maybe he's even better, but no, because here white has mobile pawns. They're not static. Very soon this pawn from b3 can go to b4, the f3 pawn will go to f4, to the pawn to e5. White has a wonderful square which is d4 square for his king.
Yeah.
If black plays e5, white will immediately take en passant. And so white has chances even in this endgame. Of course, if black plays f5, this is a big positional mistake. If he plays f5, immediately, as always, as promised, e takes f5. And let's say g takes f5, and white will play f4, and or king e3, let's say f4, and in the long run he will play h3 and g4, and he will create a distant passed pawn. An experienced player can immediately see this from this pawn structure. For example, let's suppose black goes e5 sooner or later. Let's play e5, d takes e6, bishop takes e6, yes, h3, let's say king e7, yes, g4. Of course, first I could put my king on d4. So let's say
King f6.
King f6, king e3, or g5,
G5
here, g5 and h4, and very good chances for white to win, because he will create a distant passed pawn. So nothing is easy in the Maroczy.
Yes, very
yes,
difficult.
you have to be
These
very,
endings.
very careful.
But you gave a very good
Yes.
information about this. Every time black plays f5,
Yes.
you should take it.
In the Maroczy, you will either have to be very careful, or you have to be Rauf Mamedov. Only two choices. Okay. So,
Or you have to, I mean, carry a mask of Rauf Mamedov.
yes, this is maybe a third option. So, and if we go back, instead of knight d5, which would be unsuccessful, there is another way to play, knight a4,
yes.
intending knight d5. What is this? Let's see what
In
I
the
did.
game,
Knight,
this is
yes, knight a4.
Knight
So after
A4.
a6, we either play knight d5 or knight a4, intending knight d5. Let's see, queen takes d2,
Yes.
king takes d2.
Sorry. Queen.
Yes,
Sorry.
sure.
Queen takes d2.
d2. In the game, queen d8 was played, which is an interesting possibility. King takes d2, and now let's say knight d7. Yes, knight d7. Okay, an interesting way for white now is to sacrifice the exchange maybe and take on e7, but it's completely unnecessary. Yes, this is completely unnecessary. So knight c3 now, and the knight is getting back to d5. For example, after king f8, if black plays here, knight d5, bishop takes d5, c takes d5, and we reach this familiar type of endgame. White will exchange both rooks, and he will have a permanent advantage.
Okay, we have a guest. Eva,
Sure.
Come. You want to come? Okay. Welcome to our studio.
Hello.
Mrs. Woman Grandmaster Eva Repkova, together with us. Welcome, Eva. Yesterday, did you like our broadcast? Did you enjoy
Yes,
it?
I enjoyed it very much. I was in a good company.
Yes, especially Ivan Sokolov that you got used to do this
Yes,
broadcast.
I commented with Ivan in Skopje just recently, and Ivan is very enthusiastic about chess, so it's easy to comment with him. You get also this sense of
Now we have Yanis.
excitement.
Even
Yes.
more.
Yes, it's.
You know, I have to confess that I have something very unusual in common with Miss Eva Redkova. She knows what I'm talking about. We both love to play b3 against the French defense. e4, e6, b3. And I have many students in Greece, and all of them know about their games and how she handles this position with white. Actually, she plays the system better than me. But I'm trying to imitate her games and play this e4, e6, b3. It's a very interesting line to play from time to time against the French defense.
Well, I also must confess that Yanis is a bit exaggerating because because I played this b3 line against him yesterday and I lost every game. So But thank you, he's a
You had
gentleman.
good chances.
Good
Yes.
chances. We have to make some kind of, new broadcast about this line, E4, C5, B3,
Very-
Some
and
lecture.
Yanis will explain to
Very,
us.
yes. That would be very useful for. This is an extremely good weapon as a second choice or even as a first choice for an amateur player or for a semi-professional. A professional should know at least two systems against the French defense. This can also be one of these two. It is completely playable.
Completely
And
playable.
yes, and also it is as a rule it is very how to say, very unclear with attacks and everything. So, but Black wants, when he plays the French defense, he wants to have a stable center and he wants to play as a rule positionally.
Yeah.
And this cannot be allowed in this B3.
This B3 line.
line.
Yes. Okay. Eva, we were checking Maroxy together with Yanis, and Yanis gave us incredibly useful information on this line. For example, one of the information which was actually for me new, every time Black plays F5, you should take it.
Oh,
In the Marochi,
Did
yes,
you know
without
that?
thinking.
Without thinking.
okay.
F5, you see, you close your eyes, you take on F5.
Unless you can take a queen instead, yes?
Yes,
And
yes.
if you lose the game, you call Yanis.
I take full responsibility.
Yanis, you say.
And tomorrow I will mention some games in this particular endgame with two bishops against knight and bishop. Some instructive endgames which I know but are not available at this moment for me. So tomorrow, in case somebody wants to learn more as white or as black about the Marochi system,
Yes, sure.
let's check the last two games. That's two moves in this game.
Yes,
so
sure.
After knight a4, queen d8 was played.
Knight a4,
Yes,
she
queen d8.
decided not to exchange
Yes.
the queens.
White played bishop b3, intending knight b6. So
Yes,
knight
this
d7.
is also a very, of
Yes,
course,
knight
important
d7.
square, of course. Knight d7.
Maybe one possibility. And now I suspect that white will play knight c3 back, intending to put this knight on d5. in the
Again,
background.
knight
yes,
d5.
for example, if black goes queen a5, now knight d5 is very strong. Once again, reaching this type of position. Let's say queen takes d2, king takes d2, and black refuses to take on d5, and he plays king f8. Now white continues playing useful move like g4 and h4 and everything. So g4, yes, and then whenever black takes on d5, c takes d5, takes us to this type of position which we already mentioned.
Two bishops.
Yes,
and
of course
huge,
white should avoid
space advantage,
yes, and a
active
bind.
king.
White should avoid a bind on the dark squares. For example, let's say black plays here h6. Now it will be white should play h4. If instead he takes on c8, let's check this for a while. If rook takes on c8, rook takes and rook c1, this is a positional mistake which increases black's possibility for a draw. Take, and g5 all of a sudden. And now bishop e5 is coming, or knight f8, knight g6, and black has good control over the dark squares, and he has very good play. Of course, if black manages to exchange now dark square bishops, now white's pawns on the center and on the king side this time are on light squares, but they are not mobile pawns. You see, they are stabilized, which means now black is going
Knight is working.
is
Knight
working,
is
and now
time
maybe
for the
black
knight.
will be better.
Exactly.
Yes.
So we have to be very careful when we play. Okay, we have the good position. I can play whatever I like. It's not the case. So you have to be careful.
Exactly.
Of course, with this ending, in order to not to get blocked with the pawns and controlling the black squares with the bishop and knight. So, what do you say? We move on?
Sure.
Okay. We go to the third board, which is Alina Kashlinskaya from Russia versus Joanna Majdan from Poland, woman grandmaster from Poland. Okay, let's see this game. Where is it? Okay. Let's see the opening.
The cunning pierced defense, yes?
Yes.
G6. Yes. With G6, with this move order, Black says to white, with chess move, she says that you can play whatever you like. You can play c4. I will play King's Indian, some type of King's Indian or Benoni. You can choose whatever setup you like. You can even transpose this to the famous Torre opening by playing knight f3 and c3. And I know everything. If black instead of g6 plays knight f6, then some of the lines for black, white has a bit limited lines, but so does black. Black wants to keep this knight on g8 in order to avoid some e4 to e5 gain of tempo, and in order to avoid lines with bishop e3, queen d2, and bishop h6.
Yes. Okay, so let's see this game. Bishop g7, bishop e3, a6. In this line, usually this is a common move, yes?
Yes, let's explain, please. Let's play normal moves. Instead of a6, let's play knight f6. This is not a bad move. This is a good move. Playable. White plays f3 and castle short. Surprisingly, this move is a very common mistake in amateur players' games. Even the players who regularly, the amateurs who regularly play the Pierce defense tend to castle short here. No, this is a very good position for white. He has a very strong and very fast attack. It is actually a mistake to castle. White will continue with queen d2. Let's give an example. Queen d2. Let's say black plays knight bd7, castle long, and c6, intending b5 and everything. So now here white faces a dilemma. 3 ways to go. He can play h4, g4, or a third way, which I will reveal shortly after. So h4 is not the best here. Let's see. White wants to sacrifice h5, play h5 next move and attack very fast. But in reality, black will play h5 himself. And now white, of course, has the plan to play g4, but first of all, g4 is not threatening anything directly, and secondly, sometimes it is just simply a bad move. It is blundering a pawn. So you cannot base your strategy in a completely random pawn sacrifice. You have to play more precisely. So h4 may be a mistake. What about, instead of h4, to play g4? And then intending h4 and h5 and everything. Well, yes, this is a playable option, but actually, as we will prove, white doesn't need to spend the tempo on this g4 move. So it is playable but unnecessary. The best move, or the best idea for white here, is to play bishop h6 directly. This way I'm blocking black's h-pawn, and now without losing time with g4, I want to play h4 and h5 immediately. So this is the fastest way to attack. Let's suppose black goes b5, for example. b5, yes, h4, queen a5 threatening b4. Now some courageous souls may sacrifice and play h5, but I would play king b1, yes. For example, b4, knight c2 e2, knight b6 threatening knight c4, knight c1 protecting against bishop e6, protecting a2 pawn and controlling c4 pawn with a c4 square with a bishop, and also getting ready to play some knight b3 if possible. So let's suppose black goes bishop e6. Now white plays h5 directly, and he has a very strong attack.
Yes.
And in reality, if let's see now a typical idea, knight takes h5. White can play bishop takes g7. This is good enough for an advantage, and then g4. Let's play bishop takes g7, king takes g7, g4, knight f6, queen h6 check, and this is just a breath away from checkmate.
Yes.
White is going to win for sure. So, but if we take just a few 2 or 3 moves back, these are all typical ideas. It doesn't mean you will have exactly this position on your board, but you can have similar positions. So here, white can even cut off the communication of the queen on a5, which is protecting h5, by playing d5, c takes d5, and now white can win immediately with rook takes h5, very typical stuff, g takes, queen g5, and checkmate. So all these have been played many times, these typical ideas, and almost every time black gets checkmated. So what is wrong with this strategy? That black castled very fast. So black, when he sees f3, he should play a few, instead of castling, a few useful waiting moves like a6 or c6. So let's say he plays a c6, let's say he plays, yes, or knight bd7, c6, queen d2, Yes, knight bd7, and now if white castle is long, black is not going to castle. He's going to play a move like b5, bishop b7, and maybe even castle long. Or first start an attack on the queen side, and later all of the sudden castle. So in this way, a very famous game was played in this similar strategy, the game Kasparov-Topalov in 1999, which is the best chess game I have ever seen. The best piece of art I have ever seen in my life is this chess game, which everybody should study. We can say that both Garry Kasparov and Veselin Topalov, they both deserve the credit for this incredible game, because also
the
Topalov,
king went to a5.
Yes. Also Topalov, who lost in the end, he entered courageously. He entered all the complications and tried to play maybe for win or see what happens. And in the end, Kasparov won a really great masterpiece.
Yeah.
In that game, Topalov, in a similar position, castled long because he knew how to play this line, no matter that he lost in the end. So this is all this was a hint for our dear amateur players who are watching. I suppose experienced players know all these more or less.
Okay.
Okay, so in the game,
a6
was played. Yes. Knight f3. White changes strategy because she knows. Yes, she knows that this f3 queen d2 long castle is not effective anymore.
b5, e5.
This is a typical idea. Yes,
typical
but because it opens the central squares. In case of b4, white wants to go to e4.
Knight e4. Yes.
But I don't know if this specific position is
if b4
typical idea, but I don't know if it is theoretical.
So what happens here? Let's see.
Knight d7 was played.
Knight d7 and
e6.
And e6.
Yes.
I don't see.
I can see this here on my screen.
They played many moves, yes. Here on my screen I don't have it.
e6 was played.
e6,
f takes e6, and
knight
knight g5. Was this a game that Carlsen played recently as black? He played some similar position. Maybe it was not exactly the same. I cannot remember. Carlsen risked a lot and he ended up in a worse position. But
with this line.
Yes, he played as black against a good player, but much less strong than him. And in the end, he reached, somehow managed to confuse the white player and reach slightly better endgame. And then we can all suppose what happened next.
Yes, I think it's a typical way how Carlsen plays.
Very
after you don't even say slightly better.
Yes.
An end game is enough.
Yes.
But it's amazing how Carlsen really many times doesn't get anything from the opening, and he plays forever and wins at the end.
Yes. But you know, I have the feeling that recently, in the last 1 or 2 years, his knowledge of opening has improved a lot, quite a lot. Yes,
maybe
he cannot fool me.
Trainer,
no, but trust me, he cannot fool me. He can fool many of the other people that are watching, but not me. I'm pretty sure, I know exactly that he has improved. He knows now his openings very deeply. But of course, Carlsen can beat his opponents, look, but he cannot beat chess, which means nobody knows everything in chess. Nobody knows. Chess is much stronger in chess than every one of us. Yes. So Magnus knows now many things about his openings, and he has a tremendous general knowledge of the game. But sometimes chess is so big, so huge, so many million possibilities that sometimes you get out of the opening very fast. You can play the most theoretical line and next day get out of theory in move number 6, for example.
True.
Yanis, I'm impressed about your theoretical knowledge, even though you don't play much, yes, as I heard. And also, you are still well over 2600, and again, you don't play many tournaments. Can you tell us the secret?
Maybe this is the reason that I'm over 2600. I don't play heavy thought about
no, this is you are being very modest now.
I'm afraid this is the reason.
Well, after yesterday's performance, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Against you.
Yes, you cannot fool us.
You are being humble now. Okay, so maybe what is this position now, Yanis?
Well, normally
black is black. Did she play something?
I would rather have the white.
She did something.
Here.
What she did? Knight b6.
I would rather have the white pieces here.
Well, you prefer white?
Yes, knight b6 because if black plays knight f8, for example, overprotecting the
I was
pawn,
thinking actually
queen
in the
f3
first
is
place.
coming. Queen f3, look, and problems begin.
Knight f3, queen.
Yes, knight f8.
And attacking
Queen f3, yes.
a8.
And f7.
Both and f7. This, this is actually a huge threat.
Yes.
Which will probably resigns immediately.
Yes, actually problems do not begin here, problems end here. Because
problems end.
when somebody is dead, he has no problems
You don't
anymore.
need to suffer anymore. Okay, so knight b6 probably forced. Now white played immediately something, which is bishop d3.
Bishop d3, threatening knight takes h7, I suppose.
She played bishop d3, okay. So knight takes h7 is the threat. Knight f6, is it possible? Knight
yes,
f6?
I think this is what is going to be played.
Knight f6, and now, I don't know, h4 or what?
Yes.
You have to be quick, yes?
Yes, yes, of
you
course.
Sacrifice the pawn.
Yes, otherwise black will consolidate.
Yeah.
So we say here with compensation for the white says with compensation for the pawn, but black says with pawn for the compensation. Yes? So, it is.
But you still prefer.
I would rather have the white pieces, but if I knew exactly what I was doing, From
the time controls, can we understand? This is a preparation. We don't understand.
It's not so clear. No, it's not so clear. Maybe they have some general idea about what is happening, or maybe they're trying to trick each other. They know everything perfectly, and they are bluffing.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Usually in chess we don't see too much bluffing. Yes.
Yes. Besides, why to spend so much time? They can bluff with 5 minutes, you know. And it's only move 9, which is really strange. Yes, almost down to 1 hour.
Okay, she played knight f6, and she was a little bit suspicious. She looked at the position again one more time, and of course it's dangerous. After h4, I don't know what black will do. Is it normal to castle short? Probably h5 is coming. Yes. If you castle, if you castle short.
But then h5, h6, h6. We are playing on their own side. Let's check. h4.
h4, castle short.
h5, yes. h6. Maybe bishop takes g6. Is this possible?
Yes, maybe.
I think it is. Take h6.
h6.
Yes.
If it goes here.
h7 probably.
h7.
And
king g7.
And now what?
Maybe. I don't know what.
Or instead of h7, maybe to take on g5.
Maybe take first g5.
Yes, on g5, because knight h7 may not be possible, because bishop takes h7, king takes h7, queen d3, rook f5 and g4. Yes, I suspect this is winning for white. Here, white has a very dangerous attack.
Now white's
now h7 I think is a serious threat.
Now h7. Huh?
Yes, it's black to move, but what can he do? For example, knight b to d5, let's say, to bring some forces in the defense.
If, for example, something like this, maybe you just take too many pawns, or how many pawns?
Six. Take on f6, queen h5, and
yes, exactly.
You take here.
Pawns, I guess, and some initiative. Yes.
Yeah, maybe I don't know with what. With the pawn, maybe I don't know.
Queen h5.
King e7 or something like trying to run.
Apart from material, there is some other very important positional element, which is called coordination of the pieces, which we all of us know, of course, as experienced players. But sometimes amateur players tend to ignore this important positional factor. This is called this is coordination of the pieces. So here black has very bad coordination of her pieces, because the king needs many moves to get back to safety. He needs to develop she needs to develop her pieces. So piece coordination equals to material. If you have good piece coordination and your opponent has bad piece coordination, this is equal to at least 1 or 2 pawns in the process, or 1 exchange. In the process, in order to drive your king into safety, it's not going to be for free. It will cost another 1 or 2 pawns. This is very typical in the Sicilian. White sacrifices material, then he gets a queen and 2 pawns, but black has 2 rooks and a bishop. So materially, he's standing very well, but he has usually bad coordination. And in order to spend when he spends many tempo to coordinate his pieces, he is losing another piece in the
yes,
process.
Yes.
This is very typical.
She played h4 as we thought, so maybe we move to another game.
Sure, yes.
Now we go to the fourth board. Ana Matnatze from Spain against Antoaneta Stefanova. Okay, let's go to this game. Stefanova, Matnatze with white pieces. Let's see the opening. Okay, knight f3, g3 with reti system.
Super top players like to play this line with black a lot.
With d5, yes, against this.
Yes.
Yeah, probably transposes now some g3 line with or Grunfeld. Yeah.
Knight c3. I'm
Knight
not
c3.
fully aware of this move. D takes c4 and a4. Okay, this is a typical idea. Is instead of a4, if white goes knight e5 instead of a4, this is already a mistake. Knight e5 because black has the very strong knight g4. This is a very strong idea, and black is already better. Knight takes c4, queen takes d4. This is very difficult stuff.
Yes, but it's a good point that you just mentioned. It's actually not very easy to find this knight g4 idea.
Yes,
I think some years ago, many years ago, it was missed by one of the super top players, but I'm not exactly sure. I think Anand won a game almost effortlessly as black, but I'm not quite sure about that, against a very strong opponent who didn't know this knight g4 idea, in a very similar position, not exactly this one. So a4 was played. I have no doubt that this is part of some preparation. You don't just sacrifice a pawn and then develop your pieces. Yes, this looks like a Slav defense, only the two bishops are in fianchetto, both of them.
Yeah, bishop g4.
So e4, bishop g4, and bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
Yes.
She plays fast, I think.
Queen c8.
If it's a preparation.
Such a position is, I would say, maybe a matter of taste. Some players with the black pieces like to have a pawn up and give up the center. Yes, yes. And some players love this kind of play with white. So knight b4 has to be played. The idea is, yes, this one.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, because now white has the center, but lost to two bishops.
And these double pawns, in the long run, they are a problem. Chess is made for the pawns to be right next to each other, to be in phalanx, as we say. This is an ancient Greek word. So whenever they are doubled, this is a deficiency. This is a problem most of the times. Sometimes, very rarely, yes, it is an advantage, as we can see by games of the ex-world champion Botvinnik, who used to play this with double pawns very well. But generally, if white is worse, he will lose because of the double pawns, and if white is better, he will lose some winning chances, or black will gain some drawing chances, once again because of these double pawns. In the long run, in the endgame, they are a big problem.
Yeah.
You can imagine some rook endgame where one is capturing the opponent's pawns, and in the end, white is a pawn up, but it's a double pawn and he cannot win.
Yeah. Well, in this position, black played e5 now. White played, sorry, and bishop e6. She's thinking now.
Yes.
Where to go with the queen. e2 looks more natural.
More natural.
Yeah.
Yes.
But maybe queen d3.
Queen c5 is also one possibility. Also, yes, and that's why maybe white is thinking for so long.
c5, you're right.
Yes, it's a bit clumsy.
Let's see queen c5, because queen e2 looks natural, but not very, I mean, active, you know.
Yes, I would play queen e2. I play natural move, but not very active.
But the solid one.
Yes, yes, that's what I usually
This
do.
one a little bit adventurous.
Yes, I don't like adventures.
You don't like adventures.
Queen c5, it was actually played in the game, yes?
It was played? Not yet.
Oh, not yet.
Because after queen e2 and let's say after knight d5, white has a choice maybe not to, I mean, move knight d4, but after knight d5 now, I don't know.
Maybe white can play knight g5, for example, to put some pressure along
there
the
on
Black,
E3. Mhm.
black can play knight g4 maybe.
Yes, yes, but no, instead of we are commenting on queen e2.
After
Instead,
queen e2,
yes.
knight g5, yes?
Yes. Let's check for a minute queen e2 for a while. Queen e2, it looks also very good. Hmm?
Sure.
Yes, queen e2, because after knight d5, I think white can play knight g5, or even take on d5. There are some problems along the c line.
I cannot play bishop g4?
Bishop g4, but then knight takes d5. Is this possible?
Knight takes
some
d4.
tricks.
Yes, it's
Bishop takes
interesting.
e2. Once again, everything is in complete mess.
This is interesting. You're right.
You see why I play queen e2 to have a quiet position, and all of a sudden you see how unlucky I am.
Yeah.
That's what happens to you all the time.
Yes, all the time, not only in chess.
Well, actually, this looks actually a nice move, queen e2. So maybe there's some problem with the position of
Or
Stefanova.
maybe we are missing something.
And now
For example,
she has
maybe
to move the knight.
Yes, maybe knight d5, and after knight g5 to take on c3 intermediate move.
Knight c3, maybe
Yes,
takes
now
b or rook.
Both
Maybe
moves
b.
are
Let's say
playable,
b.
Yes, yes, and
Okay,
bishop g4
bishop
now.
g4 now.
But white can go queen a2, for example.
Queen a2, yes.
Bishop h6, is it possible?
Bishop h6. Okay, I have to play
can
h4
white,
probably.
or take on f7. What is
Yes,
going on there?
yes.
Nobody
F7.
knows.
Wow.
Yes, some
Okay.
bishop e6 is coming.
Bishop e6. And now what? Queen somewhere e2, but now you are taking also the rook.
Yes, now white is
So
losing.
maybe it's not working.
Yes.
What about rook takes f7?
This looks very nice. You're right. This looks very nice. Bishop takes. Let's continue. Bishop takes g5.
g5.
And now what?
Now what? Yeah. Yeah, maybe it doesn't work.
Rook
F5 comes
F5
to
check.
mind, but
Rook f5, yeah.
Yes, but white will end up with a rook on g5.
Yes, this is I don't like it.
For example, king
Yeah.
g7, rook takes g5, bishop e6.
You don't even need maybe h6
yes,
just lost.
maybe even this.
Yes.
Yes. And
Then what to do?
then
I don't
sacrifice
see
exchange,
there is
it's
enough
not
compensation.
necessary. Yes, yes.
So maybe it doesn't work this line. Maybe knight takes c3, or maybe knight takes c3, rook takes c3. What do you think?
Yes.
Because in some cases you can play d5. With, I don't know now. What, bishop g4, let's say.
If white goes bishop f3, this should be more or less equal. Maybe very slightly better for white, I guess, but not even.
Well, let's say for example this move.
Mhm.
I have the intention to play knight e4, knight c5. All the
Yes,
pressure on
it
the
is-
c line.
Yes, it is playable, but maybe not something very special.
You don't like too much.
Bishop h6, for example.
Bishop,
targeting
again bishop
weaknesses,
h6.
Yes,
Yes,
knight
yes.
e4 can be played.
Knight e4 takes.
maybe
You will
bishop
take
f5.
everything. Yes.
Bishop f5.
Also
yes.
bishop f5. So
Yes.
maybe it's not such a big deal.
Mhm.
Okay, so it's not so easy.
I had the feeling white should be slightly better somehow, even after queen e2, but I cannot prove it.
Okay, how about after knight d5 to play some other moves such as
Like which one?
knight e4 maybe, just to prepare somehow?
Yes. We can try, instead of knight g5,
Here,
knight e4, yes.
knight e4.
Also with ideas like knight c5.
Yes.
And then I don't know, like
Or knight
moving
g5.
e4 if it's anything, because this knight, although the knight has a good square on b4, but on b4 it's a little bit out of play
Out
somehow.
of play, you're right. If white concentrates on the center and on the king side, then this knight on b4 may be out of play.
Very complicated, huh?
White should be slightly better.
Slightly
here.
better.
Yes.
Yes.
Has better coordination, yes?
Yes.
Better coordination. Some bishop h6. Again, the two bishops are two bishops. Yes.
Maybe knight g5. yes.
Knight g5 or the other knight, and bishop is going to g4. There is counterplay. There is specific
This one.
counterplay. Yes, but bishop f5. There is specific counterplay all the time. The pieces are hanging.
And suddenly, yes.
Yes.
Rook f5 doesn't. Oh, I guess gf5. Yes.
Yeah, this
If
this
queen f5,
e3
bishop
pawn,
h3.
as you said, this double pawns. One of them, is, yeah. With this bishop, it's very annoying for white. Yeah, maybe actually it's now white has a critical choice now.
Well, can we
to
just go to that line with when you suggested bishop f5? I just want to see if rook takes f5 is working. I can calculate.
Which one?
Maybe you're right. Queen e2,
yes.
knight d5, knight e4, bishop h6, knight f to g5,
bishop
f5, and now rook takes f5.
Now the idea if g takes, then queen h5.
Queen h5,
yes?
you're probably right. And if
queen
here,
bishop h3.
Bishop h3.
And then losing?
No, not so clear. Queen takes g5 once again. And you see, because of these double pawns, there are chances. We said this so long ago. There are chances for draw for black now. Yes, very to stabilize the position.
This will also fall, yes. This is
Yeah,
also falling. And d4 also is dangerous.
Of course, the computer can answer all this within half a second, all this perfectly, but that has absolutely no practical value because over the board we are alone, we don't use a computer.
Yes, but it's interesting line. Very interesting.
We will think, we will, if we get used to using the computer, then we won't be able to calculate a simple tactic by ourselves. I see many people who are trapped and they always tend to prefer easy solution. I press the button in the computer and it gives me the answer. And later they go to play in a tournament and they cannot calculate half a move because of this bad habit.
Let's see one more game and then we will have a short break. This one is Evgenia Ovot from Russia, international master, against Marie Sebak from France. Let's see this game. Sebak. Okay, against Evgenia Ovot. Let's see.
So the London system, very famous London system. I suspect we will see maybe more games with the London system in this tournament. It is very popular. Many players all around the world have quit any other opening with the white pieces and started playing just the London. They were E4 players or regular D4 players. And they switched to the London system, many players around the world, and now they only play the London. This has advantages and disadvantages. An advantage is that you are gaining more and more experience with every game, and you become better and better in the London system. The disadvantage is that in the long run, your play becomes only one-sided. You only learn to think with these very specific pawn structures and with the endgames that only arise from this type of openings. And so you're not going to be, in the very end, temporarily you're going to have maybe some good results, but in the end you cannot become a very good player only by playing long.
Yes, totally agree with you.
The important thing is what somebody wants from chess. Yes, what is he expecting from chess? If it's good enough that he has some nice results, and he knows exactly what he's doing and he enjoys the game, then this is a nice solution.
Yeah. Okay, c3, bishop d6.
c3, I'm surprised to see c3. This is a bit unusual move order. Much more common is knight f3. But white maybe
this looks better, yeah? Okay, c3, bishop d6, and knight d2. This is also strange. Bishop, not usually, bishop g3.
Yes, usually they don't allow
e takes a4,
Yes, but here white is trying to consolidate very fast, and he has good control over the
interesting
squares.
way of playing actually
yes,
with white.
Yes, it's playable.
Yeah.
G3, but white doesn't want to play bishop G2 because the bishop is doing nothing.
Nothing on G2.
Bishop D3 and knight G3. I have seen this a few times. B6. Instead, if black goes C5 instead of B6, usually white takes on C5.
Yes.
Different strategy. Queen takes and knight G to F3 and castle short. Then play knight b3, knight d4, and the other knight to e5, maybe some sort of dark square blockade.
Yeah.
This is an interesting way to handle this system.
So b6 probably better than c5, yeah?
Intending bishop a6.
Preventing bishop.
And also after c5, she can take with the pawn.
Yes, exactly. We need to preventing this bishop a6. Black wanted to play bishop a6 to exchange her dark light square bishop, and white says if you want to exchange you have to play a5 first, which in the long run is a weakening move. Now all the pawn breaks of black on the queen side will cause additional weaknesses because of this a5 move, and white may have a small advantage, that's all.
It's actually interesting, she's wearing the checkers.
Chess
Yes, squares. Yes, card. Yes,
Real chess player.
Yes. Very nice one. Yeah.
100%. Yeah, sure.
This should be new rule, FIDE rule for ladies.
Dress code.
Yeah.
Yes, new
Yes.
dress code.
Bishop a6, takes, castles, c5. Without the bishops, when I see this kind of positions, for me it looks very equal.
Yes, but the problem for black is that in the very long run, this a5 and b6 may cause weaknesses in some more or less equal endgame.
Really?
That's all. Yes. For example, if instead of rook fc8, if black goes c4.
Here.
Yes. If black goes c4 intending b5 and everything, white will play a4 here most likely, and he will establish some blockade on this b5 square,
Yes.
and he will have good play because of all. It's all because of this a5 b6 moves.
Yeah, but sometimes it compensates with this, the
Of
b2
course.
pawn
Yes,
against a5 pawn,
White is
doubling on the same line.
Yes, I agree. White is thinking maybe it will not compensate.
Yeah.
This time. Yes, you are right. It's more or less equal.
c8, h4. Probably she's trying to, I don't know, attack on the king side.
Maybe at some moment some h5 for the endgame or some g4,
Yes,
g5
G4,
to attack.
G5.
Many moves later.
Keeping the options.
Yes.
What is black is going to do here? Can I play b5 here?
b5.
If you take, for example, maybe rook cb8, in order to get some counter chances, what do you think?
Takes some time to think about.
Would you take it?
This b5 is quite interesting.
Let me go back if you want to.
Yes.
If you don't take, I will push b4. This is my idea.
This is very
To open up these lines and to
So
have some
maybe we
counterplay.
We should just check first queen b5, queen a5, just taking the pawns.
Yes,
Or
first,
Yes.
yes, as a rule,
The
you
most,
have to check.
This is the most, as they say, the most principal decision, which means ignoring my opponent's threats.
Yeah, but I think the queen is getting lost here. No?
But
Knight
queen
b4.
takes c5. We are
Queen
Knight
takes
C-
c5.
yeah,
Wait a
knight
minute.
c2.
Knight c2.
Knight
we are
c2. I
ready
don't
with-
like it. This
Sacrifice.
sacrifice. Too many pawns, no? Against the exchanges.
Yes, probably.
Maybe
yes.
this is better. What do you think? Or maybe not enough pawns, huh? Do I threaten anything here?
Rook e to b1, for example. I think white is a pawn up with not clear compensation. Rook e
Not
to
enough
b1.
compensation, yeah. The more I look, I don't like it. Maybe, as you say, you have to check this.
This
Let's
knight
say,
b4, yes.
let's check
Queen
this
C5.
one.
Queen c5, exchange
Queen
and knight
c5, d6 c5, not c2.
and maybe
B4?
b4 now.
b4.
Yes. Knight e1.
Do I
Knight
have to?
one,
I don't have
D4
to take
maybe.
it immediately. Maybe first I play here.
Rook a3, very nice.
Yeah.
Knight b3.
Knight b3. Yes. Can I double? But I don't know. I
Yes,
don't like it
knight-
too much.
Knight f to d4, for example. This has to be calculated very accurately, but
Yeah.
two very dangerous passed pawns, c5
Yes.
and b4.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't like it actually.
Yes, take.
Well, I
takes.
wouldn't play. You know.
Yes, and
This
is
is dangerous. Very
Yes.
dangerous. Yeah.
Well,
Everything is protected
Yeah.
for white.
These pawns are very dangerous.
There was another line, knight x e1, knight x e1, d4. Maybe we should check if that leads to.
Yeah,
the
I don't like it. So maybe b5
No,
is
well,
not
well,
right.
no. let's-
Queen, yeah. Queen
let's
a5,
check,
knight
yes.
b4.
Knight b4.
Well, yeah, like that.
You mean
knight-
this
knight-
one, knight
yes.
b4? Okay. Takes.
Knight c2.
Yes.
b4 and simply take on e1. Let's try.
Knight takes.
Maybe even rook takes is okay,
Yes,
but
yes,
if
yes,
knight takes
sure.
d4, it's a move, and we should check
yes,
that.
Yes.
What do you play now?
d4.
Yes, this is very interesting.
d4. Interesting. Good move. Actually, you are breaking this pawn chain.
White can maybe play knight c4. He has to sacrifice. It's better to sacrifice rather than break the pawn structure and lose the pawns in the long run.
What do you recommend?
So knight c4, yes.
Knight c4 or knight c2?
Knight
Knight
c4
c4.
is a bit more
H3,
accurate.
yes.
Take
Knight-
and now to decide. Maybe not
Maybe
knight
knight
c2 now
b6.
or knight b6. But it's unclear. This c3 pawn is also very strong. The knight is coming to d5. How to calculate such a position? It takes a lot of time.
It's so difficult to calculate.
Yes.
It's unclear.
Well, would you enter such kind of position when you are analyzing with black, for example? What would you think?
Over the board, well, I like that black has an exchange up, and I have the feeling that he will make at least a draw. Generally, I tend not to be very afraid of passed pawns. Generally, I tend not to be very much afraid. I tend to find counterplay.
Okay. So you would play b5 maybe?
Maybe if I no, this is a bit too risky because there are other possibilities for white. I mean, if you weigh the risk and what I have to gain, I don't have to gain so much for this risk.
Actually, she played knight b8. Very actually interesting.
Yes, of course, this is very typical idea because the knight is
she wants to go to c6, yes. But now looks a little bit slow, no?
What can white play?
What can white play? What about your idea to play a4 now?
It is possible, and then knight c6 will come.
c6, and now wants to take on d4. Yes, she wants to take on d4. Sure. Can I play knight b3?
Knight b3
I don't
is
want
an
to
idea.
play
Yes,
knight
but
b3.
then knight e4.
Knight e4. Yeah,
yes.
you're right.
You know, we are trying to do something in a very quiet position, and then we fail because there is nothing.
This is why I don't like this kind of systems playing without the bishops.
Yes,
I don't see too much.
Yes, but you know, in every opening, if black plays very well, it's going to be an equal position.
So this is actually looks equal, yeah?
More or less equal.
But the idea of knight b8 and knight c6, it's not very clear to me that the knight is so much better on c6 compared to d7, or is it? Okay, it puts pressure on d4, but it also blocks the rook on c8. And I don't see many more squares for the knight from c6 to c6
but it's clearly better than on a6, yes? So it has to be moved.
It was going from a6, sorry.
Yes,
I just...
yes.
Yeah,
no, it
right.
was not on c6, no, or on d7.
Yes, sorry.
And also here the problem with black, if she wants to open up the game or the center, she doesn't want to allow her to play knight takes d4.
Yes,
after c takes d4.
Of course, yes, of course.
If once she gets this knight on c6 after c takes d4, she will have a good game, yeah, because she will open up this c line, and probably white will have a isolated pawn on d4.
One interesting possibility, though, maybe a very concrete one, maybe queen e5 here.
Queen e5
for white, yes, intending f5 if black doesn't exchange queens.
Yes, f5.
This may be some,
this is actually usually a common move, you know. You want to get rid of this pawn, and you open up this e line, and then.
But on the other hand, maybe black can play queen to d7 here, preventing f5, and getting ready to play this next move.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't work.
And then knight c6, queen g5, and h6, queen is trapped. But I guess white will not cooperate.
Okay. So maybe we'll have a short break now. After the short break, we'll have maybe new guests.
Chess is a game that is 1,400 years old. How come that today it is regarded as an important educational activity used in schools all over Europe? To answer this question, we must ask ourselves what the future will look like, and how the schools are preparing children for the challenges ahead. Extremely rapid changes in social conditions, climate changes, artificial intelligence, automation, and new digital era. Scientists predict that the upcoming 20 years will bring more changes in the structure of human society than the previous 300 years have had altogether. This will affect us all, but most importantly, our children. To make them ready for these advancing changes, we need to give them different skills. Scientists talk about the 4 C's: critical thinking, communication skills, collaboration skills, creativity. Schools must find the teaching methods which adapts to the needs of the society and provide children with different mindsets that can be used in the digital era, preparing them for online and real-life experiences. Why chess? To reach the 4 C's, we need to teach our children pro-social behaviour, pattern recognition, problem solving, memory skills, generalisation of knowledge. Chess trains all the 4 C's. It is a classical board game that is easy to use in the classroom, but also perfect for the virtual world. Gamification has proven to be a crucial educational method in the modern age because children are simply used to learn by playing. Chess crosses all borders. It encourages children to win with grace and lose with dignity. As one of the fastest growing educational methods in Europe, over 6 million kids play chess at school. And every day, new schools take up this wonderful learning opportunity. European Chess Union. We make Europe smarter.
Dear chess friends, we are back again. We have a guest, as I told you, Mr. Kaido Kulaos, Grandmaster from Estonia. Welcome, Mr. Kaido.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
As we all know, Mr. Kaido Kulaos, he had a very big success in Aeroflot Open last year. He was the champion in Aeroflot Open, and then you got the right to participate in which tournament? Sparkassen.
Yeah, the winner of Aeroflot traditionally gets the right to play in Dortmund, in the super tournament in Dortmund, the closed tournament. And sure, I mean, one thing is winning Aeroflot. It's an absolutely amazing thing, but this is not the end of the story. I mean, this gives me the additional goal and motivation to continue the chess work. So I'm really happy. First.
And everyone said that after 40 years old, you had a big success. So we were always asking why Kramnik quit playing chess. Why? I mean, Kasparov also, you know.
Yeah, well, Kasparov quit when he was about to turn 43.
43?
No, 42. Yeah, it was 2005. And Kramnik announced his retirement after the tournament in Vaikanze this year, when being 43 years old. Well, the difference between them and me is, the main difference is that they had achieved everything in chess that is possible to achieve.
Yes, true.
I don't know. It seems that my achievements just start. Yeah. So. Yeah, the parallel with Kramnik, he was, one of his nicknames was Mr. Dortmund. So this is the first year. This is the first year when he is not participating, and in a way I'm replacing him. So it's yeah, sure, I'm looking forward to that. To this great challenge.
So what is the secret of your success?
Of this
if you want to reveal it.
I don't want to reveal everything. I want to give something for the tournaments to come. Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, actually, before the tournament, there was a funny thing that, as it is known in Aeroflot, there are more than one tournament. There's main tournament, A tournament, and then there's B and C. So when the tournament started, my rating was. In fact, below the required minimum when it started. When I registered for it, it was above it, but when it started, it was below. So I could have chosen to play the B tournament. So it's also a matter of choices. I mean, some players, when you don't have that much motivation left, or then you might have chosen the B tournament, thinking that you go there. You will be one of the highest rated players in B, and it will be last but not least, not that difficult to take the money prize, because in a tournament it's it's incredibly difficult.
All the top players are
one of the toughest tournament in the world, but I made the choice to pick the A tournament. I told the organizers that I'm very grateful to you for letting me to choose, and I told them that if you were so kind and let me choose, then okay, I take the A tournament. And this, in retrospective, turned out to be one of the best
results of your chess career, yeah?
Yeah, and also one of the best choices.
Yeah, yes.
I've ever made.
Yes, true.
So yeah, but well, it's secrets. Yeah. No, this was one thing. I mean, one moment or one decision. I mean, it's about decisions also, as it is during chess games. I mean, it's all about it's a chain of decisions.
Yeah.
But well, I don't know. During the tournament, I just turned out to be extremely ready for taking my chances. Yeah, there were games which I played very well from start till the end. There were a couple of Sicilians where I was black, and I beat very talented Iranian players there. But there were also games where I was, well, let's put it frankly, I was in deep trouble from the quite early stages. I mean, there was a game against Dubov, a game against VI. And in those games, yeah, with black pieces, I was not doing great, but I managed to, just took myself together and really put up the maximum resistance that was possible there. And well, it paid the dividends, and I managed to win those games, and also the very crucial game in the final round where I was white. So it was for some people it was surprising that I'm also capable of winning with white pieces. So before that, I had won 4 games with black pieces, which was like unheard of, really.
But lately, black is the new white.
They say black is okay, as they say, yes. And there's some guys some guys even start again with black. I've read,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I have nothing against black and playing with black pieces, and yes, so. White's advantage, okay, white is a half a move ahead, yeah, sure. I mean, on high level, sure, people normally would take white if there's a chance. And like the tournament in Stavanger, for instance, where they draw these lots with the Blitz tournament before, then the winner normally picks the number which gives him extra white. Yeah. So it would be very interesting when somebody would choose. Well, Carlsen probably could allow choosing extra black as well. I mean, now he was successful in Shamkir also with black pieces.
Yeah, you're right.
But for him, maybe it's not that important. But otherwise, it still is, sure. But otherwise, what else? I don't know. Well, keeping physical condition is.
Are you training?
Yeah, sure. It's
quite
regularly.
What are you doing? Lifting?
Yeah, visiting gym for sure, but also aerobic things like running, and so these things belong to my really
so it helps
daily.
It helps you in your chess.
I think it becomes more and more even more and more important with when age is when you're not in your 20s, or okay, now 20s. When you're in 20s and you're not considered even too young, just but just to compare. But when you're in your 40s, you have to compensate somehow. The advantage what the youth has, because
so it's one of your secrets now.
I don't know. Maybe
you can keep young when you are about 40.
I mean,
but it's getting more and more difficult. Yes, you can do.
So you have to be fit.
Fitness is because mens sana in corpore sano, as they say. So,
sure. This is actually important.
I think
okay, maybe we go to the games now. And before we go to the games, we have a result between Olga Bedelka and Bela Kotenashvili. The game ended in a draw with the repetition, and as we will see now, here we are checking the game. As Yanis pointed out here, knight c3, knight d5 was a good idea, but white decided to.
Here at this moment, I suggested knight c3 instead of
castling the knight c3 with the idea knight d5.
In case of queen a5, for example.
In case of queen a5, yes. But she castled and rook b8, intending b5. Of course, a typical idea in this structure. But white played bishop a7, rook a8, and then they repeated the moves.
Yeah, sometimes maybe it happens that it's a typical Morozov position, but when one of the opponents sees the opportunity to repeat, and when she feels herself not in maybe that much fighting move, then she might grab this opportunity to start repetition, then see, okay, if black obliges, there might be a draw. Sure, I mean this position is full of course it's full of pieces, so anything's possible. Just white has to look out that she's not exchanging dark squared bishops. But well, there's space advantage, and it's a lot of game would have been ahead. But yeah, it's a long tournament, 11 rounds. So I don't know how is the state of fitness and so on. So maybe you keep save some energy and future rounds. So everybody and their coaches have their maybe strategy. Yes, I mean somewhere to save some energy. And,
also,
which we don't know.
Very strong player. Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah, okay, so we move on to which game we didn't check, Yanis.
Game number...
I mean, this game of Pia Kramnik, yes? On number 6.
Yeah, this is a game that offers me some additional interest because there's a Estonian girl involved there.
Ah, really?
Yes.
Let me find this game.
It is
I don't see it here.
It is...
wait a minute.
It is there on
okay.
up, yeah.
Okay, sure. Here. Okay, let me go to the opening.
Yeah, from the start, yeah.
Yeah, let's see from the start quickly, and this is again another G6 line.
Yeah, PSP is she's going for a surprise because I don't think that Pia has been playing this specific
line.
She's been playing Sicilian a lot, different Sicilians, but I think not this one really that much. But yeah.
My Narva, she's 23, 65.
Yeah.
What do you think about her?
She's a young player. Well, I've been
very young. How old is she?
She's 19. She will 19. She will be 20 in October. I know her very well. I've been working with her, and I'm really looking forward how she will be doing in this tournament. Now. She's actually studying. She started studies in the United States last autumn. But she did decided to. No, in Maryland, in University of Maryland. Yeah.
Does she have scholarship?
So makes it of course much easier to.
But do you think professional chess playing and studies can be combined together, or they would interfere with each other? Because I tried to do both, and in the end, I didn't reach my goal in any of them. Yes.
You're still young. Come on, everything's still ahead.
Yes, I'm in your age, so we are still young.
We're still young because we have the same age. I mean, same year. I mean, it's a good year. But combining it's tricky. It is individual also. I mean, some are maybe more successful in it than others. But some have taken the decision to focus on one thing. Okay, let's maybe then in chess, and really trying to achieve the goals, the highest possible goals there. But we'll see. I mean, once she is here, she's definitely going to give her best, and we're going to see.
Yeah.
But the second round opponent is extremely strong already.
Okay, let's see the game.
Yes.
Bishop e3, knight f6, bishop c4. This is going to be a dragon.
Well, dragon or some accelerated stuff.
Yes,
it depends on the next move. Rook e8 is that's a move.
You know this?
Yes, of course. This is there is an article in New in Chess yearbook with this move, rook e8. It's a useful waiting move, let's say.
Useful.
Yes, instead of this, let's put the rook back, please, and play knight a5. This is a very famous mistake from the game Fischer-Resevsky. Yes, e5 was played. Fischer, I think he found it over the board. I'm not so sure. Knight e8, and here came the shocking bishop takes f7 check. But played by Fischer. If rook takes, this was the move in the game, and then knight e6, winning the queen for just 2 pieces. And soon Fischer won, but if king takes on f7, again there is this amazing knight e6, threatening the queen. King takes e6, only move if he wants to save the queen. Queen check, king f5, g4 check, king takes g4, and now every move is winning. Rook g1 check is a very fast checkmate after a few moves.
Yeah.
And this is a very famous game in this line.
Yeah.
But rook e8 is a new idea.
No, rook e8 is but nowadays it's gaining in popularity really. But
really?
It's somewhere. I think Bologan, when he wrote a survey on New Chess, I think he kind of said it's like almost more or less new main line or something, because
New main line.
yeah, well, it's a slight exaggeration, but but there are people who are playing it and quite a lot. Like Dubo, for instance, he's
Playing this
one of the and Gelfand. Yes. And it's a useful waiting move. Of course, if she would have played d6, then we would have gotten a normal dragon. D6, but there were moves. There are also moves like a5, for instance. But nowadays it's considered a5.
Yes, a5 is
a5
move,
also.
but white is slightly better.
Yeah, probably short castle is the
and a4. The
short
knight
castle
is-
here.
Yeah, well, black kind of exchanges her, edge pawn against
A4 they
center.
play, A4,
Yes.
knight takes
A4,
E4. Yes, knight takes E4 and knight B5 usually they play, and white is slightly better.
Okay, here
Yes.
d5 is, but still, I mean, theoretically speaking, it's
Here d5.
Yeah,
Interesting.
it's some stuff.
Okay, very interesting lines, as you pointed out.
But rook e8 is kind of it's fresher, and it has a chance to take your opponent by surprise also, because it's not that.
so let's see what about your.
Well, she made a short castle. I think I think it came a bit as a slight surprise, because instead of short castle, f3, I think would have been my move. F3, yeah.
F3 in this position.
And then. Well, I don't know. Maybe she would have pushed d5. I mean, people used to play e6 here
E6?
earlier, but then f4. It looks funny, but
Then F4?
yes.
Very interesting.
Yeah, that's
F3, E6,
F3,
F4.
yeah, bro. Yeah.
Very
Then
interesting.
E6 b7 back and F4 to F3
Yeah.
back. And
Very interesting, actually.
And okay, d6 here is a move.
D6.
But I guess she would have played d5 right away. But who knows?
She will play D5 here
Instead of e6.
instead of E6.
And
It's a pawn sacrifice.
I suggest look at the game of Dubo from Araflat Open, which was a complete crazy game.
So what was
like,
the result?
Like ED, knight b4, knight d, queen d2 was a move there.
Here, what?
ED.
ED, yeah, knight B4.
It's possible to take with
Queen
something
d2?
else also. But
So this is a crazy game, huh?
no, it's yeah.
Very
it's,
complicated.
Yes. And black won, but it was very crazy. If you look at the computer again, I mean, if we would look at the bar, I mean, this bar which is rising and lowering, then white was always winning.
We don't look at these bars because
Yeah,
yeah.
that's a good idea.
Yeah.
But back to the game, yeah. White chose to. Well, that's when that's what you do when you're caught by surprise, but you try to play more solid.
Yeah.
Of course, the danger is that then you have less chances objectively to get the real advantage, but you are not getting any.
H3,
Yes.
knight A5.
Yeah, that's the way.
Queen D3. Is it a normal move?
Yeah, this knight A5 is a reason why. A knight A5 plus B6. I mean, black is getting this bishop, and well, she will have more bishops. On the other hand, okay, white has a nice, central control, so there's nothing dramatic happening yet.
F4. Knight takes, E takes, and bishop B7. Rook E1.
Yeah, it's of course always a question. I mean, what to do with the rooks? I mean, on which files to leave them and place them. So A6 came in.
B4, and is this the position? No, I think she played something as Queen C7, I think, on the board. So what do you think?
Well, I think black is fine here. Yeah, sure.
Black is fine.
Mm-hmm. Black is definitely.
Yes. Black is maybe very slightly better, and the game continues.
Black is very comfortable. But with black, I mean, I have at least encountered sometimes this psychological thing that when I know that I have solved all the opening problems, and then I start to grow maybe over optimistic. I think that now I'm much better already, but then it turns out it's not that simple at all.
I know what you mean exactly.
Yeah. So. But here, when just looking at the position, then those bishops, they seem really nice and powerful, and white needs to take care to maybe soon to maintain balance even, but we'll see. This e5 push is also in
Yeah,
here.
e5 push. That's what I was going to ask you.
But from whose perspective?
From black side.
Yeah.
Should white
she should
worry about this?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
She should.
Yeah.
She should, and after
And what to do against?
after fe, then okay, probably with the rook, and then.
As I see now, b5 was played by white. Yes, b5.
b5, very interesting. Very interesting decision. Now the c5 square also. But
Well,
maybe
c5, but okay, here she has another b pawn, but maybe
pawn,
she
yeah.
wants to gain some squares here on the queen side for the knights.
And maybe not allowing her to play b5. Yes.
Yeah. Well, if black would have played b5, then okay, white would have had this option, maybe knight b3 to a5, maybe sometimes, and also removing the knight from d4 from the c5 thing.
Yeah.
Maybe. But yeah, b5, it's an important decision, of course.
Yeah. So what do you think about this move?
Well,
Hard to decide. Yes.
yeah. Well, we have to. Okay. The concrete thing is BA is now in there. Yeah. So the question is, if black plays e5 right away, what's then? Okay,
e5, you mean?
Yeah,
Or a5?
What happens then?
e5? No, what happens?
I mean, white can't take on a6 really, yeah, because then you're going to lose
Yeah, I think.
a little bit.
Yeah. Takes, yes.
Yes. But it's
And what's
take on
going
a1 in the end,
Takes here, take on a1, yeah.
winning a piece. Yeah.
Takes, and then takes here, yes, probably. Winning a piece.
Rook 8. Yeah.
So
it's no time for
e5,
that.
you have to probably, I don't know.
No, she wants to
Take
take.
or-
No, she wants to take on e5. Sure.
Takes. Or with the rook, I don't know.
But if with the rook, then
Then b
I can
takes
take on
a6,
a6.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So.
So you have to take with this one, and now what? Knight f3, knight b3, knight c6, many moves. Knight 6 is probably not good, huh?
A takes
Because
b5, but
b4.
it's not clear. Knight c6, a takes b5, and knight b4. But in an open position, maybe it's not such a wise idea to give a pawn and see what happens. Maybe you should keep
With
at
two
least
bishops, huh?
Yes. Now black has some options like maybe queen c4.
Maybe queen c4, yeah, that's
Yes.
what I was going to say. Still interesting.
Yeah, queen c4. Okay, queen. Yeah, well, b6 in the end will be.
Yeah,
will
weak,
be.
yeah, weak.
I mean, white wins the thing back. Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
Maybe queen c4 takes.
White maybe gets some kind of stability. I mean.
Yeah.
it's
Maybe
all-
first take. Oh no, not first. Knight is hanging.
Yeah, knight is
takes,
hanging,
takes,
yeah.
and bishop takes.
But then, okay, you take on a1 and
Yes,
e4.
first take
on a8 is hanging,
yeah,
yes.
yeah, we just take on a8 because black will do nothing on a file.
Yeah.
First we
take-
change there
first
and then.
exchange, yes. Takes. With the
No,
rook
sure, black is
probably.
of course completely.
Bishop takes b6.
Oh, black is of course completely fine here, but.
Yes, or he could even take with. She could even take
And
with
rook-
a bishop
and
on
rook
a8.
b8, yeah.
Rook b8 may be annoying.
I mean, bishop takes a8,
Bishop
bishop
takes
b6,
a8,
rook b8 was the idea.
But
Then
knight c6 maybe not necessary at all. Yes, what we played in this knight c6.
And this is what you mean, yeah? A little bit.
And this is a very nice play for black and risk-free. Yes, she would love to go for this from the initial position that we
Yeah.
after b5.
Yeah. So what to play here after e5? Takes. Knight b3 or knight f3? Or
Well,
maybe knight e2.
maybe. Yeah, we have to think. I mean, wherever we go with the knight, we have to think what happens
I think
after
she
rook
didn't
d8.
play. She didn't play.
She played a5.
She played a5.
She played a5. Okay.
Maybe it was a, I don't know.
No, I mean maybe she didn't want to take with the rook with the pawn on e5
Yeah,
later on,
yeah.
so she keeps the options open.
Or you know, there is one other possibility. Can we check after e5 that we were calculating? Maybe the reason is e5, b takes. Yes,
A6?
e takes d4. B takes a6, e takes d4, and now knight b5. This might be possible. I don't know if I'm blundering
B5.
pieces or not. I don't know if I'm
This is
blundering.
interesting.
Well, queen. You want
C6,
to?
you mean?
Take on b.
No, I wanted.
Knight takes d4, yes. Queen somewhere, maybe d7.
Yeah, queen d7. Let's.
If I take.
Yes. Take.
Then
takes,
rook takes.
Yes. Now there are some
Takes,
complications.
takes,
D takes there. Rook
d3.
A8, but no, it's nothing. Queen takes b7 after rook A8.
Rook A8.
Yeah, rook is protected. Yeah.
Yes. Rook queen takes
Yeah.
b7. Okay. Yes.
What about e5? Is it possible?
Still not so.
Yeah, but
it's getting complicated.
Well, for us, it's
Yes, why
it's
not?
fun to
If you
look.
want to get used
But
of this
Nobody
A,
can calculate everything, of course.
Yeah,
if
this
if
is
you
a-
try, you will lose on time directly.
Yes,
without
exactly.
making a move.
Yeah.
But if you
And
enter
also
this line,
consider
you-
positional elements of the position,
Yeah.
like this e3 passed pawn, which can
Yeah.
be dangerous.
Yeah, so
But maybe this-
so E3 is alive
takes,
and
takes,
also
and rook a8 as this is also interesting.
but
what you
put
think.
something in B8 if nothing
Yes.
nothing more nothing else.
You cannot continue. Yes,
So it's
a
yeah,
piece down.
it's a, well it's there's still some I mean like knight C7 or and stuff,
Everything
but,
is hanging now, who knows?
But-
E pawn.
Still continuing. What to do? You want to play what? Knight a6?
Yes, rook f8, let's play.
Rook
And
f8.
knight a6, he can take maybe an h6.
She
Yes,
can
knight
take,
a6.
yeah, takes EF and
takes
bishop
on
E5. Yeah,
yes.
bishop goes to E5 and it will be
Yes,
No,
rook
black
a8,
will-
bishop
it will go
d5.
over. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so it doesn't work.
But she made another decision. She pushed the pawns. I
Yeah,
mean,
she pushed the pawn.
keeps this E5 push in reserve
Yes,
for the time being.
and
So-
playing solid.
Playing solid. Of course, maybe for white to at some point it makes sense to remove this knight from d4 from the c5. I mean, I don't know. Well, we should pay some attention to this b6 pawn. So now I don't know this b5 push actually. Yeah, it makes quite a bit of sense because I mean fixing this b6 pawn.
Yeah, we also
Yes.
at some point
Let's,
knight a4 will be also interesting.
At some point.
Yeah, not now. Of
For
course,
the time being,
E4
of
is hanging
e4
in.
is there's pressure on e4,
Yeah,
but
yes. Maybe
I
she
don't
has
know.
to prepare this.
some okay.
I don't know how.
Sometimes retreating is a good like knight f3 or I don't know, something like this,
Knight f3.
for instance.
Yes.
So to take also to take e5 out of position from black side, and I don't know.
But black doesn't have
It's still
much problems.
it's a game.
Yeah.
It's a game where things can happen, and
Yeah.
that's what we like. What we like about chess. Things can happen.
Yes. Very philosophical.
Here things can happen. You know.
Yeah. Okay. So we go to another board. That this one is between Polina Shuvalova versus Arakamia Grant Ketevan. Let's go to that one.
Yeah, Arakamia Grant, she beat just another Estonian girl, quite convincingly, in Roy Lopez. So let's see how she is doing with today with black pieces against a young Russian player.
Polina
Very
Shuvalova,
experienced.
talented. Yes.
Yeah, and as far as I know, still quite young. So yeah, you have to pay attention to the young players.
Let me show you after bishop g2 for a while a very good system for black. After bishop
Okay,
g2,
okay.
so objectively the best system for black is he has absolutely no problem in my opinion. Is
Yes.
knight f6 here.
Yes.
First I want to force an unusual move, queen e2 or d3. If white goes d3, then he can forget about the plan with d4. So let's play queen e2, and now black should play e5, and this is actually a very good position. Castle short, for example, d6. Yes, c3 and bishop e7. Rook d1, for example, but for the moment, after rook d1, castle short, white cannot play d4 because black will take c4 and play some bishop g4 or something,
Yeah.
or he can exchange, or maybe I'm wrong, he can exchange even everything on d4. And yes, I have the feeling black has a very good game here. Or maybe just e4. Anyway, black has a very good game. Yes. So if white postpones. So if I think here after knight d4, there are some chances to take and d5. I'm not so sure. Yes, black has.
Yeah, might be
good play.
because white is behind in the
Yes,
development,
exactly. So the
makes sense.
computer will answer this immediately. I just don't remember it exactly. So if we go a few moves back and white postpones d4, let's say instead of rook d1 he plays a move like d3 here, d3. So castle short, and now let's say a4 or something to play knight b8. Black gets a great game with rook e8, rook e8, let's play knight a3, and now not bishop f8, because bishop g5 may be annoying, and knight c2, knight e3. So the best move is h6 and h6, yes, and next move knight c4, bishop f8, and or knight c2, bishop f8, and black has a very good game here. It's very difficult
to play d5?
Yes, at a good moment, or maybe even prepare b5, bishop e6, play for b5. If white wants to play f4, he will have to retreat and lose some energy in the center, and then this d5 may be more effective. This is a very annoying system generally if black doesn't know what to do, but this is a very nice solution. I have studied it deeply. I don't remember exactly all the details, but this is really a good system, because I found that white doesn't have what to do here. Actually, I would say that the awful, instead of a4, the awful c3 to c4 might be the best move, and reach some kind of equality this way, a few moves instead of a4. I believe he should play at some moment this c3 to c4.
Here? You mean here?
Maybe a few moves later, when he realizes that he's not going anywhere with d4.
And black is starting to threaten with d5 already later. So
castle short, and black gets a very good game. This is a very nice solution, very easy to study, because black always follows this plan no matter what white is doing.
No, because normally white wants to play like this, c3 and d4 push. If she plays like this with queen e2.
Trust me, it is very nice.
What about d3 and playing like
Fischer used to play?
d3, not d2, knight h4, f4, this line.
Yes,
what do you play
again probably the same setup.
Instead of queen
probably
e2,
the same
for
setup.
example. Instead of queen e2.
Instead of queen e2, yeah?
Yes,
what do you
D3,
play?
D3,
the same setup?
Yes, probably the same
Let's say,
setup.
for example,
D6,
d3, yes?
Yes, d6 for
d6,
example. Castle short, bishop e7, and when you threaten...
d2, for example.
Yes, castle short.
Short.
And when
I
time
don't know
comes,
what
yes,
now.
e5 when time comes. So
White plays, I don't know what white plays.
c3,
here.
then e5.
C3,
e5, some
E5.
kind of Spanish.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And if I play something like this, you
yes,
push
I would
f4?
probably push. Yes, but
You
f4,
play
you see,
D5.
this knight is hanging. It's not so
Yeah,
easy.
this is not right.
Yes,
Yeah,
this
no
is
problem.
hanging. So rook e8 maybe here, and at some moment d5. If you go knight e1, but this is amateur's play. Yes, white is losing a lot of energy in order to play f4.
But to me, it looks like, in a way, when you play with
like,
G6 systems, it's like bishop on E7.
Kind of slow Rui Lopez, but the bishop is on G2 instead of being on C2. And it's some differences,
so
of course.
It's interesting suggestion.
But how is the current position there?
Current position. Okay, let's go.
I mean, how did it go?
The current position, many moves. Let's see. Let's go back. Bishop g2, d5, takes, d4, castles, takes, a3. Interesting. And knight c3. This is also interesting. And you expect d4 after a3, but she doesn't play. I don't know why.
Well, she postponed it a bit.
She postponed it, and now we played v4.
No, I mean there was this one match game, Carlsen Anand, where this system occurred actually. Also, with isolated pawn on d5, but it went differently later on.
Yeah. And bishop c7.
Yeah, keeping the.
Bishop b2.
You know, sometimes in these isolated pawn positions, black doesn't mind the exchange of white's knight against the bishop. Actually, in Tarrasch variation, but in Tarrasch, of course, instead of C pawn, white has a pawn on E file. So there are differences.
Yes, sure. Instead of here.
Instead of C2, it is there.
Yeah. Okay, let's see the game. Knight e4, rook e1, rook e8, queen d3, bishop f5, queen b3.
Yeah, Carlsen had the same thing. I mean, he had to decide where to put his queen, and he decided to put it in f1 against Anand.
It's interesting
when the bishop was in f1.
But queen on b3 is also strange. Yeah.
On b3, well, at least it's keeping an eye
looks
on
more safe.
Keeping an eye on d5 on this isolated pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, but after bishop e6, or maybe.
Black needs to. Yeah, it's about queens. Well, yeah, black
Yeah.
also need to think what to
Yeah,
do with
what
her
to do
queen
with me,
because
yeah.
the rook is showing up on d1 soon. So
Rook
where-
d1,
yeah.
rook d8, but no c4.
There might be
c4
some
is-
things on d5.
but no, not c4 maybe, no. Knight d4, okay. Knight takes, bishop takes, and is this the position? No, I think black plays something else. Queen somewhere, queen g6 has been played. This is the last position. So
Well, queen g6. Well, black. She is. She would like to organize some play on light squares and around
Yeah.
white's king, like with the moves like knight g5 and
Yeah.
queen h5 sometimes maybe, and jumps to, or maybe sometimes bishop e4 and then
Or
Yeah.
c2 is hanging also.
and also c2. So
C2.
queen on g6, yeah, it makes
Looks
a
like
good
a good move,
good
yeah.
impression. Yeah, it's in
Maybe
in
black
this
has-
position. No, I mean there are some immediate threats like well even. I was even thinking about knight xf2 and
Also,
bishop
well,
takes
this
c2.
is
but-
now one pawn is hanging on a7. Maybe dangerous, but
I even I even didn't see that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was yes.
Okay, so
But probably
Yeah.
she just sacrifices this one.
I think it's not e2 really. That
Let's
that
see
guy.
if we take
Good.
if she takes on a7. What's happening here?
Well, the first move that everybody would look at is but also b6 because b6 is sufficiently protected.
B6,
but
yes, okay.
it's just
You
one
can, of
option.
course. Yes, of course, b6.
And
The queen is protecting this. So yes,
b6
rook
and then
a8.
maybe not even try to win this bishop, but attack in the center and on the king
Yeah,
side.
sure.
Now you see that it's too many pieces offside. I mean,
Yeah.
the bishop and also the knight on a4 is
Exactly.
like misplaced.
So it's not a.
So I guess one
good
pawn is
move.
not. So what really white needs to think about here is to maybe no, but doesn't.
Not so easy to decide.
Well, maybe knight c3. What is this?
Knight c3. If you
I
take
mean,
and
to
take
bring
on
it-
c2.
No, but
there
on
is
c8,
some-
on c7 is hanging with the
C7
bishop,
is
so
hanging, yeah.
maybe just bring the knight back.
Yeah, actually looks like a good idea because this knight is doing nothing.
No, on a4 it was. So if it
And this is
doesn't
very
fail
strong,
tactically,
this is
then
very strong knight. Yeah, actually, this looks like. What do you think? Yeah,
I think it's
looks like a good idea.
a candidate, yeah,
Yeah, sure.
at least.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
So-
good move.
So move candidates.
Yeah, probably now. What to do now? You are also attacking.
Because, well, generally speaking, exchanges. I mean, white doesn't really mind them.
Yeah.
I mean, the exchanges.
Can she play knight g5? Your move. You said you suggested again. You just.
Yeah, now calculation
Can she-
starts. Yeah, because
Very tactical.
I mean, now this knight that was on a4, it may show up on much better squares
Yeah,
pretty
d5.
soon.
Yeah.
Although bishop c2 is also in there.
Or maybe you can take d5 with the queen after exchanging one rook.
Let's
here.
have a look.
Can I take here, or is it good or not?
Take on d5. Well, that's definitely more that needs to be looked at. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, because otherwise.
Bishop takes c2, let's say. And what now? Rook c1. Now many pawns are hanging. now.
For instance,
I don't know what's this position is.
it's that's a tricky position. Tricky position.
Maybe knight e6.
Well, rook d8 is one move, for instance,
Rook d8,
because
yes,
just
rook
hitting
Ah,
two
yes,
pieces.
rook d8
so,
actually looks like a.
Then queen takes b7, and then
And
what is
then
going
rook
on? And
takes c4. Queen takes c7, huh? You want to take on c7. Yeah, it's dangerous actual position. Rook d8, queen takes b7, huh? Can I take on g3, something like this? Maybe.
Yeah, let's move to. Let's move.
Let's take here.
You take HG and put this default.
And now what?
Take on A7.
Just take all pawns, yeah?
Yeah,
I
take
suppose
on
we'll take
A7.
pawn.
Or even knight d5 might be possible.
Or maybe knight, yeah. After knight A7, I don't see. Is there any attack?
Queen A7, yeah.
Rook D2, or maybe some attack, some chances, huh? But Queen E3,
White
Queen
is
E3
quite
maybe,
solid,
yeah, Queen
yes,
E3,
yes.
yes.
White,
yes,
white maybe is
not enough, huh?
Yeah, white is better.
yeah, maybe not enough.
Pawns are
So
much.
maybe after knight C3 looks like a good position.
I think on this first move I would probably look at.
Bishop
Yeah.
e6 may be one possibility. It's passive, but
here, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
Good
The problem
move,
is
yeah.
that it's quite passive, but protecting the pawn.
But
for the
of
moment.
course, indirectly you are protecting this E4 pawn. So can I take on E4?
No, I was looking at. I don't know. Well, one thing I was looking at was just taking on Queen E3. I mean, hitting two pawns, but it's not. Or
Takes Queen E3.
no, or
You mean this one?
but Queen takes E4 here. What is this? No, F5. Yeah, F5 doesn't. No, F5 Queen C3.
What do you play? F5, Queen C3.
No, I meant instead of Queen E3, if I take on E4 with.
Bishop E4.
But I will be a piece down in the
Bishop
end there, unfortunately.
B3.
Yes. Now you take on E1 and it's a piece.
Yes, E1 and then piece is hanging.
And you won't take on D4 and because of mate and but
Mate, yeah, but first I take off.
you take there,
Yes.
so it's
Okay.
better.
Sure.
No, Queen and Bishop takes E4 doesn't work.
Yeah, probably it's not necessary. But what about knight B5 and take on A7 here?
But
Maybe it's different now.
yeah, should be
I
considered.
can take with the bishop maybe.
No, B5 isn't the bad square for a knight. It's much better than A4.
Yeah. Now I threaten to take on B5, B7.
Yeah, it's quite serious. Maybe,
So it's
yeah.
not so easy, huh? I don't see any enough composition. What do you think?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, it seems nice for.
Yeah.
I mean, this bishop in D4 is really
Very strong, yeah.
very nice and yeah, yes.
Having an isolated pawn like this is really a great responsibility. At any moment you may lose it, or it may goes
Yeah.
Yeah.
the other pawn.
Yeah, such positions. I mean, the things with isolated pawn, you can only play when you feel that you're in good shape. You're in good, chess shape, really.
Yeah.
Because it needs requires some energy to play.
Okay,
the
after knight C3, maybe we can conclude that this white is slightly better. What do you think?
Yes, black has to find.
Maybe even, yeah. Because black needs to prove more here, yeah. Because she has isolated guy.
Okay,
That's the
I'm
problem with the
moving.
isolated. If they play equally good, white wins. Black has to play better in order in order to achieve.
I'm
equality.
moving to another game. It's Marina Brunello from Italy versus Elizabeth Patz from Germany. Okay, the French with E5 Shiro system, but Queen B6.
Shiro system even, yeah.
Shiro system.
No, Shiro. Yeah, Shiro has been playing it a lot. Yeah,
Yeah.
and quite consistent.
Some people call it Shiro system.
Quite-
Of course, this is
No, but
Nimzovich.
but Sveshnikov wouldn't agree. I mean, Sveshnikov wouldn't agree. I mean, he would like this system to be called after himself.
But sometimes they call Nimzovich.
No, Nimzovich, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
Nimzovich, I mean, he was teaching people
Yeah,
you know, based on this. I mean, to play against D4 or I mean the basis or the head of the pawn chain. So yeah.
So you call it Sveshnikov. Which one you call it?
No, I call it. If in English, then
The French advanced version.
Yeah, advanced variation. French advanced.
French advanced.
No, I know. I mean the name in Estonia, and also which is a bit different. It's like closed.
Closed.
I mean, if you translate directly, then it's
Closed French.
yeah.
Okay.
From
interesting. How do you call Yanis?
Like,
This in Greek, yes, advanced variation.
Advanced
Advanced variation.
okay. Okay.
But Shirov, yeah, I mean, he would be happy if it would be named after him, and he has quite some success. But also, okay, a couple of losses. I mean, he lost recently in Prague. No, not he lost against against Toček, but was this maybe it was. Yeah.
Bishop e2 takes, and knight h6.
Okay, bishop b2. Yeah, a3 is like the main instead of bishop b2. Well, it's main, but some players maybe they don't like this c4, and it's very close. It's very close nature. I mean, okay, it's a long maneuvering.
In amateur players, this bishop d3 gambit is very popular, at least in Greece.
Here,
yes,
queen b6,
bishop d3.
Yes.
It is playable, yes. More or less
After
playable.
bishop d7, you mean?
Yes, bishop cd4 and bishop d7.
cd4, bishop d7, and
now
castle
short.
short.
Yes, this is a playable.
Yes, this is variation.
Practical, at least in amateur play, it's
knight
pretty much
c3 or
knight
something.
c3.
Yes.
Some compensation.
Yes. Yeah.
So in the game, knight h6, bishop d3 has been played, bishop d7. Now she didn't sacrifice. She played bishop c2 and g5, h3.
Well, g5 is of course no, but I happen to be in the playing. I mean, I saw this in live somehow. It's a g5 moment.
Playing call, yeah.
Yeah, in first.
You were surprised?
First 10 minutes was possible to be there. Well, surprised in a way that I haven't seen this position before in my life. Well, of course I know these ideas with g5 with a closed center, but not in this concrete position.
What do you think, Yanis?
I would definitely agree with what Kaido said. Yes, I have seen this g5 idea, but not in this particular position. Yes.
I mean, Black is fighting for this central thing with the help of this pawn, g pawn. Yeah, I mean, it happens in many different openings, and of course g4 is coming up.
So let's see, h3. She doesn't want her to advance more.
Reason?
Knight f5. Attacking d4, so she gave up this bishop and then castles. Very interesting decision.
Yeah, but one thing is that of course in a way Black is now happy that White's pawn is in h3, so it will be easy to create somewhere some play there.
Yeah,
to opening up the
lines.
That's why she lured the pawn to h3 in a way.
Yeah, h6. Knight c3, bishop e6, and knight a4. Queen b5, this is also strange. h4. Another interesting move.
Interesting and brave move, yeah.
Yeah, brave move, yeah.
I mean,
if she opens up
no,
the line,
in a way she wants to plays positionally. If she kind of in a way forces g pawn to move in a way. Otherwise, of course, if Black plays g4, then there will be dark squares.
When you see this kind of moves, you will think that you don't believe in Black's attack. You play
really
with h4 and you are ready to open up this h line.
No, I would consider it for a very long time, because even if White wins this pawn, there will be two open fights there against the king. So, I mean, it's not.
White has to take into account the move f4 also. F4
now
h takes g5 and some bishop g4 or something.
So h4 is actually
so,
very brave move.
I mean, there are openings where Black sacrifices like 2 pawns on the h, like a and b, like in Benka gambits or.
But not like.
But here is but in Benka, I mean, there's no king to attack.
There's no king.
But here, it's ultimate goal. So
she
the target.
Pushes, but she pushes g4, which is also.
She did push a g4. Okay. Well, chess is a concrete game, of course. So maybe.
No, but she closed this.
I mean, if we would imagine that White Knight would end up on f4, and then it's a very questionable decision. But
exactly.
But maybe she will justify it by concrete
play.
Yes.
Bishop
Although
g3. Now, I would expect maybe long castle, but she doesn't want now. Rook c8. Why rook c8? I don't understand.
Well, for black, the question is, well, one question is king. I mean, what to do with the king too. So she probably decided to leave it where it is. Yeah?
And also another question, I think the queen, on b5, what is it doing?
On b5, well, on b5, it's, I don't know. Well,
first you wanted to attack on the king side, but the queen left on the queen side.
Yeah, but the queen takes some squares away from white queen, and that's and also hitting the knight on
so you
e4,
like this?
so the queen being there. I think it's a good square, but what I don't like is some dark squares. in a one
Yes,
Black's king may go to
squares,
d7
yes.
later.
Black's
Yes,
position.
Black's king may go to d7 and
D7.
try to
After
connect
playing
the
the
rooks
knight,
and
yes.
consolidate.
Yeah, true.
But I mean, white's position has a lot of potential for improving. I mean, we can easily see. I mean, where white's pieces want to go to.
F4 square, for example, after
so,
knight d3. Yeah.
So
So
in this sense,
bishop b3 and she played b6 or something?
b6 was played, yes.
b6.
to take c5 square away.
Yeah,
from the knight.
b6, and now white is thinking. The knight d3 looks very obvious. Yes.
Probably she thinks either.
Or maybe something else.
Well, I don't know this thing. Yeah. Well, knight definitely is on the way to.
Look, if knight d3, then knight b4 may be one possibility.
Knight d3, knight b4,
Knight
and
b4.
I want to play knight c2.
Knight c2 if possible, yes.
Ah, this is actually good.
Yes,
You want to
exchange,
get rid of this knight.
Yes, exactly.
A tactical
knight
way.
c3 is not
If
possible.
knight
because
a4, knight c2.
Yes.
Can I
Yes.
play knight c3? No, you can take here. Knight c3,
Yes.
you can take here. So it doesn't work. So it's a good idea actually to get rid of this
Yes,
knight.
because if knight takes before, I think then black is fine. She will take with the queen or with the bishop.
Probably
and king
she
is coming to
she
d7.
saw this. That's why she's
Yes.
thinking. She doesn't play automatically this move. So can I play a3 in order
Yeah,
to prevent?
and to use the f4 square with the bishop doesn't really give that anything substantial. So white.
Why not a3?
Now knight a5 maybe.
Now knight a5. Okay.
Go to b3 or to c4.
If knight d3, you play knight c4. Yes.
It's not clear. Knight c4 or even knight b3 and then knight c3 and yes, knight c3 is not possible then because rook takes c3, right?
No, Peter. Yes, maybe.
Knight
Maybe.
c3, rook takes c3, and black is winning a piece. No?
So yes, you're right. Okay, so this knight d3 is not possible. Suddenly some problems, huh?
Yes, instead of a3, can she play knight to g2? Why do we put it on d3?
Ah, yes, sure,
Yes.
sure. Then we
Yeah,
don't need a3 then.
Yes,
Why not?
via
Yes, actually you're right.
Different
Why
route,
we are playing that?
different route, yeah. Different, different route. So.
Different route, exactly.
So here, I mean, on knight b4, there's knight c3.
Yeah, here
It
knight
would have
c3
been a
is
very
also-
nice move. You're right, knight takes d4 to exchange pieces, yes, but it doesn't work.
And
Can I
well,
play-
here.
Can I play here? Is it something to be considered?
Knight
Queen,
f4, yes.
Or maybe
Well,
queen
queen-
a4 check
Queen a4.
and takes on a7.
maybe
yes.
simply queen a4, yeah.
Yeah, queen a4 and takes on a7. So maybe it doesn't work, huh? So maybe after
And
then
if
it's
the knight,
okay.
if the knight
That's-
shows up in f4, then I don't know, I would take white probably.
Yeah, maybe you have to, I don't know what to play.
Well, it
maybe
will
queen
show up on
d7
f4.
or something, yes?
It will show up
Knight
in f4.
f4, and then what? White is a better...
At some point, I even want to, push f3 to open up something here.
The game, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So white looks better, yeah?
black has bishops, but how to use those bishops? I mean, for the time being, yeah. Well, the one on e6 is just cementing the position, but yeah,
And also
the dark squares are impressive.
you can play on the king side with this h6 pawn hanging after f3, as you said. You can play on the queen side with rook c1, yeah? After
And
f3.
well, last but not least, the rooks are also not connecting. Then they
Yes.
won't be probably.
Yeah.
Won't be in foreseeable future.
And
And I
Fine.
think, yes, from what I can see, white
She played
did
the knight g2.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move on to another game. Ekaterina Atalık against Gulnar Mamadova. Ekaterina Atalık is the strongest player of Turkey. She was actually fourth last year in Slovakia.
In European
Yes,
wins, yeah?
yes, in the European Championship.
So now she definitely would like to improve it
Yes.
even a bit further. To
Yes.
to get
But her
one of the
opponent
medals.
also is very strong, the strongest player maybe for the moment of Azerbaijan, Gulnar Mamadova. Okay, this E6, B6.
Interesting, provocative move. Order,
Yes,
actually.
E6, B6. Actually very dangerous line.
Provocative.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
provocative in a way.
Yeah.
It's knight c3 simply. Yeah.
Nice E3.
Instead of bishop b7, I think bishop b4 is a better move, and play
Here.
maybe f5 very
F5,
early if necessary.
yeah. Why bishop b7?
To have the
yeah.
option to take on c3.
First bishop
Now-
b4 you recommend,
Yes,
huh?
I think so.
Uh-huh.
It's more or
Against
less the
this
same,
line,
more
what
or
is
less
the,
same.
you know, Yanis very well the theory. What do you play against this line?
No, I don't enter this line at all. Usually
How
after
you don't?
d4, e6, I will play knight f3 or even g3 second move. For a guy who plays Catalan, d4, e6, g3 is a very interesting move order.
D4, E3, G3.
G3, yes.
And sometimes when you're in a very good mood, then even e4, yeah, second move.
Of course, yes, e4. But black can go c5 here and knight f3. This is an
C5,
interesting
knight
position.
f3,
Knight
uh-huh.
f3, this is an interesting position for black, but it's also
No,
some
it's-
kind of reverse Greenfeld maybe.
Reverse Greenfeld.
Yes.
Carlsen tried to trick Aronian, I think, was
With such kind of move
so-
orders.
well, I mean, he wanted to win with black and then last round. But yeah, so it's about move orders and yeah, I mean,
So
I mean,
G3
also-
and then B6 is not possible anymore. But of course, if you know that your opponent is playing B6.
so that's prophylaxis.
You
I
are
mean,
familiar,
preventing b6.
Yes, already. already.
Yeah, preventing B6. So B6 is a good move in this position after C4.
But this E6, B6, yeah, it's I don't know. It can how is it called exactly? But it can be called short variation. I mean, Niger Short used to play it.
But as far as I know, there is no refutation of this system.
You know, White can get a better position in many ways, but every way, let's say, with totally random move. Black plays a move and White cannot. Doesn't have a clear plan. Every time he has to find the first choice of the computer, which is totally different every time. That's it. So it is a playable. If White wants to, he can play very simply and get a very slightly better position. You know, don't give chances. But if he wishes to occupy the center with e4, then there are counter chances.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean E4 is certainly a move here. But after E4, let's say we play E4 and then okay, bishop B7. Then okay, bishop d3 should be really played.
Bishop d3.
But yeah, you should be ready for stuff with f5. And, so this is, I mean, f5.
Yes, always a problem.
Like takes bishop b4 check, and king f1.
King f1,
Yeah,
yes.
king f1, and then.
And that's objectively
yeah.
this is better for White, but practically Black has good results.
Yeah, I mean, okay, white might.
Sokolov, come on. Come join us. We will be four.
Hello.
Okay. You can sit next to me. Good. Why not?
So
you will meet each other.
This position,
You know each other, yes?
yes,
Hello, Ivan.
hi. We have met before. I'm good. But this is. I was listening to this. This is true.
Yeah.
In this position, computer is very enthusiastic for White, but in practice, it is
That's what I
different
was
story.
saying. Yes, that's what I was saying exactly.
And very often, computer is also changing his mind. And this is not. This is in a practice a very tricky position because I think that that the main line goes that I think what is it? I have to take on f5, right? Let's see. I take for example on f5. If my memory serves me right, they have to give check. I think.
Yes, and king f1.
King f1, and then I have to play some c5. I think. And now you play some move.
Knight f6.
Knight f6
Knight
and
f6.
c5 I need to play.
Yes.
Idea of this move c5 is to lock up the bishop.
And to win it. Yeah?
Yes, but the point is that when you take this bishop, computer is giving like +1, but in human play it is not +1.
Yes, because there is no clear plan for White. I will put my pieces here, here, and we know. If Black plays a different move, now it's +1 only in one way. If he plays a different move, only in another completely different way. So practically it is unclear.
So yeah, you need to remember stuff, and which is always difficult.
Yeah, I always have it when somebody tells me, well, I had a great position, I was, let's say, +1.5. Then I say, okay, what was the second best move? Then he says the second best move was minus 0.1. Okay, then you don't have really...
Yeah, it's a very important question.
Yeah.
It's a very important question.
Yeah.
And they can be very different plus 1.5s. I mean, it can be 1.5 when the next 5 moves are also like plus 1. Yeah.
So who is playing this?
This
is not the position. We were just talking about this system.
The system. Okay.
I asked Yanis and Kaido, Mr. Kaido, what would you play against this system? Is there any reputation of this system?
Reputation not, but probably, I mean, knight c3 plus a3, and
I normally play here move a3. Knight c3 and then push d5, g3, bishop g2. The classical I simply play, not bothering trying to remember all those lines.
Yeah, to play chess. Yeah. I mean, this a3 move.
And Yanis recommended here against e6, g3.
If you're a Catalan player.
If you're a Catalan player.
I played this against Nigel some years ago.
Yeah, correct. If you're a Catalan player, it makes sense.
Yeah.
So
after
you see,
c4,
I see here game.
c3.
Katja is playing with someone.
She plays against Mamadova.
And how is position?
Azerbaijan. This is the position. I'm just playing the moves f5, bishop g5. Now,
okay.
Interesting. Bishop e7 and bishop takes e7. Queen takes. So if you want to get rid of this bishop, it's a good choice, huh? Bishop g5.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if
if
she needs to get rid of this bishop
yes,
so
maybe knight
quickly.
f6 was better.
Yeah, because no, but
for black, you mean?
No, but I think that black maybe also doesn't mind. I guess this position is going to be determined by the fact whether white would be able at some moment to push move d5 in a clever way.
No.
White.
Yes.
Okay.
d5.
D5.
Yes. To push white d5 in a clever way and to take space.
No, because usually in Stonewall, white always wants to exchange this bishop, you know, this black's bishop.
But after bishop g5, why not knight f6 intending bishop b4, for example?
Knight
yes,
f6.
This move.
Why not, you mean?
Yes.
Okay. So,
intending maybe bishop b4, classical stuff.
Yeah. Actually, she could have played this before, as you said. Maybe she doesn't want to. I don't know why.
Maybe.
Yeah, compared to Queen's Indian, yeah, we have a pawn on f5 instead of f7, so it makes quite a bit of difference.
Can I push this pawn?
Yes. You want to?
The pawn is moving, yeah.
Bishop b4, and if you take on e6, we sacrifice this. Bishop b4.
Bishop b4, yeah.
If you take on e6, we take on c3 and castle long.
Castle, yes.
Completely change the character.
Yes, this is correct. Yeah, this is what often is done in this particular position. For example, bishop b4, and now if I take, let's say take. To damage my pawn structure, now just make some move, maybe even queen e7.
Yes.
To try to take with the knight and to castle queen side.
Good idea.
Yeah, so that would mean that I would somehow.
Yeah, black is quite ahead in development also. So that's important. And now,
So,
well, Stonewall is different in a way that here this piece is the main piece for black, the bishop. But in Stonewall, of course, it's a lot of trouble with. The pawn is on d7 instead of d5.
So she traded these bishops, yeah.
So she traded the bishop. E3, knight f6, bishop d3, castles, a5, rook c1, knight a6.
Okay, she's anticipating move d5. So she's ready for this.
Okay, and then probably c5, d5, c5. White knight is
Well, she wants to put this knight.
This knight a6, you like it?
I didn't say that I like it. I said that
yes.
I understand. I said that I understand her idea behind it.
Yes.
So king h8 was a move, yeah. Interesting,
Okay.
interesting pair of moves.
Queen h5. This is also strange. She wants to exchange.
She wants to trade queens.
Yeah.
Now the question is, to whose advantage would it be? Yeah. If we exchange them.
Well, let's see what
Well, white isn't obliged
she
to.
exchanged. Okay. Takes.
But I guess that she wanted to trade queens because she was probably worried that if queens are not traded, that white is going, let's say, to push f4 and then e4. Open the position and to keep the stupid knight on a6.
If not, for
and to
example,
try
let's
to
say,
play
for
with a piece
example,
up.
some move like this, and then
f4,
planning f4, and then
E4
let's say d6, e4.
d6, e4, yeah. And then simply play on the king side.
Yeah.
Where white is a piece up.
Well, here the guy on a6 isn't impressive. Yeah.
Yeah.
in this position.
Yes. So queen h5. Okay, they stage exchange and rook b1. She wants to play now b4.
B4 to lock out this knight.
Yeah.
I think
C5.
that C5. Maybe maybe not a bad move was knight B8.
Now. Not b8.
To
Now
reroute,
transferring
well,
the knight
to-
on c6. Yes.
Yeah. To put it to C6.
Okay.
What to do if once in a lifetime I made a mistake to put this knight on A6, I can try to correct myself.
Yeah.
Instead of c5.
The good thing with knights is they can move back.
Instead
Yeah.
of c5. Here.
Yeah. Knights can move back.
Knights can move back, which is a great advantage.
What?
So no, I mean, what Black is saying that maybe this b4 is not such a big deal. I mean,
Yeah.
okay, of course, white can push b4, but so what?
But it's hard
although,
decision, you know.
Although,
Yeah, but now I will take on B4, play
Maybe
knight
d5
C6.
is possible here, but maybe maybe even d5 here, and if
Maybe.
you change your mind again and
No,
go to
but
a6,
if you play D5, I will push A4
a4.
well, here
in
important is
order to
Yes,
stop
yes.
this avalanche.
important is that that knight b5 wasn't anything special probably
Yeah,
because of rook c8.
rook
Yeah?
c8.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
that's knight b5 actually.
There is rook c8.
Looks
Yeah.
very dangerous, but
Otherwise,
there is only one move. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
but rook
Yes,
C8,
but
this is
but
not
sufficient.
more.
Yeah? Sufficient move.
Sufficient move. Then, what is the plan of black? To play knight c6.
Well, I would like again to play move A4 if you'll
A4.
Yes,
if
but
you let me.
But white is better in any case.
white
here.
is
Yes,
better,
in
yeah.
all
Yeah,
these
yeah.
lines, white
Yeah,
is
white is
it's not
better.
an
I
equal
agree. White
position.
has
Better develop. Look at this knight on h5.
Well, in these lines, black is pretty often playing for a mate. I mean, when he has a bishop on b7, a pawn on f5, and then trying to lift the rook from 6th rank. But here the queens are gone, so this is out of
It's absolutely right.
out of the map. So
Yeah. c5.
Rook D1, okay.
d1. Normal.
Useful move.
Yeah. Rook b8.
Just a second, can you play here cd4?
no, but
e4,
bishop g2.
bishop
Yeah.
G2?
What is this?
Yes, cd4, e4,
Bishop g2. Isn't it working? Or the knight is trapped on d3, or what is it?
Knight is trapped.
Knight is trapped
Knight is trapped,
in the
simply I
end.
come,
Yeah.
King G2, King F3. And
No, but then
The
e5.
knight is lost.
But e5 in the end. Then.
how?
I mean, knight goes somewhere.
King e5,
With a
yes.
king. Yeah.
With king,
With a king.
yes.
Yeah.
The king is marching.
King is marching.
No, I was the king takes everything. Yeah. No, that's nice. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
king is,
that's
King is marching and eating the
Yeah.
horse.
Yes. It looks like a trap actually. Interesting trap.
Yeah.
It is a trap. Yeah.
Yeah, she's allowing her opponent to trick her.
Yeah. Yeah, but she didn't take it. Okay. No, did she take
She wants to fall into
No.
trick, yeah, but
She
this
did.
trick
She
isn't.
take rook b8. Yeah, she played
Rook
b8.
B8.
Bishop f1. f6 and knight b5 now.
Well, white is playing very sensible.
Yeah. Okay, bishop c6. Knight f3.
Yeah.
I thought she would go to d6, but
No,
probably
but-
knight
no,
d4
but
is on.
Look,
Yeah.
she can go to d6 later because
Yeah.
knight cannot be taken on a b5.
Yeah, probably.
Because then d5 is going to open at some
also
stage,
the
and I think it's a
b-pawn
big
will be
problem.
postponed, yeah?
B-pawn will become postponed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, white will take c5. It's a pass.
Yeah.
It's pass pawn. Yeah, so it's not.
So is this the position? Let's see. No, wait a minute.
Oh, we got a lot of things.
Knight f3 takes. Bishop e4, rook a1.
Okay.
She wants to play what? Why a1, not c1?
Uh,
Knight c5 or something because of
No.
knight c5? I don't
A
know.
good question. Why not?
Knight c5,
Yeah, but knight c5 in either way.
rook c1.
Ah,
why-
okay. Maybe I understand her. Because if I go now rook
C1,
c1, you play knight c5, and the b4 you take a knight back to a6, hitting the pawn. If my rook is on a1, this is impossible.
And then I cannot.
course, F3
protect
is a
this
move.
one, huh? This is not possible, huh? F3
F3, bishop
somewhere.
somewhere, I don't know. Let's say b7.
Well, here, sure, it would be
B1.
better to have the rook on a1. Yeah, but
Yeah.
but still,
But-
even here, I mean, rook b1.
But still looks better for
Looks better for white.
It's better.
No, I think this is the reason why she's playing move rook a1.
Okay.
She would like to have it here on a1. Yeah.
Yeah. If the knight jumps.
If it goes there.
So rook a1, I see some pawn
But
on
now
a4.
a4.
Okay.
And
F3.
f3, bishop a8 have been played.
Bishop a8, yes. Now white is thinking.
Well, can I try to collect this pawn on a4?
Knight c3.
But by playing bishop d3 first,
First bishop d3.
yeah,
Okay.
I want to collect.
Knight c5.
Bishop c2.
And now you want to play.
Yes, back and
Knight
take.
c3.
Back and then forth. And
Yeah.
yeah.
But maybe she can.
Is it a free pawn or?
Well, rook c8 will be happening there, but
Yeah.
it depends rook c1 simply, of course.
You want what do you want to play now with black? Can I attack the c4 pawn?
But not so easy. How?
Good question.
Oh, I don't know, g6, c5, and d5. Moves like these.
Yeah, but g6, knight back to c3.
G6.
Knight back to c3. I
E5.
want my pawn.
Yeah,
knight b5.
no time for
Knight
everything.
b5,
Yeah,
and I will take.
yeah,
everything.
there's no
Okay,
time for
so
d5.
what about this move? Let's see this move.
Knight c3.
Knight c3.
I want again another knight to b5, and to make your life complicated.
If I play something like this,
Then I take by bishop and bishop b5. So knight has to go to b7.
you take
but,
with the bishop.
No, now the knight is on b7. Let me
No,
see.
knight takes a4 maybe. And take on b6.
Yeah,
Ah,
take
yes.
with the knight.
It's simple.
Then rook takes. Then simply take on b6. What did she do?
Did she?
She moved the pawn. Then she moved the b pawn. To
What? She played b4.
I see that
b4.
the pawn is a b4. Yeah.
Yes.
This is in.
But
Why is she playing?
This is in general stupid.
Can black here after bishop c2? Can black play? No, here bishop a8. Yes. Knight c5. Bishop d3. Yes. Knight c5.
Bishop d3.
D3. Knight
She played what? Not
No, now if.
Let's check for a while.
Yeah,
Bishop
Janis has
d3.
some idea.
Yes. Knight c5. Bishop c2. And now d5. This is a move I would rather not make, but to get some
Activity.
Activity, yeah.
Yes.
d5.
Yeah, if you take with the
No,
knight.
with
Yes.
no, wait,
knight.
wait. But here there is a problem. What do you do on move knight c7? How do you protect this pawn?
Maybe to take on c4. Maybe.
To take on c4, I collect on e6. Knight d.
This one, yes.
Yeah, this one or the
Yes.
other one, because you probably have to take anyway.
Takes.
Take.
And then you will collect on
The-
f5 as well.
Yeah, I will take on a5
Most
as well. Yeah.
likely, yes.
I'm quite consequent in taking pawns.
Rook e8, but probably white is better. Yes.
Yeah, I cannot imagine there is
Rook
a
takes and bishop goes to
compensation.
h3.
Yes.
h3. Yeah.
So in the game, what's going on here?
So in the game, she has pushed.
F3 bishop a8 and she pushed b4.
And now, well, white.
I don't understand why.
Well, now white player.
Takes.
Well, look, after f3, bishop a8, white player has decided to equalize the game and pushed b4.
Aha, yeah.
to equalize, yeah.
Yes, in order to equalize the
To
game.
secure the equal chances.
Yeah, because in general, this is really, I mean, positionally bad idea. I mean, white has potential two targets, a pawn and c pawn. Black has only one.
But now
Yeah.
some problems for with black. If you look at the position, I will go to the d6 and then trying to attack on the b file. What do you think?
I cannot imagine now that black has problems. Let me see.
If I put my knight on d6 and double the rooks on the b line, what are you going to do?
Okay, well, this knight on
Not
this.
so easy.
She's
What she did? d5.
What?
She played d5.
d5, active move, yeah.
Active move, but allowing white to
Get rid of this.
get rid of weakness and weakening on pawn on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
But
agree.
she
I
was.
agree.
That's
Yeah.
what I was telling you. She was. She's afraid of knight d6. I
Yes.
think. Why? This is actually
she was-
something that you have to be. I don't know. Psychologically. At least.
Psychologically,
At least,
let me
yes.
see. Is this
Yes.
96 a real threat or is it a psychological threat?
Yes.
No, but now e6 pawn will be much weaker.
Yeah, now e6
than,
pawn will be much weaker.
really.
For example, I would
Yeah.
here probably. I would here probably play a move like. Okay, one move is. Okay, first question is this move knight. Bishop. bishop
For
c6,
black,
knight
actually, I
h4.
don't see too many moves, you know.
Well,
What
knight
to
and-
suggest now? It's not so easy. Yeah?
Bishop c6 is one possibility.
Bishop
Bishop
c6 is
c6,
one
yeah,
possibility.
probably, yeah.
But okay, my problem with bishop c6 is that I'm not sure what should I do now on move knight d4. This is my small problem. What
Against
should be
knight
my
d4.
reaction?
Which knight? Which knight?
Knight from 3.
No, then you play bishop
Yeah,
a8.
because otherwise I would play bishop a4.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
there's
Then you
the-
play-
but
then you-
then you abandon c5 square. Can white
And knight
black
c5.
take
And knight
c5,
c5.
for
No,
example?
then
You
knight
put
c5.
the knight on c5.
Yeah, white I would, well, one thing I know for sure, I would not touch this pawn on d7.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah, I like it there. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like
I
the,
thought
I like
bishop
the,
c6?
the structure.
Bishop
You
c6,
suggest?
knight
Yeah.
d4. Bishop
Which
knight
this knight?
No,
No,
the other
no, if
one.
this
Yeah,
knight
the
comes,
one.
then bishop goes to a4.
take on,
So
on
has to go
b5
to-
and play knight c5, for example.
Yes. This
Knight
is,
c5?
No, take first. Take first there and put.
Takes. I
I'm not
take
sure.
with this one.
Maybe. And knight
Here,
c5,
Knight
okay.
c5. What's the problem, you say?
No, I'm basically saying that I would rather play this position with black.
This
So
knight,
black has a good game.
yeah.
The next day you will have white. Yes.
Yeah.
So have good game with black.
No, I think
next
that
game we
no,
have
but I
white.
think that in this position after knight d4, bishop takes, knight c5, that black is better.
Yes, I also
Yeah,
agree.
actually now
he will put
this
the
bishop
king
on
on
F1
e7
is
if possible.
doing
Because
nothing.
it is quite obvious here that black would improve his position slowly. And how is white going to improve? It's not so obvious.
and white,
bishop
and
on
white
F1.
bishop, white bishop
Yes.
is yeah. It's
White
not,
bishop
not
is
so
not-
clear
it's
what.
not clear.
Yeah, white bishop.
He would rather like to be black bishop,
Yeah.
dark
Yeah.
squared bishop,
Or
Yes.
knight.
Yeah, probably
not light squared bishop. Yeah.
much better probably this.
It
No,
is
no.
pity that we cannot paint some pieces during the.
But things went totally different.
Covered with paint,
After
yeah.
knight takes b3, d5 was played.
D5,
and
yes.
Okay.
knight 3 to d4 back.
This is very different. Yeah.
This is very different. Now d5 is horrible.
Yeah, it looks like actually.
Now the bishop on
Weakening
f1 is in
all
the
this.
game again.
No, but also.
Huh?
The bishop on f1
No, but
takes
also-
back
He's in the game.
No, but also there is a direct problem. How to defend the pawn. It is an immediate problem.
How to protect, yeah.
With rook e8 or what?
Rook e8, let's
Rook
say.
e8, let's say.
So then knight d6 and c takes knight d6
And c
the
takes
knight on
d5
a6.
and wins.
C divided and on a6
Yes.
is also hanging.
Yes, because then rook e7, c takes d5, and knight is hanging.
Yeah, very immediate things.
Yeah, I mean, look, move d5 is fundamentally wrong, but also there is tactically wrong.
Exactly.
No, this bishop now and have one look at the bishop.
Yeah,
it's
bishop
just
now
hitting.
Just look at knight on a6.
Yeah, bishop is now.
I mean,
bishop.
the knight was shielded by the pawn on c4, but now this is there's no. I mean, the bishop is on the way to capturing the knight.
So she's now thinking what to do, because I don't know what should she do. If knight c5, knight c7,
Knight c5.
knight c5 I think must be played, but knight c7. Now maybe I must take on c4. I do not have a better idea. And now maybe just bishop c4.
How to protect this?
How to protect it? Everything is-
Winning material again.
winning material again. Pawn will fall for nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't see how can she, I mean, hold the pawn. Okay, does she have any other idea? Because when you play move d5, of course, you're also calculating move like knight d4. It is not really coming as some big shock. Very strange.
What do you think we move to another
Yeah.
game? White now probably clearly better, huh?
Yeah, after 94. Yeah.
Okay, number 10, Elizaveta Solozhankina from Russia against Natalia Pogonina, also from Russia.
Let's go
Let's
to
see
that
this.
game. Pogonina versus Solozhankina. Where is this? I have to find. I don't see it here.
That's not here.
It's not here. Pogonina, Solozhankina. Okay, here. Let's
Oh,
see.
what a messy position. How did they get there?
Bishop d5.
From a very messy opening. Okay. 4 knights.
Yes. Yeah, from this
No,
peaceful opening to come to.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is peaceful opening.
No,
Yeah, normally it is peaceful.
four knights, but black plays it in an unpeaceful way with bishop d6.
Unpeaceful way, yes.
Some
Yes,
G4 stuff also
yeah.
exists here for a while.
Correct.
Yes?
Especially with
G4.
the
Yes,
G4
yeah.
ideas,
Black
yes.
has to be here very careful
you can-
about
G4
timing
now,
of a
huh?
castle. Yes, G4 here exists.
especially with the pawn h6.
Interesting,
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, this move here absolutely exists.
Very dangerous.
Yeah. I have played this actually bishop d6 a number of times with black myself. Okay, when you are just trying to put a player to be on his own,
Yeah, to get a game,
as early
some
as
sort of
possible
game, yeah.
to get the game. And okay, this g4 move is something really to be worried about. So timing of a castle is important.
So maybe
I mean, with both h6 and
Yeah.
the short castle made, so this is very
Yeah,
serious thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially now when indeed the move h6 has been played.
if you b3 now.
Okay.
Knight a5. She wants b5 probably.
Yeah.
b4, b5. Getting complicated.
But moment. What is going on here? No, I'm just wondering on knight a5. Did I have anything else? She wants my bishop, but it is going to cost time, and somehow if I let's say believe that time is a factor. So if I let's say play here move queen d2.
Yeah.
Okay, how is this business? b5.
b5.
Okay, let me try to win a little bit more time. Knight e2. Now some move.
Let's say c5 for example.
c5, and okay, now I need to. I cannot. Now I bishop b3. She will damage. Yes.
Probably, yes.
So now, for example, my damage the pawn structure. Well, does my attack compensate for this
I don't know.
pawn structure damage,
So hard to tell yet.
which I incurred on myself? But what white would play is clear. Any patzer would now play knight g3, h4,
Yeah,
g5.
exactly.
Those moves are not difficult.
Yes.
Yeah.
Moves of black
What
are,
to do with black,
but
yeah.
black moves are not so easy.
Yeah, right.
Well, black needs to prepare your d5 yeah, somehow, but bishop e7 then we will take, yeah?
I think I will take this pawn.
Just take, yeah?
This looks to
In
me
a heartbeat.
like
Or maybe what about here when you play knight e2, I take here maybe.
okay, then I take.
Then maybe I
I have
sacrifice a pawn.
Yeah, but then I have a good pawn structure.
Yeah.
Now maybe we don't need to checkmate
Can I-
anymore because
No.
we have structure also, yeah?
Yeah.
We have the
Yeah.
structure, so we are
Yeah.
not obliged to play for a check, play for a checkmate.
Checkmate.
Yeah.
H3, you play H3
Exactly
position.
correct. Yeah, now I'm not forced.
Switch the position.
So okay, let's,
Position, you're right.
well, they were not sharing my ideas, so let's see how did they play.
they were
They had their own,
they were
their
fond
own
of,
ideas.
they were fond of playing this funny pawn yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, she likes to take
structure.
this pawn,
Yeah.
but giving a bishop pair.
Yeah.
Okay.
C4.
C4 of course has to be done because otherwise move d5 at some stage will be very strong.
H4.
h4, yeah, pushing.
Yeah. Bishop c6. No. Actually, bishop c6 looks. The knight will go anyway on c3.
Yeah.
Why force
I think that black is having terrible counterplay problem.
this bishop c6?
Yeah, I mean, because the d5 is never coming, so
Yeah.
always black going
I
to
would very much
planning to.
like to be white here.
Queen e7.
Yeah, she wants bishop c5.
Ah, yeah. Rook c1.
Queen c1, okay, look there.
b8. Knight d2.
Moment.
White started to play interesting strange move. Knight d2. Why? Because of rook b3.
Rook b3, but okay, then this is a fundamental switch in plans. Can she try to play for attack? No, because I don't understand if this is necessary. I don't like this kind of switching plans. For example, can I bring my knight to g3?
You want to play knight d2?
and then g5, yeah?
Yeah, and then g5. Can I try to play for attack?
Yeah, like they play in Spanish. I mean,
Yeah, like,
like
yes. Because I don't understand quite. Okay,
because center is very solid for
Yeah,
white,
yeah.
so there's no danger of d5 happening anywhere. So
Yeah.
knight to g3 and And
So
g5
she will
is...
take on a3. I don't know what to do.
Well, this pawn I give happily.
You give her
on a3, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, she can take bishop a3, knight g3.
Yeah,
If knight comes to f5, it is almost mate.
You're right.
Did anybody notice that white is also a pawn up here? Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Sacrifice a3.
Yes.
and then
But when I
have
take
equal
on a3,
material.
it is not exactly sacrifice.
Yeah.
So she's somehow defending her pawns. Yeah, now she's maybe worried, rook b3 and taking pawns. So
Yeah, she's right.
she really wants
Yes.
to be a pawn up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
Not to give it back, yeah?
Yeah, not to. But now, okay,
Not to give it
so
back.
Bishop c5,
bishop c5, yeah,
king e2,
king e2.
and now black played rook b7.
Yeah, black wants to double and rook
Yeah.
b2.
Yeah, knight d5, queen d6. Interesting.
Yeah, she doesn't. She wants to keep the tension.
Yes.
She wants to keep tension. Now she wants to double rooks, to play rook b2.
What did she play? I don't see.
Although on rook b2 there would knight b4 maybe.
Queen
some-
c3,
but
queen
yeah,
c3.
just
Knight f8 and knight b3 has been played. Now black is thinking.
Because what moment?
yeah, that was. So the pawn on a3 is poisoned, obviously.
Yeah, c5, yes. Not so easy.
Okay, but if I take on e3, just to clarify, how does white take? If I take on e3, okay, I take this bishop, and I'm just asking a question. How does
I don't know.
white take?
It's difficult to.
Well, the brave guys will take with king, yeah, but I mean, I think we won't see king capture here.
Yes,
Probably
yes.
pawn takes to
Pawn takes?
take the f4 and
Okay, pawn
d4
takes.
square away.
Now I double. I think that white was playing not consequent and has lost advantage because this position looks very unclear to me.
Yeah, and knight e6 will come.
Because now actually I understand what would I do with black. First of all, how is this knight going to move? Because white has to be careful with his rooks. If rooks are away, pawns g4 and h4 can be weak.
Yeah.
And if knight b4 here, then bishop takes e4 and c5.
Yeah, this is a nice,
It's
nice,
interesting.
nice motive.
If white
This is
would like to
interesting
block the b file
Yeah.
with knight b4,
Knight b4
Then,
is interesting, yeah. And then
takes e4
Takes on e4.
and c5.
Okay, let's see.
Although it's not the
Takes
end because
c5, and knight takes c5, queen takes c5, knight a6, rook b2 check, check, king up,
king.
queen.
I mean,
queen,
on f6 there will be.
Yes,
queen d6,
queen d6
or
or
c6,
c6.
whatever, and the queen is hitting a knight and hitting a mate.
yeah, if you take, now check. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Probably we should. If we would have gone down, what would it instead of going up with the king?
Well, then,
going down.
No, but then
E1 you mean?
yeah, you have to go to
Yeah,
e1.
E1,
You have to
otherwise-
eliminate check.
E1, yeah.
So
because
now-
because if you check there, then I mean you can't defend the rook later on. You can't play rook
Yes, the
b1
rook
here.
will be
But if I check now,
No, then
then you
I
take
take
and
and
move
just
king.
yeah, king e2,
Yes.
king e2.
yes, it cannot work.
so it doesn't work.
Maybe it works in some other way.
Well, I think it can maybe still work in some other way. For example,
Look, rook 8 to b3 can be played now. It's nice. Rook 8 to b3. And if queen takes b3, queen takes a5 check. Rook 8 to b3. This is again playable.
Rook, you mean rook 2 to b3? Yeah.
This
Oh, this guy.
Yes, yes, this guy.
and if queen takes b2,
And then queen e3.
then queen e3, queen e2.
Yeah, queen e3, yeah.
No, no,
Queen
queen,
c3
queen
check.
g3,
Queen
or
a5,
c3.
what is happening?
What
Yes,
about
yes.
this move?
Yes.
King is open.
Queen
you
takes
take here,
a5.
right?
I
Yeah,
take
yes.
on a5. Yeah, if I take on d2, you will start checking me.
Queen b4
Yeah.
here.
Queen b4. Yeah.
Queen before rook takes, knight takes. Yeah. And these two rooks.
Yeah, but with this weak king.
Yeah, maybe knight e6.
Now the pawns would like to come back. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's h4.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Because
what
we're
is
not
happening
meeting.
in the
Fantastic
game?
analysis.
Yes. I see some. Okay. Oh, she took on e3.
It's unusual.
What
She's-
happened? She took on it.
She has made my move.
She's thinking.
She is asking white. Okay.
Yeah.
To clarify.
With knight or with pawn?
And indeed, if you take with a pawn, then these pawns can become weak on a king side. If you take by knight, okay, that's
took with the
square.
pawn.
She took with the pawn. She wants to cover f4
Some
square,
squares at least, yeah.
which is understandable. If she took by knight, knight e6, knight e4 check.
Yeah.
So she took by pawn. Okay.
Maybe we move.
I can also. Yeah, we can move.
Yeah, because we'll wait for.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
But I know I actually would rather play this with the black. I think
So the evaluation is changing. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
it, so-
yeah, because white was not playing consequent. Okay, white started the king side attack, then went to collect some pawn, then was defending this pawn like crazy. No, somehow white was not consequent.
Okay, we check one more game and then we have a short break.
Sure.
Okay, we go to Nino Bastiashvili versus Anna Sargsyan from Armenia, Nino Bastiashvili from Georgia. Let's see this. Let's find this game. I mean, first of all, I have to find it. Okay, here, found it. Oh, this is almost
No,
the rook end.
they have reached the end game already.
Yes,
Yeah.
the end game, yes. Maybe we'll see the last position.
Okay.
The game won't last
Black is
too
to
long
move, yeah?
probably.
Okay,
She
this,
played here.
this position is a dead draw.
Dead draw.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dead draw. Nobody can improve.
I mean,
So maybe we check
there's
one more
Yeah.
game.
There's no ideas. Yeah.
Actually,
No, no
let's check.
ideas.
Let's check Solakyu game. Yes. She plays against Joanna. No. She plays against Joanna Vorek. Yes. From Czech Republic.
No, she's
Yeah. Okay. Let's see her game. Yeah. Here's the position.
Oh, this is a bit more entertaining.
Yeah. You want to see from the beginning?
King's
Yes.
King's in, King's
No,
in,
maybe
King's
we
in
can-
the
Yeah,
right
I
position.
think
Yeah?
black
Yeah.
is better. She has also better time on the clock, as I see. And
Ismail is number 14.
Okay, who is to move here? Moment.
a
Last
few more
move-
moves
last
can be
move
placed.
is-
Last
long
move
castle.
was castle.
Okay, castle. So what is going on here?
Castle was played, b takes c4. A few moves have been played.
Ah, B takes C4.
But
Yes.
isn't white simply mating black?
Is it?
White is
she?
mating.
Yes, like rook h4, rook h1, and to try to have mating attack.
She played something here.
Knight g3 was played.
Knight G3.
g3,
Rook
Okay.
a to rook b8. Yes, rook b8.
B8.
Knight h5.
Knight H5.
yeah,
Yes, and
okay.
knight b4.
Knight b4. Okay, let's see this. Before.
Black wants to play queen g6 and
She
mate
took on
Okay, she
G7.
took on g7 because she wants to play move probably rook h6.
She
now
took on-
intermediate move queen
Queen
g6.
G6, yeah,
Is
deserves attention, yeah.
certainly
Ah,
attention, and
Queen
maybe it's very
G6.
strong move. Queen g6 can be a big problem.
Oh, probably rook D2 is like the
Yeah, but then things are going wrong
because there are no other moves.
because queen is getting out.
Ah,
of-
queen
out of
A4.
Queen
box.
Queen
g6
A4.
has been played, yes, and it's white to move.
She missed this move.
No, but she has missed this move for sure. Because now on rook d2, for example, I can even play move c3. I still don't need to take this knight. c3, b takes c3, knight takes d5. I'm still absolutely not forced to take anything.
Yeah, or knight D3 even.
Yeah, even.
And mate on B1. This is
Knight
a problem.
B3,
yeah.
yes.
I think it was very wrong idea to remove this knight from
From the
e4.
center, yes. But
Like
some queen
King
g6,
Indian-
some queen g6 was coming anyway, threatening this knight.
Yeah, she went after this bishop. Yeah, I mean the
She went-
King's Indian bishop,
Yeah,
which
but,
This was
no,
the
because
position,
here
yeah.
I think, okay, she has.
so you said just doubling the rooks
Yes,
on
yes.
H. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
H4 and maybe rook H4. It
of course, the queen will show up on G6 anyway, so
Rook
that's
H4.
kind of
Queen G6
makes
anyway,
it
yeah?
Queen G6, rook
If I
double,
double, what to do? If I take
rook
you-
B8 probably,
Maybe a
B8.
rook FB8.
or FB8, because if I don't do something very smart, very fast, I'm probably going to be mated, so I have to play move Queen C3 to try to defend my knight.
Can I push here?
It's an interesting push. Yeah, it probably forces white to, I don't know,
Looks like very
take
dangerous.
to take with the pawn even, or
Yeah, black is way faster. Black is way faster here. No, white is not mating black. White is getting mated, and probably this game will finish soon.
So this is.
So it was a Makogonov, yeah, probably.
Night before queen takes a4 was played.
She played what?
Queen
Queen
A4.
takes
Queen
She played
G6.
Instead of
Queen
rook
takes
H2.
A4.
Yeah, she took a pawn.
But
So now
knight D3, she sacrifices.
Okay.
Probably
No, she's thinking.
some solutions like
I mean, knight D3 is a move. C3 is a move.
C3, yes.
C3 is quite serious move, yeah.
Yes. C3.
Because taking is not possible because knight.
Yeah.
Even a
Knight
calm
D3.
move like King G7 is a move, because on rook H6 then I have knight D3 check. But normally speaking,
Maybe there's some check on
D7
some
check.
check on
Yeah.
D7 maybe. Yeah.
normally speaking here, black should not take this knight. Black should look to maintain
The knight.
initiative.
Yeah,
Initiative.
check,
You
yeah.
mean C3.
C3 or C3 is the one.
But after B takes C3.
No, BC then 93. And,
No, 93, and
there's a
there's
thing on B1.
And there is a mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, because C3 takes knight D3 and king is in a mating net.
Yeah.
So on C3 what to play?
Queen C2.
Is it mating there?
Yes, it is mating net.
Okay, white will need to play
Takes-
Queen C2
if I
then,
play
in the
here-
end, but
What do you play?
Uh,
Check
B2,
and
B2.
I-
B2.
Sorry, I cannot go here.
No, you cannot go there.
Knight is-
I thought I'm
this is
coming.
octopus knight there.
No, you're only
Taking too
now-
many squares away there.
You only now wait to save yourself is a lost ending. I mean, to take
I mean, Queen C2, yeah.
to take and to play Queen C2,
Queen
but then it's going to be exchange up for nothing basically. And King G7.
Oh, it's yeah, exchange and yeah, full exchange. Yeah.
Yeah.
Full exchange, quite easily one position. So C3 is the moment. Does she have any other options?
Yeah, after C3.
Let's see this, because C3, can she do anything else? Okay, I think it is important to establish, if I play move knight E6, am I getting mated? Is it a forced mate?
Yeah. Let's see.
Because if it is not a forced mate, okay, then of course I should try to keep my piece.
C takes B2 probably. Yeah?
Yes, CB2, king takes. Only move.
You cannot play here.
No, because
then-
queen D3 check,
Queen
knight
D3,
C2,
Queen
or
E2.
queen
Yes.
E2, yeah.
Yes.
So
Okay,
takes only
takes,
move,
yes, yes.
unfortunately. But here, for some reason, I do not see mate. Okay, maybe I don't need to mate.
There must be a reason for that.
No, but I can play.
rook E8 is
No, I
also
cannot
not.
do simple chess here. Knight D5 check and queen E6.
Yeah, but
Simple chess. Knight D5 check, and I take the knight, and I'm 3 pawns up.
Well, 2, but anyway, yeah,
Two, yeah.
some pawns.
Queen
you-
E4
you-
here.
Maybe Queen E4 now.
Life goes on.
Clive goes on queen
And you are
E4,
losing one piece.
queen E4.
Life not goes on.
Life doesn't go on.
So you're saying that you have 2 pawns, but I have one more piece.
Yes,
Yeah?
moment. So that means that actually here
You are
I
very
should-
optimistic.
I should take on E3, knight E3 first. Knight takes C3, threatening knight C2. And this is probably will be the end of this game.
Yes.
She played, no, she didn't play C3. She did something else. What did she do?
Well,
Everything is still standing.
no, the knight is
took
taken.
on
The knight
G7.
then
She
is
took
taken
on
on G7.
G7.
Yeah. She took on G7 and rook H4 is.
She took on G7.
So queen a4. In this
Queen
position.
A4 and she took on G7.
Rook h4.
Rook H4.
Okay, but moment. If I play here move knight d3, what is going on?
It was played,
What
yes.
happened?
nice.
Yeah, because okay, my queen is protecting h7, so queen d7 is not something to be worried about.
Rook takes d3 and c takes d3 were played.
Okay. I would not be somehow. Okay, c takes d3. I understand why c takes d3 because she didn't want to lose the c pawn.
Is there any time trouble here?
Yes,
Ismail,
it seems
Playing
huge.
fast, yeah?
can you get zoom? Yeah, there is the time trouble
And
problem.
how many moves made?
They played
No, not-
with such
there,
kind of-
there are many moves to be made,
Yes.
yeah?
Okay, let's first count a bit
Rook H6.
material. What is the
So what is the time?
exchange and the pawn?
I know,
Yeah.
I see is white is only 17 seconds. Is it
And
true?
rook h6 was played.
Black has almost
Oh.
10 minutes.
Black 10 minutes.
Nearly, yeah?
White 1 minute. Black has 10 minutes. I thought it's 20 seconds.
Okay, but rook
Zero
h6.
26.
Well, Queen F5, yes.
Queen f5 looks a
a
reasonable
move.
move. Well, let's say Queen h4. I would like to play move g6.
You want to mate now
Yeah.
with G6.
Okay, but I don't know. G6 is a serious threat. Maybe you can play here a primitive move like rook h8
She played
But
D2.
d2 check was played. Yes.
and d2 check. Okay, d2 check. Bishop takes.
Yeah, she wanted to enter with the queen to...
Queen d3. will
D3.
come, because now I cannot move my queen to h4 because of rook takes b2 and it will be mate. But okay, if I play here maybe some move like g6 maybe, I don't know. Then if you take queen check, rook f7, queen h3, is it so clear? Yeah, she played queen d3, okay, g6. Maybe on g6 you should here play move rook takes b2 anyway. Is rook takes b2 winning?
But queen d7 check.
Queen d7, no, queen d7 check, sorry. This is losing, but what can she do? Then she must take, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably she takes, I guess.
And then check,
Yeah.
And then this is a draw. Yes. Queen d7.
rook f7. Yeah, to start with, rook h7 is making a draw, yeah, because king cannot run up because there is a bishop.
Shows she saved the game.
No, g6 happened.
Yeah, she played it.
No, black has terribly misplayed the game.
Because
Can black sacrifice on d2? Maybe it's too much and take on h6.
she has 10 minutes and she played so fast. I don't understand.
Yeah, but to play
Aha.
against the queen.
This is interesting question, but king will be open. I think it will
Yeah,
be a draw.
the queen will be...
It will be
What-
Checking
king
everywhere,
takes
yeah.
d2, king d2, and take on
Ah,
h6.
This
yes,
is
yes.
To
playing
play
too much
two
for
rooks.
win and maybe.
Yeah, you want to
risk.
play like this. Okay, sure. But yeah, the king is very
King is weak,
weak, yes.
so king cannot get out.
Yeah. I don't think she will do this.
So
She got shocked now. She didn't see this.
But she has some time, yeah? Well, not too,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
too much. She has
Yeah.
6 minutes and
Yes,
there's 30 moves to make.
I'm wondering.
Why is she playing so fast? I don't understand.
I'm wondering, can White
No.
can White try to be ambitious and not to make a draw and to give Queen d7 check and Queen h3? Can White become ambitious?
After h takes, yeah?
Yeah, so h
Check.
takes. H takes. Where is it? And now let's say that
Queen d7.
that I got attack of courage
Queen
and I
h3.
don't want to make a draw. how is this king getting out of this box? There is no perpetual check. I have covered f1.
Well, I was looking at g5, but then rook h5, yeah?
Yeah.
Is a move. Okay, I mean, white has this queen c4 there. I mean,
Queen c4,
for instance,
bishop. Queen
bishop,
c4.
bishop,
Queen c4, yeah, queen
Bishop
c4 is a
c3.
good move. No, bishop c3 cannot.
Queen f4.
Queen f4,
Queen
bishop
f4.
b2 and queen back, yeah. And okay, we came to a draw. Yeah, okay. Probably white.
So we found a draw, yeah?
Yeah.
Which is
No, it looks like
legal.
that white cannot hope to win this game.
I think she would make a draw there because she was really
Well,
in
maybe
danger.
there's some other move for black.
No, look.
Are you sure it's a draw?
Well, I think it is a draw, but I think that we are going to see some miracle. I don't think we are going to see a draw. I don't know which.
I am sure black will try to win. Huh?
I don't know which miracle are we going to see, but
What about queen b5? Okay, let's say.
Queen b5, but
Queen
rook takes.
b5.
I was calculating rook takes.
rook takes
h7, and
h7.
then maybe rook h6 check again, or queen g4.
If I
should
Queen
be
play,
draw.
g4.
if I play here, you give check here, yeah?
Rook h8, yeah.
But what is happening here?
What's happening here? I don't know.
Takes is this checkmate or what?
Check, maybe.
It is
Wait,
well. It is.
If I
it
take,
is,
is it mate?
It is checkmate, yeah,
it
bishop
is,
h6 is there.
Check.
at least a draw.
Bishop h6.
But
Bishop
no,
h6.
then king g8. King g8.
Ah, king g8.
King g8.
Why should take
No, but I should give check by
here,
queen.
Check.
No, on h6, give check on h6
Ah,
in
h6,
order to
yeah,
have
yeah,
a
yeah,
g7 check.
Yeah, yeah.
And queen g5 at least after
Yes.
king f6. Queen g5
No,
at
but
least.
also check.
Yes, sure.
And
Here.
queen e6 check and mate.
Yeah,
Bishop
queen
g5 is, yeah.
Yes. King f7 maybe, but then it is at least, no, then you promote to a queen and queen e6 check, at least.
Yes.
Yes, this winning the
Ah,
piece.
takes, takes,
and
and
queen
queen
e6.
e6.
Yeah.
At this draw, yeah.
At least bishop
Ah,
h6.
but bishop h6
I will
also
take
winning,
a-
yeah, yeah.
I will
Yes.
take a rook.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Then
Well, there will be,
you
of
have to
course,
hope to give some perpetual.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're
Which
right.
might happen, but
So it's not possible to play.
Look, I would say that position is probably objectively a draw, but based on a body language, they're playing for 3 results.
Yes.
We have not seen the last miracle. Look, no, they are playing for 3
Yeah.
results. Black has suffered a shock. It is very obvious.
Yeah,
How much
G6.
time is she having?
Black?
Black has 7.
7 minutes. Okay,
7 it seems, yeah?
Yeah, 7.
but okay, time will tick fast here.
Because there are still 13 more moves, yes? They are on
No,
the
it's
27.
many moves to make.
Which
No,
one?
g6, this is move 31.
31, or 9 moves, yeah,
10.
9 moves left, yes? Or 10 moves, yes.
Well, one thing
10
is
moves more.
when they reach time control position will be clear. This is for sure. Next couple of moves position.
Let's wait this
would
move, what she will
clarify.
play, which is very critical, huh?
Yeah.
Yanis.
Yeah,
Another
this,
way I
this
think
move
is queen f1 for black. Another playable move is queen f1.
Ah, queen
king c2
f1.
and rook takes b2. This I find this to be a perpetual check, but I'm not sure 100%.
Okay, king
Yes,
up.
rook takes, king takes,
King
and rook
takes.
b8. I think this is
Rook b8, yeah, interesting because I cannot touch my bishop because my
Yes.
rook keeps on
Yes.
hanging.
You will take
king
here.
a3, then it's queen d3. But king
King
c2
C3.
or king c3, I think it's perpetual.
King
after
c3
king
is a draw.
Yes, queen a1.
Queen a1 and king d3.
Yes, and maybe queen f1, I suppose.
And I go back.
Yes, and this should be a draw. If king e4 here, is it possible to play king e4?
King e4, oh. This
What
is,
is going
oh, but very nice because you have idea on check king f5 and king e6.
Yes.
You run away.
King's running.
Yeah. And also, if check here, why not bishop e3?
Bishop e3 could move.
Oh, there's no check.
There is no check, no. Then the game is finished. Bishop is protecting
Yes.
centralized king.
Oh,
Yeah,
maybe,
there's a
but
check.
maybe you have some time to give some check.
It's not working, yes.
Maybe some time. I don't know what.
No, okay. Check on
The
f1.
white one here, I
Check
mean.
on f1 was not necessary.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Yeah.
You can go back
But-
a little bit, yeah? There were
but-
some other checks.
What to do?
But what to do? I would go to. Oh, I would go to e3 maybe.
Yes, you would go
No,
to
then you would take a rook.
If I go to e3, you take.
No, but then I play king f3 check.
And then what? If I take on
g6, queen g4.
Let's see. Check.
Let's suppose that I'm ambitious. I don't want to make a draw with.
Probably it will be a draw
Takes.
though.
Check.
Check.
Takes. And
Check.
but this is now at
Queen
this
g4.
draw, yes?
Yeah, draw is in the pocket.
Yes.
Or maybe some checkmate here, I think.
No,
Might
so,
be-
no, draw is in the pocket and chances for a checkmate are reasonable.
Check.
Actually, this is a checkmate by force queen
Is
e6
it?
and bishop h6.
Queen
Yes.
e6 and bishop h6, yes. This
Yeah.
is a checkmate, yeah?
Even
Yeah.
king g7, bishop
Yeah.
And
h6.
king g7 also.
Yes.
King G7.
No, black is. I think that black is, in practical terms, black is in danger. And also, it's psychological. Psychological is quite difficult because black was a couple of moves ago having mating attack,
Yeah.
and now black has to be worried. Not
And
to
she
get
knew
mated.
that, yeah.
And she knew that. So
Yeah.
now she has what? Maybe 5 minutes.
Maybe h takes g6 finally and rook f7, this stuff, because
Yeah.
to play queen d7 and queen h3, it's really difficult to decide on this.
Yeah.
And,
It takes a lot of courage.
yes. And still it is a draw as we proved,
Yeah,
queen c4
yeah.
check.
Yeah. She couldn't decide.
I think the most sensible is to take on.
But I think she's going to make a move.
Well, she
With the body language.
She will, yeah.
Yeah, she will, yeah.
she will. She has to. Not
Yes,
much time
she
left.
is going to make it. Wait a minute. I think she will take the pawn. She's looking too much to this.
To decide, yes.
pawn.
To this pawn.
It's so difficult to decide, yes.
I think it's difficult to decide. I agree.
So many moves to calculate, you know.
No, for example, she can also give check on f1, king move, and take on g6. Then I have to make a draw.
Check on f1.
Yeah, check on f1 first,
King
king moves, take on g6.
Now take.
Yeah.
Why not?
Ah, but maybe queen
H4 is there.
maybe queen g4 or queen h4. No, it is not clear if I make
Queen
a draw.
h4, yes.
Or queen h4 or g4, both moves.
Yeah.
No, it is actually tricky. I don't know.
But after queen h4, then comes rook takes b2. Also, it is very tricky. Who knows what is going on?
But actually, now I'm looking. But when she takes, what if I start with
Now
queen
she
h4?
checks the clock.
No, I can start with queen h4. Do you have a move?
after
Against,
Take on
h6,
g6.
against here.
Yes, I start with queen h4.
Now?
Yes. You don't have perpetual.
We didn't like this. Why we didn't like this?
Because we were looking at queen d7 check.
because we didn't
Because
check
no,
this.
well, we did not like it because we were focused on making a draw. But actually, maybe there is more
She
in the
took the
position.
pawn. Okay.
Well,
She
probably
took-
this
Now
is
let's-
check on
let's
f1 and taking b2,
And
yeah,
take
still,
b2,
yeah.
yes.
Okay, let's see.
Let's see.
Okay.
If she will play
But
queen
then-
h4 or queen d7.
Okay, she understands that she has a draw, but she has very little time.
But then king
yes?
c3. You're taking b2.
You take on b2.
No, I mean check on f1, king c2 takes on b2, king c3. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't take the
No,
rook.
no check.
No, but now.
And
do
if
you-
we, ask,
some-
but if we ask what is white really threatening,
No, but I
here,
can now take.
It's not so clear if
no,
I take
but
on d2.
On
yes?
d2, that's why. You cannot do this because I will take on d2. This bishop needs to live.
So check on
And it's
h7,
perpetual,
h7.
yes. Perpetual,
Close.
yes.
Another check.
She played queen h4.
She played queen h4. Okay.
No, this is not really perpetual here, I guess. I mean check and check on h. Ah, you go where you go.
You go here? Where?
I
No,
go
then,
to f7.
There you have to go. Yeah.
I go to f7.
Again check. You know what to do. Yeah,
No.
this looks perpetual, no?
No. You don't give this check. You give check a queen h7. You would
Yes,
like to
queen
mate.
h7.
You would prefer to mate.
Ah, maybe mate, huh?
So now I need to play move.
If I hear...
No, now
you
I need
check
to
here,
play
yeah?
move. Yes, this will be mate. So I need to play move king f6 instead. Check on h7. King f6 to try to make a draw and to run. You take and to run, king g5. You don't have a mate. If you take on d2, I take on f2.
But queen e7 check is
King
very
g4.
strong. And queen e6
Queen
now.
e6. Yeah.
And on f6, yeah?
Yes.
Yes, and it will win.
And on
Yeah,
Yes, it will
approaching,
win,
yeah.
What did she play?
She
Check.
played queen f1 check.
Look, she will take on b2 out of
Necessity.
necessity. So what else
Well,
can
let's
she do?
see if this...
Incredible
She took
position.
it.
Let's see if king c3 follows,
Okay.
yeah?
Okay, queen f1, king up, rook takes. Okay, first
Incredible game, eh?
yeah, first of all, if I take, is it a draw for sure?
No, she doesn't take probably.
If I take on b2, is it a draw? I take on b2, okay,
Check.
check, king c3,
Okay, one more check,
Check.
here.
king
D3.
d3, yes. Check, king
On
e3,
On f1
Here.
maybe, yes.
king f, okay.
Yes, because some rook before
Now
check
I
is coming.
cannot go up because
Oh, she took it.
Look,
The rook before will be
look
there,
how
yeah?
nice, king e4, rook before check.
check, yeah, rook
Bishop
before
takes
check.
and queen e2 checkmate.
Yes. Or first,
or first
queen
queen
e2
e2,
check
yeah.
and checkmate. It will be a draw.
So why did she take it?
Ah, she took.
Okay,
took,
she got little
took.
time and
She took.
King
yeah.
C3, she couldn't see.
king c3 is not easy to
I don't
see.
know, well, how quickly did she make this move?
Well,
I mean,
she
did
did not
take...
have
She
much
doesn't,
time.
she has
Yeah.
very little
She,
time.
she had
but-
to...
Yeah.
Yeah, she didn't really realize that king c3 is possible. Pity, this would be a nice move. Now it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, yeah, actually this is...
What a game, yeah?
Huh?
What a game, really.
What a game, yeah.
Yeah, now it's good. I do not see what else can happen than a draw. Because, well,
King C3.
black is
okay.
not having made
Yeah, because
threats.
queen to have one back check, yeah, that is important.
Yeah.
When king goes to d3.
Okay, she will give check on a1.
There's no other move.
What else can she do? And I have to go to d3. Yeah, she will give check. A very entertaining game.
Yeah,
Some mistakes, but very
Yeah.
entertaining game.
King D3.
But how about queen b1, king c3, queen b2? Nothing much.
What would you like to do?
I don't know.
Queen
yet.
b1?
Just keep on playing. I
King
don't know.
C3.
No, king e3. No, now I don't. King e3 now.
King e3, rook
You want
b3.
to be rook b3, yeah?
King
I
E3.
want to play, but it's not
King
working.
to e4, yeah.
Well, you are not.
Rook B3.
Queen F1.
Queen F1, yeah.
Yeah, but with rook b3, you are not exactly trying to win.
I'm trying to do so.
Yeah. So queen f1, and now, okay, this will be the end of this entertaining game.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah, now,
now draw.
okay. This
Yeah.
is a hard-fought draw.
So it's worth
Very nice
waiting,
game.
waiting,
Very
nice game,
worth
yeah.
waiting.
Yeah. Can we maybe check if your compatriot has won this ending? Gotcha.
Sure, sure.
Because, okay, it looked very bad for black.
Yeah. Okay. We are going back to Ekaterina.
So they agreed to draw in this game?
Fair result.
Mamadova.
Yes.
What's going on here?
Oh, Mamadova has escaped. How did she
Yeah.
escape?
Let's see.
Because this now looks like a draw. How did she manage to
I
escape
don't know how.
from this business? Okay. Knight c5, yeah, jump.
Rook B1.
Why didn't she jump?
Knight C7, yes?
Yes.
She didn't play.
But what did she see?
Rook B1, G6.
Yeah, now it's different story. Now I can push, of course.
Yeah. E5. She missed probably.
No, but she cannot miss it because she played it a move later. So, what could be here the catch if instead of rook b1, if you now jump, okay, knight c7, what was she afraid of? She must be afraid of something because she played knight c7 next move under worse circumstances. So what was her worry?
Is it E5?
e5, knight f5.
Is there something else here?
Yeah, this is what I'm looking at, but I do not see the trick.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Maybe some rook c8 there. I mean, after knight c7, come back a little bit.
Rook C7.
So here you jump in.
Yes, here I jump.
And the other rook I was...
Oh, no, maybe you're
no,
right,
but-
Kaido. Yeah.
And then rook knight
Rook
b3.
c8. Rook
This
c8,
one, this
yeah.
one.
No, B.
Okay.
Knight e6,
Okay.
take on e6, knight takes, rook e8. And now, am I getting my
Again, one pawn.
my
is
stuff
hanging.
back? Okay.
Maybe you take here.
My pawn is hanging, but I take maybe.
Knight takes, rook e5.
No, but
Knight
then
d6.
96, yeah.
96 is a bad news. Still.
But if with the other rook,
If we took,
it looks of course not too natural, but rook f. See it?
you know, not to be on tempo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took f. Okay, I
If you
take.
take twice, and then I want to play.
DC4 maybe.
Yeah, this is.
Well, this4, yeah. It's-
Yeah, maybe this is the reason why.
This is probably what she did not.
And this
like.
looks to be, yeah.
And this position is not easy to evaluate.
Yeah.
And the rooks are not well placed. I mean, on C8,
Yeah.
C8 and B8 because B5
You're pushing
is
something.
coming. And,
Something will jump to.
Okay,
B5.
so
maybe this-
games,
Yeah, interesting
interesting
games,
games. Yes, we have a short break now. Dear chess fans, we are back again. Now we have a new guest, Mr. Grandmaster Adrian Mihalchishin is with us. Welcome,
hello
welcome
guys.
Adrian.
Hello guys. Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, still alive.
Still alive?
Yes.
How is the Turkish girls are doing?
Well, you know, these girls is always changing.
Changing.
One day they are doing well.
Yesterday they were doing very well.
Doing well. Okay, except they missed few points, easy points. But okay, today you know. Today our hope Silachalar lost to Ukrainian Osmak without let's say big good position but wrong plan. Not very funny game was Betulil this game.
Really?
She missed mixed variations, took on a8 with the wrong piece, and then she was pawn down. But after some play, now she is a pawn up. So,
really?
Yes, with girls everything can happen.
Let's see how is both one doing.
Yes.
Okay. Now we are going to. Also, I want to tell you something. You did in Skopje together a great job.
Oh, thank you.
I liked it very much. It was really a great job. Actually, I wanted to leave both of you here without me, but Ivan didn't want me to go because of this chess
techniques. Yes.
So I am here without my consent, but still, it's okay. I like to be with you.
So let's see.
Okay, let's see the games. Nana Zagnise versus Vega Gutierrez. I checked the last position if it's okay with you.
That's
the last position is, if I'm not mistaken.
Queen g6, okay, and take.
Yes.
So white is to move, yeah?
I think so. White is to move.
But white is to move. But black is pawn up, yeah?
White is to move and white is fighting for a draw.
Yeah. And black is very fantastically placed knight on e6, which is really half of the game.
On
I would say yes, honestly, it's blocking knight. But on the other hand, not so directly, because if she takes 2 times on d4, bishop takes, then bishop comes to f2, bishop h4, if pawn ending can be draw, yeah?
Yeah, but now, okay, how is white supposed to react here? Because...
But white on move, yeah?
Yeah, because black would like to take on d4.
Yes, 2 times, c5, bishop f2, g5.
No, but...
let's see,
g5,
what do you recommend?
And take, bishop h4, take, king e6, pawn and game winning, yeah?
Adrian, let's see this. The followers...
No, but we mean black move, how it's white on move.
I'm wondering, for example, here whether... no, I think that white cannot play move like c3 because c takes d4.
It's everything, yes.
Everything will be wrong.
Can I take here?
Yes,
you
c3
can,
try.
but I don't. No. I'm not sure it's making a draw. If you take there...
No, idea is to play knight d4, I understand. Bishop c5, try bishop c5. Bishop c5, knight c5.
Or maybe knight f4.
And knight d4.
Maybe knight f4.
Knight f4. Knight f4 and I take with the pawn.
King h4.
King h4 and I take with the pawn. How do you make draw this now?
Yeah, not easy. Not easy, yeah. You pawn down, yeah.
This looks lost.
Yes, looks lost. But you know, with this Spanish player Vega, she's a bit underestimated player. She won a bronze medal on European Women Championship 2 years ago in Romania. No, it was 3 years ago, 2 years ago in Romania. So she's a very strong player. So we cannot say that something unexpected. She can beat generally anybody.
But here actually I don't really see a move. Because problem is that if I play move like c3, cd4, cd4, there will be, I will have terrible pawn structure. This is a small problem. So if I play, let's say c3 and you take...
No, terrible.
This is a problem.
No, not just that, it's possible even, yes, take and knight c7.
Yeah, knight c7.
King e6, knight d5.
Yeah, I have a
knight takes h4, it has to be lost. Knight h4, take. Knight h4.
I need to take, of course.
Yes, take. Knight d5, bishop e3. Bishop d2, yes?
Knight d5, yeah, bishop d2.
Bishop d2. Yes, it's very bad, but still there are some hopes, no?
Yeah, there are hopes. But now here, okay, moment, my question is, In this position, maybe I should put if I put knight to e6, then I can travel with my king.
Yes, knight controls everything, then b5, but where king
This is a question, because
Yes.
white is now very passive. I can travel with my king, but
to
how would I
b5,
improve?
but then white can travel to b3 maybe, you know.
Yes, let's say we are discussing this particular variation. I would
Yeah.
like to improve my king.
Yes, both are
Both sides are improving king.
kings, yes.
Probably move like d5 is not is dangerous, because I will get a passed
Take
pawn.
d4 and king comes
I will
to
get a
c6.
passed pawn,
Yeah.
so better not to do it.
Yes, king c7, king d3.
Ah, but king would come even to. Okay, move.
C4 and then push d5.
No, d5 cannot be pushed because
Yeah.
I have always b5 check.
Yes.
Ah, okay.
But now the question is, how would I improve
Yes,
my?
maybe bishop d2 simply.
How would I
yes.
improve my position as a
Yes.
black? This is.
Yes, it's a big advantage, as we know, all these positions, but
Yeah.
there are some positions which very difficult to improve sufficiently to win.
Okay, so maybe c3 is idea, and to play the position which looks very ugly, but perhaps is possible to save it. And here,
But it's one more option is dc5, bishop c5, bishop f2, bishop d2.
you mean here?
Yes, take, and bishop d2, threatening to take on h4. Black has to play probably
No, but now I can play move knight d4.
knight d4.
You know there is a big problem, because when you take, I
Take,
take.
yes, bishop f2.
This is a tempo, and there is bishop f2.
Yeah, it's lost.
So I'm wondering this move c3.
What,
But are you sure about this tempo? If white plays a knight g5 check in that variation, king e7, c3.
Where?
What we look now? dc5, this
dc5.
line, this bishop takes, bishop f2, d2,
Yeah.
knight d4, knight g5 check.
Knight g5 check, and then,
Yes, and then
move king.
and then, for example, c3.
I didn't like move knight b3. That was not
Oh,
sure
I
where to.
understand. Knight b3, bishop e1,
Yeah, bishop e1.
bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
But it is sure about bishop e3.
I want to eat pawn.
Yes, yes. Okay, maybe not c3. Just a second, not c3. What else we can invent? Maybe is this c4 is stupid.
No, you can play move b4.
b4, yes.
Trapping a bishop,
Oh.
actually. All out of sudden situation
Improved a bit.
improved dramatically. But then maybe I don't have a better moment. I have different squares, but then I need to go to some
Oh,
G-
e6
G8 or
is
something.
to some ugly square.
Oh, this ugly square. Maybe here there are chances.
Then I need to go to ugly square. Okay, push, jump. But maybe it is still. Okay.
Maybe not necessarily c3. Maybe c4 is normal now.
C4.
Yes, bishop e7. Bishop e7 then. Bishop
Bishop
e7.
e7, yeah.
Yes, and it's okay. And white has no bishop g5 threat. Yes.
Yeah, bishop g5 threat
Yes.
is coming.
Yeah. So still there.
No, but let's see if c3 is potentially, because okay, here we had some difficulty finding.
She plays c3 and c takes d4
Yeah.
on the board.
She's doing only thing. No,
Yeah.
for example, here I will try to calculate. Can potentially move like g5 work? It is tactical solution. If it's working, then it's
Also,
takes.
Ivan, I have
F4.
also another idea. Instead of g5, you push twice.
So
what happened?
f4, bishop f2.
Which
What
one?
do you mean?
Bishop f2. I wanted to take with bishop on g5.
Bishop takes h4.
Let's put this.
F4, bishop take. Yes. King, bishop g5. Maybe it's fast move king g4. Even. Bishop g5.
Wait here. Okay, I'm to move. Okay, bishop g5, king g4.
King g4 first.
No, tactical solution is not working. So
I had an idea.
Yeah.
Ivan. I was thinking here in this position. Why not to play here? My idea is to go to e6 and e5 with the king.
To run with the king.
Yes.
Okay, the question
How
is.
do you?
Well,
D5,
bishop,
no,
bishop.
D5 even. D5, bishop, B6.
d5, but you
Closes,
said
closes way. Closes migration,
bishop
migration
is
work.
King.
for this migrant king.
knight e6.
But
That
this
doesn't
is-
work.
Come
Yeah?
back, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Then d5 is a good move. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. Doesn't work.
But
What about knight c7? But then you take on h4. Yes.
Yeah, this is what you were looking
What,
at.
what was
Knight
what
C7.
we discussed.
Yes.
Yeah.
But maybe first, if start with king, threat is d5. No, d5 is not threat. Maybe king goes immediately. Then knight knight h4. Maybe king now.
Maybe
goes.
king immediately,
No,
yeah.
immediately, yes. Let's go. Who cares? We go around.
Immediately. Huh?
We go
Yeah.
around.
Yeah, okay, it is making sense because
Yeah.
if we cannot win by bringing the knight,
Yeah, the knight, yes.
because actually white is in some sort of zugzwang. He
Yes.
cannot move bishop
Bishop.
because pawn is hanging.
No,
He cannot play
knight h4
d5
is
because
sooner or
pawn is
later is
hanging.
necessary.
So it's probably forced.
Yeah.
And okay, take. Now we have
But
some.
now is the problem. Maybe now can be possible d5. Pawn takes, bishop takes.
d4.
f4 is hanging.
No, f4, king g5.
King G5.
No, but d4.
G4, yes.
And
no.
king runs and.
Yes, king runs to
King
d5.
C6
D4,
will
yes.
No, but here then I need to go back. Okay, but
Yeah.
now it's a different story. She
Yeah.
runs. Okay, let's see.
Yes,
Because-
She will be faster now.
Well, I have now some tempies up, but still
Yes.
the question is it enough to win the game?
Yes.
No, you're right.
King
I have
d5.
obviously gotten a very much
Yes.
improved
King,
version.
King c3.
King c3.
Maybe king a4.
Knight
even.
c7.
If I king a4,
Yes, with idea maybe b5.
b5, yeah.
Knight,
Also knight c7.
knight
Adrian,
c7 maybe there is possible.
But here,
Instead
moment.
of king a4.
No, but here is a bit different. Perhaps. Wait. If I now play b3,
King a3.
push.
Pawn takes.
Because now, how is this whole business?
Knight takes f4.
Okay, let's see. Knight
Then
takes-
bishop c5 and pawn b is coming.
Yeah, bishop c5.
And pawn
Yeah.
b is coming.
And you can lose this.
Yes, and king is out. You see,
Yeah,
sometimes
yeah.
when you win
You can
for
lose
win,
it.
when you play for win too directly, you can be punished. But maybe b3 is necessary to go king b5 back.
So, okay, then instead of king a4, there should be some other move.
Knight c7.
I was on knight c7. I wanted to keep the king in opposition.
Knight d5.
Yeah, when bishop moves.
This.
Okay.
Is e6 now is idiotic, yes? And then bishop h2, bishop h4.
Maybe it's not
Can
idiot.
I play
E6.
c5?
Yeah,
E6
yeah,
maybe.
e6
Yes, e6. Who knows? Then bishop f2 slowly.
with the plan.
Bishop a2,
Bishop f2, bishop h4.
Then put knight on a8. Do what you want on a8.
No, but now I'm perhaps in time.
You're trying going fast.
Bishop f4.
Yeah, because now I'm in time. I'm in time now.
I will get this pawn. Huh?
I will get this pawn.
Yes.
I'm just in time.
Yeah.
So,
Move, yes.
so
okay.
you cannot. You have to
Okay,
move bishop.
d2 first. Okay, v6 we will play next move.
e6 maybe next move.
What about c5?
I think that
Yes.
I have to play
Yes,
c5,
C5,
but
so
with any reduction, I'm closer to a draw. Probably to take with the pawn to
You
be
know,
able
why
to.
not with the king in order to go?
Maybe.
King d4.
King d4.
King
Okay,
d4.
perhaps better move.
Maybe king a4.
I was not sure what happens with king a4.
King a4.
Yeah.
And coming from the other side, I didn't know.
These end games are funny.
King c4 now.
King c4.
But what is your
King d3, king c2. The bishop.
Bishop is trapped.
Yeah.
But maybe now it's time for e6.
No, but if I now play move
e6.
e6,
King c5 back.
king c5 back, yeah.
And now bishop b4 check. King c6.
King
Bishop
c6.
Still.
c6. Yeah, I go back again.
Yes, go back
E7.
again.
Moment.
E7. Wait a minute. Is it finished?
It is, I think,
E7.
finished.
Yes,
I
king
think.
d7 then.
King
I think
d7.
it
King
is
b5.
Yeah, but then I will.
King
Just
no,
knight
but
f4. probably.
I will be now much
Knight
faster.
f4.
Yeah.
Knight
Yeah.
f4.
Yeah, because if you go
Knight
like
f4,
this,
yeah.
my
Knight
pawns
f4.
will run fast.
No, take on b4 and g5, winning immediately.
Yeah,
Ah, yes.
yeah, because
You're right, you're
now I can win
Yeah,
with
yeah,
a
yeah,
with
yeah.
a pawn ending. I don't need to.
Yes, you're right.
But so can white here save the game?
Not easy. I would propose to go further.
Yeah, it is.
It is quite clear that black is playing for win.
Yes.
And white is fighting with all.
Yeah, black is trying to. I think once she figures out that there is no immediate way, that she will run with the king.
Yeah, she has to.
Because what else will she do? She will now take her time.
There are no positive plan.
Yeah, she will now take her time to calculate all possibilities if she can win immediately. And she will understand that there is no immediate win.
Yes.
And then I guess that she will run with the king.
Okay, what do you say? We move to second board. Second board draw. Third board. Alina Kashtinskaya versus.
Who played on second board? That was drawn?
Olga Badelka versus Bela Kutanashvili.
Okay.
They made a
Draw.
move at the second board. Olga Badelka. No, third board. Alina Kashtinskaya. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, this is also draw.
Kashlinskaya played versus Maidan.
This is the position.
Okay.
Took and repetition. Yeah. Okay. The fourth board, Anna Madnadze against Antoneta Stepanova.
Oh, it's interesting. Okay. Let's look.
Yes, Stepanova versus Madnadze. Okay. Okay, this is also draw.
Oof. Yeah.
By repetition.
Dobro. Okay. It's clear.
Okay.
Now.
So fifth board, Evgeny Ovot versus Marie Söbak. No, Evgeny Ovot has won. This is the last.
Yes, Ovot
White is winning, yeah. White has all these pawns. How many pawns? She has 5 pawns.
Yeah. 4.
Okay.
Five.
Sixth board,
So it's pawn on A2.
Maya
so-
Narva against
Yeah.
Pia Kramnik. Kramnik. Where is? Okay. This is draw as well. This is
Opposite colors bishops.
Opposite colors bishops.
Okay.
Even this pawn on E5 is not making much difference.
Seventh board, Polina Shuvalova
Position.
against Arakamia Grant. No, they are continuing.
Continue.
This is the position. Last game, last move is Rook D3.
After G5, yes. She attacked Rook. Oof. Tricky girls. They want, Rook. If Rook goes somewhere, then Rook D8 check. Yes. But what Black can play? Black has Queen E4 is F3. Yes.
Queen E4, F3.
F3
Yeah.
would be necessary.
Yeah. and
Queen C4.
Queen C4. Oh, mamma mia. Rook Queen B3 only more. Oh no, or Rook D1, but Rook D1 is risky.
Yeah.
Queen B3.
Position feels.
She played what? She
No,
played what?
Queen B3 losing a piece.
She played Rook D2.
D2?
Yeah, nice move, yeah.
Rook D2.
She's
it's
taking
mating,
advantage
yes.
of a mate.
Yes, because if Rook D8, Queen F5, Rook D1 mate.
And then she's.
Oh.
But, okay.
Is she winning now?
I think so, because Rook D2 happened.
Yeah.
I do not exactly see better move than Queen C1.
Queen C1. So
Yeah, but Queen C1
now
has
take
a
and
problem.
Queen E4, yes, and Queen E4.
Or even F3.
Oh, you F3, yes. Attack. If only move is King F1, then Queen D3 check.
Yeah. So,
No other move, yeah.
no other move.
Yeah.
So that means that, okay, Queen C1 is not saving the game. Let's see, does she have any way to save this game?
Queen F1. Queen F1 he takes on D3. Queen takes D3.
Maybe
Queen F1 even.
Queen F1.
Queen F1.
Queen F1. Queen
Yeah.
E4.
Queen E4, then F3.
But Queen F1 has one problem. On Queen F1 I can, let's say, play
Bishop B5.
very primitive move, yeah, Bishop B5.
Yeah, but then maybe it's possible to say, sacrifice is not possible.
Bishop
Because knight is hanging.
Knight is hanging. And now,
Sacrifice,
Yes, Bishop B5.
now it's going to be a piece for nothing.
Yes, yes.
yes, piece for nothing. I saw Rook D2, and then knight D5, Queen B1.
Yeah, Knight D5 trying to catch Queen B1 or Queen H3
yes.
or different moves.
Yeah.
No, but moment there, maybe it is lost position. Perhaps Rook, she played winning move, Rook D2.
Yeah, looks like.
Just
Okay,
like,
what's our options?
let's, if we play Queen B3, then Queen E4.
Yeah, then queen e4 wins.
And there are no defense. Yeah.
So it's winning, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm
No
trying
defense.
to figure out this. Is there any idea here?
This pin is very unpleasant.
No, I do not see.
Yeah.
I do not
If
see.
rook d8 doesn't work, so what can we do?
Queen c1 doesn't work, queen f1 doesn't work, rook d8 doesn't work.
Yes, nothing.
And there are no other legal moves.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the 8th board. Marina Brunello against Elizabeth Paz, but I think it's finished, yes? This one. Brunello Paz. No, it's not finished. They are playing. Okay, last move is King D2.
Oh, it
Two
is
bishop versus two
one
knights.
classical, you know, that's my trainers, grandmaster like Platonos, they teach me that against bishop pair, just pair of knights can fight.
Yeah.
Bishop and knight cannot fight, but two knights can fight.
Okay.
Two knights can fight.
Yes, they said it.
Well,
Especially if the position like
like this, yeah.
Yeah.
Then is
Okay.
two bishops are fighting with
Fighting.
against knights.
Trash, we can say trash bishops, yes?
Trash bishops, yes.
Well, white is obviously positionally winning, but how to make a progress?
Yes, how to improve position.
With some E6.
It's necessary to attack something,
maybe?
yes.
What do you think? E6?
Take, knight g7 threat,
Some
then bishop f6, yeah? Okay, even knight 1, knight takes, bishop f6, how to continue winning?
bishop f6.
Yeah,
You're right.
because knight g7, okay, knight g7 is not big threat anyhow,
I do not see exactly how
Yeah.
Did something, but I don't know.
to win,
how
to increase.
to win.
She played king c3, I think.
This idea maybe before and
The
king
last move
before.
is king d2, and she played what?
King c3.
Wait, black played something, but I don't know what.
Well, I see
They
king
played
standing
some moves.
on c3.
I see the
Bishop
bishop,
is
on
on-
f8. Maybe bishop
is
e7,
Bishop e7.
king c3, bishop f8.
Yeah.
No.
I think
Yes.
like something like this. Yeah.
Yes. Because the point is that she could not
Take
take a pawn, because problem is if she takes a pawn, then she will get a positionally extremely bad position.
Yes, before,
B4 will come,
yes,
and okay,
before.
king
King D4.
will go to d4, will be absolute.
Bishop e6 and
Bishop
h5 Zugzwang. Bishop e6 and h5, and then everything starts to
Yes.
fall.
Yeah, and everything falls.
Yeah.
So okay,
Very nice position.
it didn't happen. She played bishop f8. What will
Plan
happen
now is b4 generally.
But
had
how
be
to-
played.
like,
And
After b4,
if
before-
even a4, what is
I
your
wanted
idea?
to play a4 and to ask.
how to
Where
how
are
to
the
pass.
holes? Yes, where are the holes in the position?
yeah, how to make progress, yeah.
Okay, if I want to make progress, I would somehow.
Look, I have the idea. King comes to pawn f
she played
h5,
knight h5, Adrian.
knight h5.
Not b4. In this position, she
Yeah.
played knight h5. Knight f6, and then what?
Okay, she can play knight f6. Okay, bring another knight. 6. Okay, she can play knight f6.
Maybe plan knight f6, another knight comes to
To
d3 f4, yes?
Yeah, this
Bishop e6 is keeping, so what else? What after? Bishop e6 protects.
What do you play?
Okay, just waiting. I don't know.
Some way to.
Yeah, he's basically waiting. Okay,
Yeah. Bishop e7, wait.
bishop somewhere.
e7.
Yes,
It is even bishop e6.
yes, bishop e6 is the same.
Because if you take, I can come back to the
Yeah.
kings. Okay, you improve knight. Let's
Bishop
say bishop
c8.
or bishop, yeah, bishop c8. I wait. You continue improving. Okay.
Yes.
Now we
Knight
reach
e4, and
this
now-
position. Now I make some bishop move.
Bishop e7, yes.
Bishop e7.
Knight g8, bishop f8.
Bishop back.
f8. And knight is coming, not coming to another to h5, f6. No, it's nothing. Ah, it would be fun. Ah no, idea knight g8, bishop f8, knight h5, knight f6.
No, but
This bishop is.
here the problem is. No, I'm now thinking about the following idea. Let's say king moves, knight moves, but this
Yeah.
looks like a science fiction. I to come to f6
Yeah.
and to g8 and to take a pawn.
Yeah,
but
this science fiction. Yeah.
this looks like a science
Science
fiction.
fiction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because here I can maybe open.
Yes. Take
And the problem is that if I wanted to close it,
it's necessary to play before.
no, but then it cannot work for other reason. Because now, for example, if I close it, I cannot cover the both sides. Because problem is that now when I run, you will make a move. I will run. You will make a move, and he will take. And if my king would be on this side, you will take on b4.
No, king. You can play You can play king d2 before this move. King d2.
King d2.
Yes, just waiting for both sides. Bishop b4 controlling a4.
Uh-huh.
Bishop h4 controlling.
And
g4.
now to try to
Yes,
eat this
to
pawn.
eat this pawn. But it's really like fantastic.
Yeah, the king on d2. Yeah, very
King,
nice.
king keeping both pawns.
Both pawns.
But maybe, okay, can this stupid knight maneuver really work?
Yeah,
So, okay,
it's very difficult to imagine.
this position I can reach.
Yeah.
So is it winning? After knight f6 and knight g8.
But why you took? Maybe better to take on b4 and then pawn b4 is hanging in this variation. King d2 not possible.
Uh-huh,
Then threat bishop h4 exists.
yeah, okay.
If b4 take it. So what? Why you have to be
Yeah, take it.
take it? Just its weakness, just in case, of course.
Then king cannot run.
Yes, king cannot run.
So now this
Yeah.
knight maneuver is not working.
Too clever maneuver.
Too clever.
You're right.
I do not really see how to. What am I supposed to do with those
Yeah.
knights that it works?
No, it's because there is no pawn support. I mean,
Yeah.
no pawn break.
There is no pawn break.
No pawn break. So if no pawn breaks, what can you
Some
do?
pawn
Just
sacrifice.
knights running around. It's very seldom is possible to do something with such knights. Yeah, as we know from practice. It's very
Maybe I have idea. Okay, I have idea. Okay, here, when I have this position, I play move e4.
I was thinking about it. You have to take with the f.
With f, now I take on here.
Uh-huh.
You cannot take on f6, I take back
Yeah,
and my
yeah.
pawn runs.
Yes,
You must take like
and
this.
then
Now I
knight
play such a move.
Yes, it is winning.
Push and knight back.
Yes.
No,
No,
knight back cannot. But
No, play f2, h3, f4.
yeah, it starts to feel winning.
Yes, it starts to It's because knight is
Yeah,
very strong.
but okay, bishop
Bishop
must
eight.
go. Knight goes. Bishop goes. Moment, and now king is not on time. Yeah, or king is in time. Take.
No,
King
on
is
time.
simple. King is in time.
Yeah, but
So I need something clever here. Okay, but now I think that I understand.
this idea exists.
Here
yeah.
first I should
Yeah.
probably include this.
Before, yeah.
Okay, you would have to take a b. Bishop moves, only move. Push. Okay, takes.
Yeah. They stay, knight takes.
Knight
Black
takes.
has to wait. King d7.
King d7. Okay, now how to win? Maybe I cannot win even this.
Well,
h5 is
not
possible,
H5.
and then knight comes to f4, but still not clear how to
Really,
win.
yes.
No, maybe check. Knight goes. Knight to f4.
Yes.
But still,
Still, what
why is
what
this
the idea winning?
such a big deal?
Yes, bishop e7. Wait.
Okay, but now I need to go with my knight to collect this pawn. I move my king.
Yeah.
King cannot move.
Can move knight.
He's protecting.
Knight e2, knight.
Now I want
c3.
knight e2, knight c3, collect this pawn.
But then e3 will follow,
And I will go back with the knight.
and then what?
Let's see. Okay, bishop somewhere,
Okay,
yeah?
bishop waiting. Yes.
Bishop f8.
Yes. Knight.
No, now first
H5.
I probably play H format. I probably
Bishop E7.
I play H5
Bishop E7.
to kill the king.
Bishop G5.
Bishop
button.
G5. I run.
Oh no,
I see.
why Bishop G5? It's better to look on before E3 play. Who cares?
E3.
Yes, and just wait.
You're right.
Let's see. Moment. Something tells me that. King moves.
Oh, wait.
Wait. Okay.
Bishop F8. Yes. We are just.
Knight moves.
You want knight D3.
Knight A2. Or knight E2.
Yeah.
Knight D3, knight C4. Okay, we'll put bishop on
G5.
On G5, then king D3 will come. Yes.
Yeah.
King E2.
I also want maybe here knight D3, knight C5 because pawn ending is winning.
No, but bishop C5 will not be.
Yeah, but then I would come to try to collect this pawn. I don't know. I think
No,
that
but how will be bishop? Okay, black waits. Bishop E7.
bishop E7, knight A2.
You want knight A2.
I will take this pawn. This pawn will be eaten.
Yeah, the king cannot come out of the.
Okay, then question is once I eat this pawn, for example.
No, the king wants more to C3, knight comes out, and with the god's help, I think this game is winning.
It should be winning. Yeah.
Should be winning.
But
But
okay,
a long process.
so
It
then
will be very, very long process
then-
for such a game.
then
That's
quest-
not so easy to find.
Yeah.
no, but then question is, for example, is this completely lost? I'm just trying to eliminate possibilities.
Yes. And king D7.
And now some pass move.
Yes.
Because this king now needs to come in.
Yeah.
In order for this king to come in, now I have knight versus this stupid bishop, I will need to sacrifice this pawn at some moment. But which moment?
Very difficult attack. Pawn H6 was never attacked well.
No. This looks like a draw. I do not see how to make a progress.
Yeah.
What are they play very fast. Let's see.
Okay,
Let's
update
see
a
what's
bit.
going on. Update this position. She played something like king C2 or something like that.
Yeah, king is on c2.
The bishop on E7. No, she played king D3, bishop E7, king C2, and then bishop D8.
Okay,
She's
so
waiting like
look,
this.
so far, white is not showing any plan.
Yeah, white doesn't understand at the moment what is the plan.
Maybe there isn't a plan.
Okay, this plan is at least something. White is not risking anything anyhow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if
Yeah.
No, for example, here maybe what I can do as a plan, but okay, I don't know if such a thing can work. Let's say that I move my king. No, not yet. You know what I would like to do? I would like to do this trick what Karpov did once to Kasparov.
And to sacrifice the pawn.
Yes, to sacrifice a pawn, what he
Yeah,
did in a world
yeah,
championship match to
Then
make a passage with the king.
With the king, yes.
But okay, I'm not sure it can work.
Yeah.
This
But
is a
you
small-
can try. Nobody
Yeah.
can punish
Yeah,
you.
interesting.
You know, it's interesting because pawn
So
takes
this is
knight
a,
before
yeah,
95.
Yeah, this is an idea.
Oof, it's an idea.
Because this is how Karpov did beat Kasparov. In this, and okay, to collect this one and then to try to collect.
Yeah, very
To collect A3,
Yeah,
D5
yeah,
to collect
yeah,
this,
yeah.
yes.
And okay, if you don't want this, if you close with A4, then I can come back to the previous
Yeah.
plans. But then I have small victory that this pawn is
Yes,
not
this pawn,
hanging.
yes, we established this pawn on before. It's important to be under attack.
yeah.
So, but not easy because somehow she has to now come up with a winning plan, thinking very far ahead. And this is going to be tough. This is going to be very tough. Somehow she got to
Yeah,
calculate
yeah.
this.
Let's move, huh?
Yeah, let's move.
Yeah,
on.
okay,
Okay.
let's move forward.
So let's move to which one? Ekaterina Atalik
Oh, it's
versus-
not a league, let's look.
She played.
It was
she's
complicated
still-
end
is
game,
she
but I
still
think it was
playing?
equal.
Oh,
Finished.
the game ended in a draw.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
this
because
was
black,
the position.
yes. Black
for
stopped,
joke,
yes,
and
yes.
she accepted.
Yes.
Mamadova, yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay,
let's
black
go
is sufficiently
to
strong.
Elizaveta Solorzhenkina versus Natalia Pogonina. Solorzhenkina, Pogonina. They are still playing. Okay, the last move is Queen E4.
No, it's clear that black is playing for win.
Yeah, now
Despite the fact that white has one extra pawn in the moment, but this pawn is not really
this
valid.
is the game we were checking. It's interesting game.
Yeah, no, but white is completely lost.
Yeah.
Because white is losing this pawn on e3.
Rook g3 is...
no, rook g3, maybe not.
Rook A1.
Rook g3.
Rook b1 maybe.
Rook b1 or on rook g3, since there are no moves, I can maybe even first take this idiot on,
Yes,
on a3.
yes.
Just to collect it, and then rook a1, it looks very bad for white.
Yeah.
Actually, she played something. What? No, she didn't play something.
No, it looks very bad for white.
Yeah,
no, we were talking about this
this
game.
game,
I was basically telling you that white was not
Yeah,
consequent.
this was the position. I think you were.
Yeah, white was not consequent, and
She took with the f pawn on e3.
Yeah.
At that point, we left the game. You remember?
Yeah.
This was the position.
no, here in this particular game, I did not like the fact that when she had actually here attacking position, she did not want to play, let's say, moves like knight e2,
Knight g3, knight f5.
knight g3, knight f5,
She wanted to
g5.
protect this
She here completely changed her plan. The strategy started to go
To the other side.
to the other side,
Yeah.
and okay, then these pawns became weak. So it is not surprising she was not consequent enough, and I think that final position is very bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, now these pawns are weak.
Also d4. I don't understand why she's
Yeah.
not. The
Check.
king is in the center.
It's
and
the
she plays
open
d4,
position, yeah, don't.
Take. Check. F6.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks
Works terribly bad.
this looks like the end of the road.
What did she do? Rook e1.
Yeah, rook e1, but now she will lose g4
Queen
pawn.
f3 check.
Yeah, queen f3 check, obviously will come. King must go. Queen takes. Well, now queen f2, what else can I do?
Yeah.
But queen f2, maybe now collecting another pawn.
Yes, collect another pawn slowly. Yes.
Now it's already pawn up, and some more pawns
Yeah.
will
fall down.
Will fall
Rook
down.
a5 threat, yeah.
Rook a5 is a threat.
Yeah, so it's
Complete
you just
domination. Complete
collecting apples.
Let's see some
Yes, this
games.
looks winning. This looks completely winning.
Let's see some games between Irina Bulmaga versus Maria Garcia Martin. Okay, Irina Bulmaga versus Maria Garcia Martin. Here we don't have it. I think this game. I have to find it. Which board they are playing?
Okay, I see that some
On the 12th board. Yes.
some games are drawn.
A draw.
Actually, most of the games are drawn.
Drawn, yes. Today some peaceful day.
Who is sitting there? Let's have a look at this game, which is still in progress.
This is Maltsevskaya versus
Let's try to look at.
Gaponenko. This
Yes,
is draw.
draw,
yeah.
yeah.
Draw, yeah.
Let's look at this game. This game is in
This
progress.
Anna
Which one?
Ushenina. Anna Ushenina is playing versus Melanie Lubbe from Germany.
Yes, this one. Yeah.
Melanie Lubbe versus.
I cannot see exactly position, but it looks interesting from afar.
Okay, versus which board is this? Melanie Lubbe on the 13th, board 13. Okay, that one. This is the position.
Once more, girls like strong knights in the center.
Oh, okay, actually it is not so interesting. Black should be
It's my
winning
move.
here.
Because black has extra pawn.
Black's an extra pawn and better position.
Yes,
So
Yeah. So
it must be winning.
winning, yeah.
Yeah.
it should
With
be
some
winning.
small technical problems, but extra pawn, strong knight. So what can you do? What can you demand from the position? It's the dream.
No, it looks.
Okay, what game we can check?
I don't know. What should be the best plan here? Realization. I see already few ideas. Knight before, probably king would. I mean, king will need to move. I cannot afford rook ending.
Yes. No, knight before. If bishop takes, king takes.
Yeah.
And then all pawns.
Yes. So I need
What
to.
was the result of this game? Algeria Su Derektioğlu. Did you check it?
No.
Okay.
I need to move king.
Yes.
Now I don't know how is, for example, this position. I can
Check.
force. I can.
King c2.
So now I can force you to enter ending.
Take. Yes, and okay. And then rook f2 is a threat.
Rook f2 is a threat.
Oh, it has to be lost.
This looks completely winning.
Lost, yeah. Okay, let's find Gira Hereklioglu Sude.
Okay, Hereklioglu
Sude
versus Olga Girya.
Sude is.
She has given check. Yeah, she has given check. Ushanina and probably knight before will follow.
She lost. She
lost. Yes.
This is the last position. Yeah.
Oh, with the rook down. Yeah. Come on.
Exchange, but it counts as a rook.
Okay, so maybe we go to.
Exchange. Yes, you're right.
But it does not change.
Does not change
much. I mean.
Much, yeah.
From the first boards, okay. So.
Well, first, let's return to the first board. If something was shown.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go there.
Zagnidze, European champion 2 years ago.
Yeah. What's going on there?
Fighting for her life.
Fighting for her life.
What she took upon.
Okay. Happened actually what we were
expecting,
but now she's probably going to survive.
Maybe knight c7, no?
Knight c7.
This idea knight b5.
Knight e3. How to make a progress?
Knight e3, maybe knight b5.
Knight b5.
Yes. Okay.
Do you believe bishop c3?
Bishop c3.
Maybe even g5 is possible, and then bishop takes g5.
Yes.
It's possible, but okay. If g5.
And then you enter to d5.
Oh no, knight c4 maybe. Maybe it was possible to make more precisely this plan.
Yeah.
More precisely to conduct it here. Not knight c4 in the middle, it's knight on d5.
Okay, she has knight on d5 and thinking what to do.
And bishop b4 is idiotic, probably, yes?
Well, I don't know if it's idiotic.
Take and king h4 maybe.
But
knight
it looks
d3,
like a draw.
Knight d3 is not big deal.
Also on such a move.
Bishop c1,
no, I can also take and play move knight e3, knight back to. I can.
Knight d3.
Knight d3 I cannot. Okay. I must play king h4.
You must play, yes. Knight d3, king g5.
So how is this?
Funny way, yes, this.
But okay, now I look for my counterplay.
Yes, knight d3.
Knight d3.
King g5.
King g5 or king g5
yes,
has to be played.
King f7 probably knight.
King g5.
Knight e3
you have
d5.
to be consequent.
Yes, king takes.
Now okay, I have two moves. Maybe this move. I would like to take and to have some check.
You know, she played c5.
She played c5.
Oof.
Okay, c5.
Takes, bishop takes c5 after bishop d2.
Okay, c5 is either extremely clever move,
or
it's reaching a draw.
It is reaching a draw. Bishop c5, b3, king comes to his f3, draw. She reduced white suffering. She exchanged white.
Normally speaking, you should not hurry with exchanging pieces.
You cannot exchange such weak pawn.
Yeah.
It was main problem of white.
Yeah, because now knight h4 making a problem here and moving king.
Oh, king g3, f3 is the same.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think that she's going.
I think that Zagnidze saved the game.
She saved the game.
Yeah.
She saved the game. This is actually correct.
So we give a short break.
Yeah, we take a short break. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ismail, we have a short break.
Dear chess friends, we are back again. We start immediately with Çisel Anaçoğlu, Turkish young talented player, versus the Ukrainian player Natalia Buksa. And let's see the opening phase quickly. Spanish.
Yes, Spanish. Let's have a look.
Yes. B5, early B5.
Bishop B3, Bishop B7.
Bishop
yes, all
B7.
this is playable.
And D6 transposes now. Knight
B8. This is the so-called Breyer system. This exists for 100 years. Very reliable, but a bit passive system. Yes, Knight BD2 and C5. This is new way, not new. Let's say a bit more rare way of handling the Breyer. Not new at all, but it's very interesting. In my opinion, it's at least equally good with the most common move, which is Bishop B7.
Oh.
Yes, this C5 is a very, very good move because in many lines the bishop does not belong to B7. For example, instead of C5, let's have a very quick look. Instead of C5, they play Bishop B7, temporarily preventing the maneuver Knight F1, Knight G3 because E4 is hanging. So Bishop C2, they play to protect this pawn. Rook E8, Knight F1.
Rook E8, Knight F1.
Knight F1. All this has been played thousands of times. Bishop F8, Knight G3, and G6. And this is actually the starting position of the Breyer system. We have already played so many moves. So let's say white plays A4 here, a very common move. Black usually plays C5 when he sees the move A4. He plays C5, D5 possibly, and C4, intending to play C4, intending to play Knight C5 now that B3 square has been weakened with the move A4. So, but actually this bishop on b7 does not stand so well. White would wish, let's say white plays here bishop g5 for example, knight c5. In this position, black would very much wish to have the bishop on d7 if possible. On d7 and not on b7.
Here.
Yes. So if he goes for a fast c5, if we go a few moves back, he is intending, if possible, many moves back. So we are here, c5, yes, c5 instead, with the move that was played in the game. Black is intending to skip the move bishop b7, in many cases not play this move at all. For example, if white goes d5 in this position,
c4, yes.
Yes, c4 they play. Queen c7 was played by Vladimir Kramnik in a very good game that he won. It is quite similar to the move c4. Because later he will play c4. Anyway, c4 immediately is maybe equally accurate. Bishop c2, queen c7 now. It is important to prevent the move b3 by white, because now c3 pawn will be hanging. And now in case of let's say a4, of course knight f1 is one possibility, but now black doesn't want to play bishop to b7,
but
rook b8 he will play. Let's say knight f1 now, knight c5, knight g3, and bishop to d7. So black has won a few tempi, and he doesn't even need to play g6. It is necessary all the time to prevent knight f5 if the bishop is standing on b7. But with the bishop on d7, g6 is not necessary, because after knight f5, black takes it, and he gets a good game.
So this is gaining lots of tempi.
Yes, in some cases. In some cases.
So in the game, they played like this.
They did play like this.
Yes,
and
they played like this.
The idea of the move a5 is to be able, to, after a4, to answer with b4.
Yes.
Let's have a quick look after a4. This is really very interesting in a strategical sense. So b4, and let's suppose that here, after b4, white plays knight to g3. Normally, in such a position, black would play a move like knight c5 or something, but here he has a very, very strong move, which is b3. After b3, actually black has a strategically winning position. Why? Because the bishop will go to b1, and from now on, the rook is stuck on a1, and the bishop is eternally stuck on b1.
Yes.
So all of a sudden, black has a winning game as long as he doesn't blunder, he doesn't lose c4 pawn, which is not something very difficult. So black here can play knight c5 or knight b6. Yes.
And playing like two pieces.
Yes, exactly. Let's say I could even play g6 here, just exaggerating a bit. g6, bishop h6, and now sacrifice this, play knight c5 and tell him, please give me your only active piece now. Bishop takes f8. Okay, this is an exaggeration, but even this position and bishop h6 is totally playable for black. The main reason is standing on a1 and on b1. Yes, these two very passive pieces. Even this totally unnecessary sacrifice indicates that black has actually a great game.
Yeah, right. So in the game, let's go back to the game. After a5,
bishop
white played
d2,
bishop d2, a4.
and this a4 is in such cases the first line of the computer usually. But I don't like this move so much because white can play a3 and lock up the queen side. Of course, there are some weak squares on b3 and everything.
a3 is
yes, is one possibility. Knight c5 will be played by black, and now the real question is who will take advantage of the only flank that can be opened, which is the king side. Who will take advantage? Is white more ready to start the attack, or is black maybe able to play f5? For example, if white plays g4 here, computer usually answers this move with h5, and it almost always gives an advantage to black after h5. But of course, things are not clear at all in such a position. This is very double-edged. Still, maybe g4 is a bit premature. Maybe white can play, instead of g4, some other move like knight, instead of g4, some move like knight g3 or knight h2 here, knight 3 to h2, knight 1 to h2. Yes, black is intending to go for f5 and maybe some knight b3 at some moment. Strategically, black is standing quite well. I mean, the position is blocked, but if white has the chance to create a flank attack, then he will be better.
Okay, so after a4, b3 has been played.
Yes,
she wanted
you know, but this a4 move, just a second, I think that this is when a black player has a rating, she has a rating of 2400 and more, it is maybe a wrong choice to play against a talented but not so experienced young opponent, to block the file and then give very easy play to white. So in that sense, maybe a3 would have been a better move. So
takes,
take on b3, and
knight
this is
d6. Queen a5. Knight c4. Then they enter this ending.
This is good position for white actually, because this c4 is weak.
But she I don't know what why she probably misplayed it.
Yes, exactly.
She won a pawn now.
Yes, it was a wrong choice for
bishop takes of f6.
And now it's a pawn up, but it's still not clear. There is some compensation for a draw. So let's continue with.
What is she doing?
I don't know. Maybe there is no clear plan for white
King
here.
h4.
Yes, it's a bit strange. Objectively, this should be a draw because black is very active.
Very active, yes.
And in such
but why
cases,
king h4?
Well, in search of a plan, maybe to push some
You cannot do f3, king f2.
F3 maybe, yes, and king f2. You are probably right, but. Yes, then the knight
trying
is
to
quite
go
passive.
to the pawn with the king, but of course
It's
not so easy. But
not so easy.
But this g4, I don't know. Maybe you look at this now.
Black is trying to win against her less experienced opponent. That's the idea.
White is trying to win with actually with such kind of. I mean, now probably she will lose this. Because all these pawns are weak. What's going on here? Oh, they made so many moves. What is this? Okay, here. She took another pawn. She's collecting all the pawns. D4. Another pawn. And then she played something else, and probably she collected another pawn. what is she? Wait a minute.
No, here it is white to move. Yes.
Rook a7 is
Rook a7, but then maybe
bishop
black,
somewhere.
or can take on f2 maybe.
She took on f2. Yes, she took on f2, and then it was what happened here.
Knight f4 maybe. What?
Knight f4. Yes. Knight f4. And bishop b3.
Bishop b3, because if bishop c4 there
And
is
now
rook
f7
c8
has been
check.
played.
Yes. And
What's going on?
Okay,
Here?
so-
She lost the piece, but
yes, bishop takes f7
bishop
obviously.
takes f7.
Rook takes f7.
Rook takes
and-
f7.
I believe objectively this is still a draw, but of course black has a risk-free game because the
Yeah.
endgame, even if black loses all her 3 pawns,
Yeah.
the endgame is completely equal.
Equal, yeah.
Yes, but there are some practical chances together with maybe some possible time trouble.
What to play now?
But what to play, because there are some direct threats. E3,
E3
but
maybe.
knight d3 check then. It's still not working.
What did she do? f3.
Rook f3 maybe to have the rook protected. And I think white, after rook f3, white should take on on h5. Little by little we should eliminate
What about
at some
d3
moment.
now?
Yes, and now is it possible to play knight takes d3 check? Let's have a look. Knight takes d3, rook takes d3, because this is what is going to save white at some moment, to reach some position like this if it is equal. But now I'm not sure. King
I think king comes here.
King
no?
g4, yes, king g4. Let's try for a while, and king d4.
This looks losing, yeah?
This looks losing, but one small detail may make a difference. But normally when it is cut along a line, the position is losing normally most of the times. Of course, yes, we have to be very accurate. Once again, here it takes calculation and knowledge of some basic endgames.
Endgame.
Yes, but sometimes these basic endgames are thousands. There are thousands, hundreds of
Yeah,
them. You
yeah,
cannot
sure.
know everything.
Yeah.
So I try to sacrifice. Of course, it takes some calculation. Maybe this position is a draw if it is played perfectly. I don't know, but
Because how can I prevent her to go to e3? I don't
maybe
see.
I can play, for example, king g4.
She
King-
took on h5 now.
Yes. Maybe here I can play king g4,
King
and,
G4,
and
king
if
D-
king d4 to try a move like rook h7, but it looks, yes, rook h7.
Here?
Yes, to be able to give some checks.
Can
Yes,
I
and
play
then-
here?
It is possible. Now can I go to the other side, to a7 for example,
So,
to have some counterplay? It's not so clear.
yeah,
Not so
you're
clear.
right.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe
Yes,
here after
so
rook h3, maybe
if I
king,
play
king
here-
e3. Yes, maybe this is the move. This is
If
the
you
move.
give check,
And
king
king,
f2 maybe.
king f2.
Another
Oh,
check.
Yes. King f.
f1, but again another check.
No. Here maybe king f4 is good enough. Yes. King
Yes, of course.
Or
king
not. But then no. But
Why
e3.
not another check?
Because e3. What is happening?
King e3 again.
No. King f1 is good. King f1. King f1.
Another check.
King g2.
Oh, I cannot come here. e3.
Yes, e3. This should win.
E3.
I think.
Wait a minute.
Rook e2 check and
king
king
f2,
f3. Wow. No, rook e2 check. Let's play. This is draw by force.
Yes,
King
yes.
f1, king f3. This is draw. All of a sudden.
So it's probably draw.
Yes, it takes a lot of time to think.
You're right.
And yes, I can assure you that nobody knows all these positions.
d3 she didn't take.
Yes, she hesitated with
King g4, king d4.
And now king
Now
d4
how
was
to make
played.
draw this.
But just a second, is it possible here to play rook d7 check?
Rook d7, yes, of course. I
But
don't
if
know.
king e3, then knight takes d3 is an immediate draw.
Oh, yes.
This is an immediate draw. But instead of this, black will probably play king to c3.
c3.
Yes.
She gave check. So what to do now? Knight d5, king c2, knight d5, king c2, knight b4.
Or maybe knight d5. Knight d5, let's play, yes, but it's not clear at all. King c2 or maybe even d2. King c2, let's say. King c2 maybe it's better, but I can give rook c7 check anyway.
Oh, she enters king e3.
King e3. Are we losing
Immediate
something?
draw.
Maybe we missed something. Let's go back. Let's go back. Did we miss something?
What did we miss?
After this, knight takes d3. What did we miss?
I don't see anything.
I don't see it.
Totally draw.
Yes.
She missed it.
Ah. This is a draw now. E takes d3 has to be played.
She saved it.
Yes. Amazing. And this is draw.
Why she didn't play king c3?
She should have played king c3.
I think she still has some chances here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
She should have played king c3. Objectively, I'm almost certain that it is still a draw.
Really?
Yes, almost certain.
But it's not so easy.
Not so easy, no.
She has to be very careful.
Yes, yes. That was a better
Okay,
choice.
so
of course she would
this
have
was
played
an
king
interesting
c3.
ending. Okay, let's go to first board. Finished in a draw. Nana Zagnitse versus Vega Gutierrez. Actually here, Ivan Sokolov, Adrian, they analyzed very deeply, and Black had chances, you know,
Of course.
here,
Of course.
lots of chances, but I think she didn't play well. This c5, they didn't like, of course, to
Maybe a bit too
this
early to
move,
exchange
too
this
early,
weakness.
Yes, of course,
Yes.
after this move. And she exchanged here. What's going on?
Yes. And why make a draw here? There are some chances.
Yes, 96.
Yes,
Well,
and
checking
go-
this game was
Yes.
a similar game. And she didn't
Objectively, this may be a draw, but Black can continue without any risk.
Yeah.
Knight e6 is the move
She
here.
didn't play.
She played king f7, knight f6, knight e6, sorry, knight e6, king g3, and go with the king to
Towards
d5,
the
yes.
King G3.
King f7, let's play it from the moves. King f7, king f3, White can probably play king c3 with counter chances. King c3, look, and if king d5, to be active with king b4, king e4, and bishop c1, bishop d2, yes,
You cannot take.
yes, and he cannot
And
play
what to do now?
g5 because f takes g5.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yes.
So maybe this was the problem. Yeah, she saw
But
this problem.
yes, but you know,
But
we
she
should
should
not,
have tried.
This is wrong tactic. I mean, we should not offer draw in a position where we have draw anyway. Just
Yeah.
play the moves and you will see. You can offer draw 3 moves later. Just play the
Exactly.
moves, you have nothing to lose.
Exactly.
And you will see. Your opponent may be panicked because she thinks you have something in mind that she doesn't understand. May
Yeah.
play some irrational move or something.
Yeah. Okay, let's move to Natalia Pogonina. What happened in that game versus Solozenko? Okay, still continuing this game. Ismail, is it finished? Really? She saved the draw? Incredible. This position, we were certain that Black will win very easily.
Of course, yes.
And I don't understand the wait. Here, why shouldn't you check here? And take on g4.
Maybe queen a2, but
Queen A2.
then no, h4 is dropping. Yes, of course, this is quite simple. I really wonder.
Okay.
Yes.
She didn't play check. I don't know why. Wait a minute. Check. Here, take.
we need to, we can take on g4 first, and later, a few
H4,
moves later,
H4
a
takes,
few moves later,
check.
protect the rook. Queen, yes,
Somewhere, and
and
then
queen, or queen e4,
E6.
queen d5, or queen e6
Or
here.
queen e4, queen
Yes.
d5, yes. Ah, maybe here there's this.
So we can.
Ah,
put
no,
the-
there's no such kind of move.
Yes.
So what is this?
This very
I
big
don't
missed
understand.
chance. Yes.
I don't understand this.
Well, maybe she thought
takes
she,
on 8.
Yes, maybe she thought she was winning easily anyway.
Yeah.
Rook takes e3. Now there are chances.
Yeah.
Now the role of the 3 against 2 pawns on the after the exchange, black has 3 against 2 on the king side. But the main role of these pawns is that they make the black king safer. Black is not going to create a passed pawn and start pushing it anytime soon on the king side. But she must give many checks and then play waiting moves, secure the king on h7 and look for a mistake.
Yeah. Here, okay, let's go. There's one game, I think Betül Cemre Yıldız İsmail. It's our Turkish champion is playing there. Let's check this game. This is ending draw. Which board? 40? 48. Okay. Wait a minute.
Okay, white to move. Of course, this is an equal position after king g4.
This is the position?
Yes, after king g4. This is a draw. Yes.
Ah, the draw, yes.
Yes. Maybe they don't even have to play this position because there are absolutely no winning chances.
Yeah.
King g4,
King
rook
G4.
takes, and then king f3 or king f5.
She
Doesn't
played-
really matter.
Yeah.
Yes, this is
Yeah.
a dead draw.
So this is the draw. All the games are finished. Shuvalova Arakamiya Grant won this game.
Miss
against
Arahamia, I know her, I have played with her many years ago. A really very strong player.
Yeah, Polina Shuvalova, she's also very strong. Can you imagine
Of course.
24-57?
Yes, of course.
Very talented.
Of course, but I happen to know personally Miss Arahamia Grant, and I know what a deep player she is.
Yeah.
So I know it's going to be a difficult time for any of her opponents. She's a really very strong player, very experienced player.
And there was one more game that I want to see. What was this game? Okay, I think we checked all. Ah, yes, Gaishkin, Goryachkina. This ended also in a draw.
Yes, this
Yeah,
is not
okay.
a very easy draw.
So all the games,
They finished earlier today, yes?
yeah, they finished early today. Today is not so early, but almost quarter past 8. Yeah. So we wrap up this round. Today's round is just finished, probably. Most of the, favorites, they have won or they drew. What do you think?
There was once again quite a few upsets. Which
one? Which one? You say?
If you consider, for example, first board, not always the favorite.
The first
many
board, no,
draws,
exactly.
yes, many draws. Or for example, on the board number 5, Ovod against Sebag Marie and White won.
Marie Sebag,
Yes,
yes.
of course, White is also a very good player.
Yes.
But the rating favorite was definitely Black.
How many players you see? 2 out of 2? Can you say it? 2 out of 2 for the moment?
Not so many.
How many players?
Ovod.
16 players or something like this? No, 8 players?
Yes.
8 players. Only 8 players 2 out of 2? From here I can see 8 players.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yes.
Only 8 players, 2
Only
out
8
of 2.
players. Yes.
Yes, actually from the second days,
Yes,
only
because
8 players left.
This is a very tough tournament, and you know, almost anybody can beat almost anybody with any colors. Which means we are going to have many lot of
draws.
excitement, many wins, many draws, many.
Yeah.
You know, nobody is going to most likely, unless some girl finds herself in a tremendous shape and starts beating everybody, I think even the player who will win this, she will have maybe many draws, maybe even one loss or something. It's going to be a very fighting tournament. No clear favorite at all.
So that's it for today. See you tomorrow at the same time at 3 o'clock Turkish time afternoon. See you tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
Bye.
Goodbye everyone.
Chess is a game that is 1,400 years old. How come that today it is regarded as an important educational activity used in schools all over Europe? To answer this question, we must ask ourselves what the future will look like and how the schools are preparing children for the challenges ahead. Extremely rapid changes in social conditions, climate changes, artificial intelligence, automation, a new digital era. Scientists predict that the upcoming 20 years will bring more changes in the structure of human society than the previous 300 years have had altogether. This will affect us all, but most importantly, our children. To make them ready for these advancing changes, we need to give them different skills. Scientists talk about the 4 C's: critical thinking, communication skills, collaboration skills, creativity. Schools must find the teaching methods which adapts to the needs of the society and provide children with different mindsets that can be used in the digital era, preparing them for online and real-life experiences. Why chess? To reach the 4 C's, we need to teach our children pro-social behaviour, pattern recognition, problem solving, memory skills, generalisation of knowledge. Chess trains all the 4 C's. It is a classical board game that is easy to use in the classroom, but also perfect for the virtual world. Gamification has proven to be a crucial educational method in the modern age because children are simply used to learn by playing. Chess crosses all borders. It encourages children to win with grace and lose with dignity. As one of the fastest growing educational methods in Europe, over 6 million kids play chess at school. And every day, new schools take up this wonderful learning opportunity. European Chess Union. We make Europe smarter.